Top of the morning, yo. How's everybody's Halloween going? Hopefully staying away from any spookiness. Are you guys out here still chasing ghosts? Good night. Demetrios, you got your orange man costume ready for the night? Mic check, mic check. Is my voice low? Volume check 1, 2. Mic check 3, 4.
We hear you. What's up?
All right. Now somebody said that my mic was low on YouTube.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I think you sound both good on Discord and the stream.
All right, somebody's mic was just probably low, that's all. ETH looks good. ETH's building out. Only two things that matter to me right now, ETH and Bitcoin. Bitcoin's holding up. Take a look at Bitcoin's macro. Held the bottom of the range the way we were talking about last night. Nothing too spooky except for the ghouls and goblins walking around today.
I
My
got
neighbor,
the Silent Hill siren ready to go tonight.
my neighborhood gets wild, but there'll be kids knocking on the door anytime now. From 3 in the afternoon till 3 in the morning.
My son made a xenomorph costume he's been working on for like 8 months. He's gonna run around freaking kids out coming out of the bushes. Dbloc, are you an Aliens guy? You like Alien series? Like the
Not
old
as much.
school Aliens?
I mean, it was cool, but I can't say I was like a fanboy.
Yeah, that new show is actually pretty good. I was surprised because a lot of new shows these days, man, I don't know what it is with just television or movies in general. The quality's just been crappy post COVID, but it's actually a pretty good series.
I can't watch scripted television anymore.
Oh, really? Is it just
It's
drive you
bad,
nuts?
bro. It's bad. It's bad.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
so bad. Like you get to the plot 15 minutes into the movie, and then it's like, then you're disappointed by how they play the plot out because you already know how it's gonna end up, and you would have done it so much better. This is usually
Yeah.
disappointing.
Yeah, I'm a maker, so I'm always looking at the props and I don't really, you know what I'm saying? Like everybody gets something out of something and
Yeah.
I just like and I'm just so entrenched in looking at like how they made all the cool stuff and the plot could be completely garbage. But yeah, it gets to a point where if you're trying to talk friends into watching it with you or bring the family in, it's got to be good and I just don't feel like it's there anymore.
This new shit they do with the lazy writing, where they just take you to the end and then leave it open, is like your imagination can fill in what happened at the end. Like, no, I need a conclusion. Like,
Dude, but to be honest with you, The Sopranos started that crap.
yeah, but not everybody's The Sopranos, bro.
Yeah, I
Sopranos
know,
can
but
do that shit.
yeah,
These Netflix movies are not The Sopranos.
yeah, it's funny. I was gonna follow up with just that. But it's the same thing with crypto, you know? Someone shows a good trade and then somebody else, I could do that, and then they get wrecked.
Nah, we just got in, Hoover. There's not really too much to cover except for last night's nightly moves, right? Ethereum is obviously picking up off the bottom. We needed that to be the bottom for ETH, 1000%. So that held up. We're in the middle of our W format. I guess I can draw this out before go back to Bitcoin. That measured move would take us back up through the SR flip. But other than price movement, there hasn't really been a lot of it's been a low FUD day online, which is good. Needed that. The nines real quick. Die, Labubu, die. Weekend trap's not set yet. That's what we're waiting for today to set up. We've got what, 1.5 hours until CME closes. God, I feel like we were just, well, I guess we were just 2 days ago dealing with CME gap, and now we're back here again. So trap shorts are probably set. I'm looking for a pump up to trap longs, and then a drop back into CME. It's a very lazy setup so far, though. Turn on the volume and make sure that, yeah, I mean, there is a chance because of the high volume node here that these are the trap longs. The only question is, are these the trap shorts? Or do we swing and create a new trap short going into today? We'll leave the trap short here for now with a big question mark on it.
We are 4 for 4 for getting in on an alt on a Saturday night and writing it till Sunday open. Not financial advice, but I've been playing that and it's worked for the past 4 Sundays. Don't know why. Like other than you saying, I think you told me they were prepping for the. Maybe I don't remember what you said. I think you're prepping for the open or something.
All depends on Dom. Dom's been going down while Bitcoin consolidates on the weekend, so that's always gonna give the alts a little bit of oomph.
I mean, like anywhere from a 4 to 6% trade, which is, it's not nothing to shake off. It's not like super impressive or anything, but
Not
it's
bad
been
for the weekend.
consistent. Yeah.
So far, let's go. We know how these next couple hours are. We need the market maker do his job, let him cook, see what he's gonna draw out for us, and then we react. Trump is acting like that new ballroom is like his Taj Mahal or something. It's crazy.
Dude, it's lighting people up though.
Of course,
It
people
is
are. You kidding me,
triggering
bro?
picking.
People got toilets they can't fix. This man is talking about marble bathrooms and shit.
Well, it's even the ones that are got their SNAP revoked, like, or their food
Of
stamps.
course.
They're pissed off.
Anybody who hasn't got a government check in the last 2 weeks, whether it's paid or whether it's some sort of social service, yeah, this doesn't really hit the same.
And I get it, man, but that doesn't give people the excuse to pass out misinformation saying that he's using tax dollars to do it, because he's not.
People just talk, man.
Yeah, people just talk.
People say a lot.
Talking about people.
That's good, Jenna.
Oh yeah, just heating up my lunch.
Yeah, exactly, Gloomy. People sending their kids out to trick or treat for tonight's dinner and shit. Rough out there.
Halloween landing on a Friday. Last time that's happened, crazy crap happens at night because kids don't got to be to school the next day.
This year, Halloween fell on a weekend. Me and Ghetto Boys is trick or treating. Always a wild Halloween on the weekends.
Dude, I just saw this like my alarm went off this morning and I was doom scrolling 5 minutes before I decided to get up. And I saw this skit of this couple sitting waiting for the train, and this clown came out of nowhere, like he was walking towards the train depot, and he had this like huge hammer and he kept clanging it on the fence, and he was getting closer, and they're like looking at him like, what the hell? And another clown comes across the railroad tracks with a chainsaw from the other side, and I guess the skit was, and I really do believe this couple didn't, they weren't in on it, but it was obviously a comedy skit because it was being filmed, and he couldn't get the chainsaws. He couldn't get the chainsaw started, so he threw it and started running at them because he was running out of time before his buddy was going to reach them. And man, it was so funny. I was like in tears. It was a good way to wake up.
It's all funny until the news story in the morning. Miami man kills 2 clowns on the train tracks. Yeah, everybody's mom would be crying and shit. Oh, it's just a joke. He's a good kid. Okay. Okay. Look, I have an
Yeah,
issue
dude.
with clowns, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
No,
man.
I do.
Like,
I have an issue with clowns, bro. I don't play.
was it before it or after it?
Someone's
movie? I
getting
don't know.
knocked out or shot in the kneecap or something. And I'm with my girl on the train. No, 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 no. That's not a good joke to play on everybody.
Dude, clowns always freak people out, but it didn't help to have that movie, what's it called, It, come out. That even made it worse for me, man.
You guys remember like 10 years ago, maybe less, when they had the big rush of clowns, the killer clown thing, where people were dressing up in clown suits and just scaring the shit out of people? You don't remember? It was like a whole vibe that went on for like months.
Yep.
Yeah, that was not good. People got hurt during that time.
Yeah, there's a new show on HBO, Dairy. It's actually it just premiered last Sunday. It's like it's based off of like the history of it, like where the origin story of it.
Oh man, I gotta
It's really
watch
cool.
that. I can't get my wife to watch it with me, man, but the kids will watch it. It's weird. Gotta give DJ with the good news updates. I trust his updates.
I spent 3 years double and triple checking DJ's news alerts
And your conclusion?
until I finally just was like, all right, you got it, bro.
Yeah, dude.
There's a reason why I made him
I
the mod. I told him, you're the news guy, bro. You're the only person that
dude.
can pop some news that I don't immediately go and triple check.
But I don't trust 90% of what I see in chat, but that's one that I definitely mark off as confirmed, validated, and sealed.
Sometimes I try to beat him.
Yeah, I don't see you chat a lot, so like I'd probably accept yours too.
Oh, I type different than I speak. I'm very sarcastic with when I type.
So you're saying you contribute to the trolliness.
Well, you'd have to know me to like read it and then be like, oh, that's Hannah's doing that thing.
I like to hear that shorts are closing though. That's a good thing.
I never thought of my sarcasm as being trolling, but
No, it was a question, not a
no,
statement.
I could be labeled as that. I don't know. It's hard to call yourself a troll, I guess, if you really don't want to be. Dang it. No, I don't want to be a troll.
Do better, Tana. Do better.
My lady just called me a troll.
I mean, it is Halloween.
She
There
confirmed
you go.
it, so the lady says it. It's got to be true. She's like DJ for Tana News.
Thanks a lot, babe. Just laughing. I'm dressed up as Wally right now.
I was gonna say, is anybody doing costumes?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I am a version of Wally, like the Disney movie Wally, but I am the human version of the aftermath of them going back to Earth. And so now their humans are back, and it's been maybe a couple hundred years. And the influence that Wally and Eve had on the people and the humans coming back to Earth, they look a certain way. And so they're inspired by these two beautiful robots. And now you have humans that look a certain way. So I am incorporated my shaved head with a cool vest that's like all painted, and then a Hocus Pocus shirt.
Gloomy, don't you dare put that down trend on today. You guys should take pictures. Anybody that's doing Halloween costumes, take some pictures, and later on tonight we'll show them
What's
to
the
the
prize?
YouTube. We'll have a little Cypher costume contest.
I enjoyed that explanation of you explaining that. That was awesome. I love Wally.
I remember that last year. Who was the downtrend?
Yeah, Gloomy is. That was epic though. The year that he brought that out though was perfect.
The downtrend. Yeah, we were. I'm the downtrend. I'll never forget that.
You just need to spray half of it green, and then you can just flip it. You know what I mean? Make it like reversible.
What's up pushing today, huh? Look at that. Look at what woke up Tao, man. Tao H. They're all everything.
Oni, I've came to the conclusion you're definitely a degen.
No.
But you're
for a while.
You are a responsible degen though. If that's even a thing. You're not Drewish, degen. I don't think anybody can match that. Well, anybody like that I know. I'm sure there's people in chat that are degenny like Drew, but
Some of those tokens I could not.
I'm
buy.
so glad that we're past the appropriate time to be degens and nobody remembers how degenerate I really am when the time comes.
yeah, but you're self-reflective though, man. I could totally see if the brakes were off. I could see you being like just focused and like not even paying attention to your channel and degenning. I could see that.
Yeah.
But you're responsible now.
Freaking adulting
Yep.
sucks.
Teacher
Yes, sir,
Dbloc.
Bo. If these two are going to be the trap longs and trap shorts, then we're waiting for CME to close somewhere in the middle. But there's still a chance that we take out these longs and then pop down. I actually wouldn't be too mad at that. We'll sweep back into the range. And then this is our CME. This is our weekend trap. But it's still too early to call it, guys. We're still in the setup. Right, that's why I've got question marks on the trap longs and trap shorts. We're just trying to get in front of the move a little bit.
Waking up.
Tana, did you say you shaved your head?
Yeah.
That's freaking awesome.
That's sweet.
Well, Dbloc says it doesn't count.
Look, you did not
Who
shave your
cares what he
head.
thinks?
You shaved some sides into your shit. If you shaved your
Mm,
head, every man that gets
Oh.
a fade also will shave
Okay,
his head.
okay. I'm not 2008 Britney. Shaved head.
What
See,
the
you have
hell?
to,
That's what I was
that's
thinking.
why you got to say it, because the
You
second
didn't
you
shave
say
your
it,
head.
everybody immediately imagines you just
God.
clean
You got white
shaven,
walls.
no
got white
eyebrows
walls.
or nothing, just looking crazy.
Babe, do you hear this?
I literally
Sinead
had that picture.
O'Connor.
That's exactly what I pictured, to be quite honest.
Sinead
Me
O'Connor?
too. I was picturing Sinead O'Connor.
That's awesome. Well,
Now-
she's pretty, so
You better go
Probably a
finish your
compliment.
job, girl.
It's been 7 hours.
Yeah, Bruce Willis' Fifth Element kind of vibes was going on for a second.
well, if you didn't shave all your head and you shaved the sides, then I'm starting to think of like a shield maiden, a Nordic shield maiden, which is just as hot.
Ooh, yeah. Call me Lagertha. I am the most famous field maiden in all of Norwegian.
In your picture, you got long blonde hair.
Dang, man. I don't even know what half of you mother effers look like. Mooney looks like a Bitcoin pill.
Oh,
He's made of gelatin. His body is a gelatin body. And the insides is Bitcoin. Satoshi. Ooh, they should. Dbloc, can you make a Bitcoin pinata? And then we'll all swing at it, and then Satoshis will come out.
Yeah, sure. Give me a second.
Okay, cool.
I'll just dig out my pinata making materials.
Just put mine away too.
Perfect. Okay. Don't forget the confetti.
Sold a pair of sneakers. I felt bad.
I went to the doctor, guess what he told me?
Nothing.
Well, face reveal, mana. Face reveal on Halloween would be appropriate. Want to see something spooky. I'll be real with you. I don't know what I'm doing for Halloween.
What's up, D?
What's going on, Susie?
You're not selling for Halloween? Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'm de-risking. I said it yesterday. I've already brought like 15 positions down to 5.
Ooh.
Yeah, and I'm moving all my stops up. So I'm definitely de-risking.
Are you moving TPs down?
No.
Damn.
No,
Wait,
no,
have
no.
you already started de-risking?
I'm not
or
moving
you-
TPs. I'm just moving stops.
I put my Halloween costume in off topic.
Yeah, everybody
Good.
there is. You go dressing up, going to parties. Whether it's the kids or you. I mean, obviously you don't have to post your kids if you don't want to. It's a little weird. But yeah, feel free. Drop any costumes into off topic, and then later we'll go through them all and see what the vibe is.
Oh,
You said you're already de-risking, or you're waiting to see what happens at close?
No, I've already moved positions. I've already consolidated positions into strength and moved stops up. Not a lot of profits to be taken. I took profits on AIXBT. I took profits on virtuals. You know, the like narrative stuff that was running. But not really a whole hell of a lot of profits to take on Ethereum, right? All you can do is move your stops up, keep them tight, and then consolidate. What I basically did is all the coins that were underperforming Ethereum got consolidated into Ethereum. All the coins that were underperforming Bitcoin got consolidated into Bitcoin. And then I've got a couple of other runners that I'm holding.
So you
some
have
Sol.
more ETH and more BTC now.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
So I needed you this afternoon. There was someone here. I didn't know how to answer. How to put it? I mean, I had to defend Bitcoin against Bitcoin. Well, an
Damn,
alt.
somebody made you
alt
defend
maxi.
Bitcoin right now. How you're feeling? That must have been tough.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
shit.
it was. Yeah, we called it a Ponzi and useless and this and that. I was like, well,
This is somebody that doesn't understand Bitcoin. That's all.
I think it does, but his point was interesting too. But I would have been really happy if you were around to to give him a good answer. But it's true that it's
Even
a
putting
Ponzi,
yourself
because
in a position where you're comparing Bitcoin to alt shows that you don't understand the true nature of Bitcoin.
Thank you. Yes, it's a sentence like that I needed to tell him. I did tell him that. I told him it's pointless to have a use case for Bitcoin. Like it doesn't need to be useful for transacting or for I don't know whatever alt achieve because
Does have a use case.
To also achieve anything anyway, like
It has an amazing use case. For the first time in human history, any person anywhere can secure, store, transfer their value without asking permission from a bank, from a government, from a middleman. What more of a use case? If you had to flee your country tonight with your life savings, could you do it?
I mean, like, it doesn't need to be ultra fast transacting or cheap or this or that. Like,
It's not what it's
it
supposed
doesn't
to do.
need
It doesn't matter. That's not what it's
Yeah,
for.
exactly. Leaves that to altcoins. And these ETH layer 2, these Bitcoin layer 2s, like, I'm against them. They're useless. Just leave Bitcoin alone. You're just increasing transaction fees for nothing. Yeah.
It's very simple. It's very simple. Sovereignty is one thing, right? No country, no government, no borders. Right? Second is the scarcity argument. That's an easy one, obviously. Third is immutable money. Right? Right now our money is based on trust. The money that we use right now is based on trust. Politicians, central bankers, they can inflate it, bail out failing companies, kick the ball down the road to your kids.
They can't do that on Bitcoin, right?
No, of course not.
The Ponzi part, though, isn't completely wrong, right?
It's like anything else. What isn't a Ponzi? Everything is based off the greater
It's what
fool
I told
theory.
them. I told them like everything else. Yeah.
Everything that you
Stocks,
resell, that you plan on reselling, is based on a greater fool theory. Right? Based on the hope that there's a fool greater than you that's willing to pay more than you paid so that you can take profit. It's the same shit when I resell a bike, if I resell sneakers. When you own a store and you buy inventory, you're looking for a fool to buy it more than what you bought it for. You know, hopefully as much as they possibly can. Censorship resistant.
They call it intrinsic value, no? I mean, some stuff has value, though.
Mm-hmm.
In a Ponzi, you don't need any value, no? You can just create it, make it look like it. Well, it's a scam, basically. I'm done with dominance at 60%. I mean, it's a bit hard to defend also right now anyway, no?
None of that. Price doesn't matter. What we're talking about is the purpose for existing.
It's nice to see dominance rejected at 60%, though. That's kind of important for, you know, it means the panic fleeing back into Bitcoin isn't that huge, at least not as huge as on the 10th of October. Oh, did anyone buy crypto to give it to friends for Halloween? Hell, nobody does that right now. That's
Hell
for
no.
It can be a present to crypto, though.
You think I'm giving these raggedy ass kids some Bitcoin when they come knock on my door? You better take this Kit Kat and keep it moving. Take this honey bun.
Why would we go up for Halloween then?
Yeah, it's possible, JL. You get 20% to the top and the bottom, right? So
I'm waiting for this Halloween pump, dude. It was promised Halloween pump. Where is it?
It's been pumping. What are you talking about? All morning.
Yeah, but only thanks to the dump, right? Well, we.
Yeah.
I don't see any pump here.
That's what you trading, I guess. I woke up in profits.
definitely a trader's market.
This stuff that's up, what, 17%? This, that, man.
Dude, so is like the entire market just in Zcash now. It's every dump we dump market wise. Zcash just makes a new high.
That's how it's been though. The coin that's off rotation but on narrative, right? All the speculators that wish they could buy alts, right, but aren't because they've sort of learned their lesson about how they're all piling into that one thing. Whether it's Zcash, whether it's M, whether it's CoAI, whatever happens to be at the time, right? It's funneling in all the speculative loot into one coin. So that's something that you can use, right? Stay on rotation, and then you trade that hot narrative coin while it has volume. Not buy and hold, not get convinced to buy it and hold it for the end of but you trade it. And as long as traders are trading, you step in front of them, grab their money, and get the hell out until it's time.
Just don't short them too early. It's costly.
This has been a lot more fun, honestly, than the meme run where you had 7 or 8 different things running and that money was sort of split up. Right? Just think of the speculative basket as one bag of money. Right? These are people who want to speculate. They don't care about use case. They don't care. They want to get in where the money's in and they want to make, quick gains. All of that money's been flushing into 1 or 2 coins that are off narrative. During the meme rally, there was like 15, 20 of them. So it's that same bag of money, but split into like 15, 20 baskets. I kind of prefer it like this, where that one hot coin has been obvious, at least for the past couple of rotations. And then you just play it until it fizzles out. Yeah, you want to be early on narratives. That takes studying, though, guys. Right? That takes unplugging, going on to your Twitter, going on to whatever avenues you go to look for alpha, and finding the hot narrative. Right? We don't want to chase. So if you don't find the hot narrative and the hot narrative just becomes obvious, then obviously you want to wait for retraces and all that. You don't want to chase green candles. But so far, it seems like these coins have had 3 or 4 runs. Super chat. There's a pretty good chance, Evan. I mean, if we're removing the underlying liquidity, then that underlying liquidity needs to be replaced with buy pressure. Right? If we get a catalyst that can replace it with buy pressure, then we can sort of neutralize that dump. But if we don't get any buy pressure and the fear continues, and we're removing the underlying liquidity, then yeah. Nah, I don't hold it, Crypto Mac. I've been trading it, but I don't hold it. Yeah, but Monero's a privacy coin too, and it hasn't done anything what Zcash has. I understand your frame of mind, Legend. You're like, okay, if the privacy coin narrative is hot and Zcash is already going, is there anything else? The problem is that the narratives haven't been jumping within the narrative. Usually the way the rotations work on these speculative coins is you'll get the first comer, and then after that you get the derivatives underneath it, and it'll roll down. But we haven't seen Monero pop. We haven't seen a lot of the other security coins pop.
It's close to all-time highs. Monero is not in a bear market. It's not down at 40 cents.
It doesn't
It's
look
at
bad, but
330.
it hasn't Zcash.
It did a yeah, no, but it did a
That's what I'm
3x up. It's like it's fine compared to most alts.
Look, got a great use case.
Yeah, if utility matters.
Well, sometimes it does, right? On smaller, if it's a reason why people are buying the coin. All utility is why are people buying the coin? What's the purpose? A store of value is utility, right? Censorship resistant money is utility. Hard money is utility. The easiest answer to that question, that argument you were having earlier, is that Bitcoin is the hardest money that we've ever had. The hardest, soundest money that this planet has ever had in its current state.
Maybe he's still around. I forgot who it was.
It's just 2 or 3 Googles away. Yo, have you guys been paying attention to this 3i Atlas shit? This is a rabbit hole that I've been on for 2 weeks, but all by my lonely, because I'm not about to open that can of worms in here. But has anybody else been paying attention to this thing?
Let me say one thing real quick. All these claims that people are using to say like Avi Loeb said this, he was on Joe Rogan the other day refuting all that. Like a lot of the things that are floating around have been taken wildly out of proportion from what he
Yeah.
said.
It's super interesting shit. Like I've been staying away from the edges, you know, but just some of the anomalies are pretty interesting.
Spreading doubt about what?
We've got our 3rd interstellar object came into our, but it's like 1,000,000 times bigger than the last, and it's just got a bunch of different like anomalies.
Size of Manhattan, right?
Yeah, that are
Well,
freaking people out. It's
it's
glowing a
new,
different color on the spectrometer, and but it's just made of different shit. Which I mean, isn't listen. If it came from another galaxy, you have to imagine that it developed under different
well,
properties. You know.
no, we're always afraid of new scientific discoveries, yeah, overall. And
But
this
isn't
is all new because it's the tech is only now able to detect those
but
objects.
isn't the craziest thing about that anomaly is that the cloud, right, is actually in front of its trajectory, not in the
Yeah,
back.
it's the
At least one of
the
them.
tail is facing the tail's facing the
The
wrong
wrong
way.
way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
tail's facing the wrong way. It got hit with a massive solar blast the other day that would have just disintegrated normal comets, and it literally just took it and kept going.
My cousin is locked up, right? He's doing 20. And he's more informed about that thing than I am being outside.
Oh yeah, you got all day to sit and watch TV. They're probably eating that shit up inside.
Oh man, freaking crazy.
I just think it's cool. Whatever it is pretty cool. He says Sergio said that's not a meteor tail, those are headlights.
Well, seriously, every new discovery, we're a bit afraid at the beginning, and then it calms down. Whether it's medicine, whether it's electricity, microwaves, gamma rays, radio waves. I mean, every new discovery, at first it takes time before people aren't afraid of it, and these media are using that to make clicks. Well,
oh my
money,
god,
basically.
YouTube is just flooded with AI videos about this shit. They're making so much money.
Yeah.
Unless that thing hits the brakes, then we'll talk about it. As long as it keeps going, we're good. If it starts to slow down or turn, then we can talk.
This AI stuff is getting very interesting. They're starting to make like rap songs right now into like country songs or blues songs. That was like, wow, sounds really hot though. Sounds really cool though. I'm not gonna lie. They're getting very creative with it. That's for sure.
You can take your favorite artist and have him redo every album, other people's albums. Like, let's say you're just a Biggie fan, you could have him redo all the Tupac, just anything, any album you've ever liked from anybody, you can have it redone as if it was your favorite artist. It's crazy to listen to.
Yeah.
They do a good job with that shit.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. If this Atlas thing stops and a bunch of orange men pop out, then I've got to give Demetrius a free invite to the Discord. And I got some questions.
Hey, you guys remember that show from I think it was like the early 2000s. It's called V. It's a whole series about aliens coming in, and you guys remember that?
Were they is that the one where like they peel their faces off?
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember
yeah.
that.
Oh man. That's how it started too. I remember the ship was like the size of Manhattan.
The only thing I've seen that truly worries me is the coronal mass ejection that hit it when it was on the other side of the sun, right? The opposite. Right now it's on the opposite side of the sun. If we look up and you look at the sun, it's behind the sun. But the dark spots on that side of the sun that are blowing off those coronal ejections, those mass ejections, the sun it will be facing the earth soon, is what they were saying. And if we get hit with one of those, our infrastructure is way more complex than it was the last time it happened. I just think, listen, my concern comes down to power grids getting shut off. Anything that's going to stop me from making my trade, that's where my mind automatically goes, bro. I don't care if this is an alien or not, but if we get hit with a mass ejection and we black out or something for a couple days, there's going to be panic.
But you can't panic if you can't trade, so it should be fine, no?
Well, you can't panic if you can't get on social media either, right? Like, where's the panic going to be in your house?
Goes down, that's going to be tough.
The real issue is heating, food, transport. Trading is the last of our worries if that happens. Yeah, it's really the last of our worries.
I'm not gonna lie though. If you guys watch this guy, I need a farm. I'm actually been thinking about that quite a lot. You know, find a nice piece of property, nice weather, be able to grow your own food.
Is it the solar maximum currently? Like, when is the next solar maximum? Because damn, if you want the big short to line up with a coronal mass ejection, you gotta time it with the 11-year cycle of the sun.
This is part of what we do here, which is, I know it sounds like we just go into like these wacky ass theories, but honestly, the like mechanical, what we're actually doing is we're killing black swans, right? We're thinking of black swans before they happen, so that if they do happen, we don't react like the masses, right? We've already ran it through. Not much you can do if this thing ends up being an alien, though. I mean, but you get my point.
I think it's 11 years, right? So that's like a bit like the crypto cycle. The sun has a cycle too. It's roughly 11 years, but it's not as regular as the crypto cycle. You can have like surprises. I guess that's also true for Bitcoin.
One thing that's freaking people out is they said that NASA, I think it was the Mars probe or something up there, caught the best picture of this thing, side view, very clear. They had all the instruments they needed, but NASA won't release the information because the government shut down. So now all the tin hat people are just going crazy. They're like, what do they know? They know something. They're keeping it from us. I've even heard people say that the government shutdown was meant to black out.
Cover up?
Yeah, it's a cover up meant to black out all the data. People are really digging into this thing. And it's Halloween too, so it's
I'm
like,
not gonna lie though.
you know,
that sounds very fair though, because if you start listening to the arguments, right?
Listen,
on the floor.
if this thing
Freaking
stops,
Democrats are coming up with
if
nonsense
this thing
that are
stops and if this
it's
thing
crazy.
stops and it's an alien and it's actually an alien and they pop out and they're like, we're here, then yeah, this shit was done on purpose. 1000%.
It just makes you wonder though.
I don't get the link with Democrats and politics though, but
Oh, over here, yeah, they're just not agreeing because of the Democrats. The only thing they're hanging on is the ACA, right? The health insurance. And I'm
Democrats
like,
want the
but that's
money.
never been
Democrats want to make
that's
sure
never
that
been an
people are
issue
getting,
before.
yeah, but they're trying to stop the they're trying to stop the payments. Right. What Trump has been
there's no link
doing,
with aliens.
what Trump has been doing, whether people agree with it or not, is he's been stopping funds from going to where Congress has already voted that they should go to. Right. Congress controls the purse. So this is a power struggle that's going on between Congress and the president.
Well,
But it shows itself on the Democratic side, obviously, because everybody rides with the home team. But like I said, if this thing really does stop and it's an alien, then it's all bullshit, bro. They're just trying to black us out until it's too late.
Yeah. They're trying to probably work out a deal or something.
Imagine,
hey,
can you
NASA,
imagine Trump negotiating the way Trump
Oh, he'll definitely
negotiates?
try.
Trump's negotiation style. Can you imagine him negotiating with it? Can we send somebody else? Because he's just gonna threaten to nuke them. He's gonna try to do the carrot and the stick, and then we're all gonna get evaporated before he can be like, wait, that was just negotiations. I
I don't
wasn't really
know.
gonna nuke y'all.
I don't know. He has a very interesting style of getting things done though.
Yeah, it's called the carrot and
You
the
know.
stick. It's in art of the deal.
Yeah, human
In the
psychology
same
tends
trading
to work
style he's
like that.
always
I don't know
had.
if it will work. I don't know if it will work with aliens though, but
But I don't think threatening to nuke an alien that just cruised through a solar mass ejection without blinking is gonna mean much.
yeah, I agree with that one.
They're gonna do charge up their batteries. That was one of the most interesting things I saw. That it went through the coronal mass injection on purpose to recharge all of its batteries, and that's how they recharge from sun to sun.
That's interesting.
imagination.
That's the theory behind it.
We'll make one day a vessel that does that because we've imagined it, right?
It makes
Like
sense.
imagine,
Yeah.
if you can imagine it, maybe one day you'll be able to make it for real.
Yeah.
Da Vinci 400 years ago imagined submarines and all, and we made them in the end. Yeah, even helicopters, right? Yeah.
Like microwaves. Like we have a microwave. If Star Trek didn't have that little box, so you were like, boom, make
Oh
me
man,
a
so many different
hamburger
things.
or whatever. These kids grow up, become scientists, and then their imagination comes to life.
I was just talking with my son about that.
The problem is
About Star Trek.
you tend to copy what other imagine, right?
Yeah, it's limiting.
It needs to remain creative imagination, not just the same stuff. And this idea of spacecraft using the sun to recharge energy, it's not new. They've done shows even
I've
with
seen,
that.
yeah, we've all seen those movies.
Yeah, was it Stargate or I forgot? There was one like that. Come up with something new, then. The way it doesn't make any sense. Why would you go into the trouble of going inside towards a coronal mass ejection to recharge when you can just pick up any matter lying around? So? Just land on Earth. There's plenty of energy.
Well, I haven't heard that in the longest time. The Heidenberg omen. That's like on the more like that's some real Halloween shit. So the Heidenberg omen comes from Heidenberg omen is a stock market indicator that they use that started in when was that Heidenberg disaster with the airship where the balloon blew up or whatever the hell, that Zeppelin. So it's like
1930s.
1937, yeah, 1937 or something like that. So they used the explosion of that as like an omen that the market was going to be bad, right? But there is some technical to it. I believe it's when I don't want to get this wrong. It's when stocks are making both 52-week highs and 52-week lows while the market's in an uptrend. Right, so stocks hit 52-week highs, 52-week lows while the market's in an uptrend, and there's some looming sort of disaster afoot. Right. I wonder if he's considering the alien ship as the Heidenberg. That'd be funny. That's some real esoteric ass shit, though. Meaning, like, the amount of humans left alive that even understand what that means and are going to trade because of it are
That's very
very,
interesting.
very few. It's just stuck in my head because I'm weird and I have a head full of useless facts.
Is that why you don't show your face?
Yeah.
Did Bitcoin do that? It's 52-week low?
No,
it
it's a
didn't.
stock market thing.
Oh. Well, it could work on crypto too.
But it only happens based on that theory. It only happens when he does 52-week highs and 52-week lows.
While the market's in an uptrend.
Hmm.
A 52-week is 1 year, right? So
it basically means a very few amount of stocks are making all-time highs. The majority of them are not, and it's supposed to signal like a reversal. But like I said, it is kind of foo-foo TA, pseudo TA.
we are at the solar maximum, so the probability of having a space weather issue is at the highest this year and beginning of 2026.
I believe that the highs, there's a rule attached to it where the highs, there's highs and lows both 52 weeks, but the highs can't be more than twice the number of the lows, which makes sense, right? Because things are super bullish at that point. I gotta get this stupid money gun fixed.
You know about that solar flare? You could design computers that would be more resistant to those kind of issues. Cost more, I guess, but if you really want to make sure you can trade, I wouldn't go Starlink because satellites are affected more. But yeah, just like fiber could still work even with a magnetic storm if it's designed to work. If it was designed correctly, yeah. Well, shielded. But we'll have to wait for the first disaster to then build thinking about what happened. Right? It's a bit like earthquakes. You need one disaster to then build stronger, so it doesn't happen again.
Yeah. High Def is on his phone talking to Grok. Grok's telling him his phone is stolen, and he's freaking out while he holds his phone. Rick, thanks for the sub, brother. W sub. Guys, if you haven't subscribed, hit that subscribe button. We're about to hit 7K. Speaking of Grok, let's take a look at our let's see. Watch out for the flashbang, guys. Let's see where these guys are at. You would like this, Zeusy. You should dig into this AI competition with the bots. Look, if you go to DeepSeek or you go to whichever one you're interested in, and you come here and you click model chat, it gives you the reasoning behind all its moves. Like, you get to see the AI think, see if they're even thinking about risk management. DeepSeek and Quen are always rebalancing their risk. Always, constantly when you read it. It's taking into consideration how much it's gained, it's moving up its stops. ChatGPT and Gemini never do that shit. Like, it's not even in their thought process. I don't think I've seen the word risk in their thoughts at all, which is interesting.
What's the link? Alpha Arena?
It is yeah, I'll post it in the bubble chat for you.
Oh, it's okay, I'll find it, Alpha Arena.
Because it's not it's in the bubble chat. So while Quen stayed on the Bitcoin long, DeepSeek outperformed for a while because it was sitting in alts, but it's given it all back.
DeepSeek is holding Bitcoin. But he sees the weakness.
Yeah, if you look at their positions, all these completed trades, right? And it trades a lot. Like TPs and reopens trades constantly, where some of the other ones just sit in their positions. It is short Doge right now, but it is down on its short on Doge. 10x short on Doge, 10x long on everything else. BNB, Sol, ETH, BTC, XRP. What I'm waiting for is for the moment that Quen starts to reason that it needs to get into alts. That's going to be interesting because it's been the only one that stayed Bitcoin only this whole time.
One, two, three, four. There's only 6 though. We would need a bit more now to see if they really can't do better than random.
These are the top ones though. Like, I imagine that they'll run this again. Like, this to me is going to be a benchmark test going forward, I think, for LLMs. It's just a good sort of real world, you know. There's no faking it. You can go and see all of their trades live on Hyperliquid. Oh, it just made another. It just thought right now, Quinn. My portfolio is up 30% with 13K total value over 9K cash. Holding my BTC long, aiming for 111.5 with a stop at 108.5 as the 4-hour chart looks strong. What I like is it gives you the invalidations too, right? Like here it says an invalidation at the 4-hour close below 107 as the current data supports holding this position. But if you go and look at like ChatGPT, despite a tough negative 75% overall return, I'm holding my ETH, SOL, XRP, BTC, Doge, and BNB positions, waiting for them to hit their profit targets or stop losses as my technical indicators show some coins are oversold, but the overall market still favors holding current positions. I'm currently imagining each position with a specific profit target, like ETH. See, this guy's shooting for, yo, do not use ChatGPT for this shit, y'all. Managing each position with a specific profit target, like ETH 37.4 and stop losses, relying on my confidence levels and leverage for each asset to negotiate to navigate the market, even if XRP and Doge's exit plans seem a bit odd. That is some convoluted ass thinking right there. And
Now you know to
Grok is losing serious ground here. How did Grok lose all this money? What did they do? Oh shit, it has been getting wrecked. It's the alts, bro. It's the alts. They give and they take away. And when they take away way more. He's short. BNB, SOL, and ETH and getting rocked.
it makes sense though. These are coins that pumped a lot lately, right? Like these are big potential shorts.
It's weird to say
know?
it, but you almost sense a sense of desperation to get back. Like it's almost feels like it's revenge trading.
If the trend shifts, these lines are all gonna shift too, right? You're gonna end up with the green being the first and the blue being the last. No?
It depends if they hold their positions, right? This to me, what I'm sort of looking for is who is more pliable, right? Like who is more who
Flexible,
pivots the quickest, you know? Because that's all. I mean, that's all trading is, but the ability to pivot when presented with new data. Funny thing is, they all listen to crypto Twitter, but Gemini and ChatGPT went with the FUD. They went with the sentiment of crypto Twitter, while Grok and DeepSeek counter traded it. And Claude, was it Claude? Yeah, and Claude completely ignored it and just went with the king, went with Bitcoin. Paid attention to when you look at the readings. If you go back to the beginning to the original thoughts, it talks about dominance. It's talking to itself about dominance. It's talking to itself about the need for a new ATH. Pretty interesting.
But you would need to replicate this experiment a million times on different data sets, different times, and all. And then if you end up with none of them, well, they should all be above. No, they should. Like, if AI isn't able to be profitable trading, would be set for AI, I guess. Because they don't seem to be right now. There's 4 below 0, 2 above, right? A bit like 80-20 rule.
I think what changes it is the reasoning. I'm learning more from the reasoning about how they operate than the actual results. If that makes any sense.
But training an AI to trade is really
without the
easy because you
reasoning
can.
there, you would just get the results. Right. And then like you said, you would, in my opinion, you would have to do thousands of these to get a good data set of results to really be able to, you know. But
Yeah,
with
to
the
see if they're
reasoning,
doing good.
it for me it doesn't matter. With the reasoning, it's just showing me the decisions that are being made, why they're being made, if the thing is thinking correctly. I don't want AI to trade for me. I'm just super interested in how AI thinks.
Well, it's already 99% of the volume, no? Even if it's not AI, you know, bots and stuff like that. What happens when they get liquidated? They come back in the game or not?
No, if they lose the money,
Because
if they
it's
lose
about
it,
to
they
happen
lose
for
it.
GPT.
Yeah, some of them are gonna make it. I hope that they run it as a like a. I'm not sure if there's a time limit. Anybody YouTube, if you guys know, is there a time limit to the end of this? But I hope they run it like a battle royale, last man standing. You know what I mean? Like, you know what would be really interesting if these guys just started copy trading the winner. You know what I mean? Like if they were like, okay, the best way to trade is to do whatever DeepSeek is doing apparently. So because they have access to each other's trades, they know what you know. They've got the info.
I was gonna say, are they aware that they're competing against each other?
Yeah, they know that it's a competition, to make it more active,
I,
right?
I think the best way, to be fair, did they give all the AI models the same set of instructions
Yeah,
or
same prompts.
different instructions?
Yeah, same prompt.
Same prompts?
Take $10,000, make it on on these assets between this time and this time, and then go.
And nothing else additionally.
Nah, no strategy, no sort of coaching on how to trade, no.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's what's interesting about it is because
So
the real
DeepSeek
interesting thing
like
about AI to
found
me,
out how to do it.
the real interesting thing about AI to me is the possibility of them attacking a problem different than anybody else ever has.
Yeah.
Right. But so far it's pretty normal shit.
On their own.
Yeah.
Without the need from human input.
I think you, instead of having a general AI model, you would need to make one specifically for this domain of
It
trading.
would be a lot better. Yeah. To train a training bot would be way better.
The problem with that is most of the knowledge is private, because there's money involved. You know, companies who fund research into this, they don't make it publicly available to other researchers. Now, of course, fundamental research has applications in financial markets, and they're gonna get inspired by those papers and all. But when you Google for research papers around trading algorithms and all, you find stuff, but you often end up in a dead end where you can't get.
That shit is all gate kept.
Well, it's a bit. It's like compared to medical is more public,
Yeah, but if you're paying millions of dollars for an edge, for a technical edge in trading, you don't give that away, right? Our edges are
I understand that,
notoriously gatekept.
but the researcher who came up with the idea, his article should be publicly available for then. Like, I mean, often it is actually. It's mathematics in the end. Mathematicians are not hiding what they discover.
For me,
Um,
I want the purity of the AI deciding on its own how it's gonna. Because what I want to see is the creativity. I don't want to see an AI perfectly play out somebody else's strategy to the T. Right? That's boring. I want to see if they can come up with something that we haven't thought about. You know, find some sort of cycle, some sort of confluence that
we
we can't see.
this learning algorithms learn behaviors and patterns. They don't really create anything. They can mix stuff and come up with what looks like new. Like you were talking about music earlier. They can create new music we never heard, but it's just gonna be a mix of what it got taught.
Yeah, but that's what learning is, right? At the end of the day.
Yeah.
So it's just being able to put it together in a way that nobody ever put it together, in a speed that nobody ever has been able to put in the speed. Like being able to go through 1 million data sets, in a very short period of time might make some cycles pop up that have just escaped humans.
If these quant traders could agree between themselves to share all their knowledge, maybe you could create an AI model that's really good, for trading.
They won't.
But yeah, they won't.
Guys, for the most part, people don't sell their edges until they're either not effective or they've already made all the money that they need on it and they've moved on to something else. It's very rare that somebody's just going to give you the edge that they have on the market. Which I personally do here freely, but it's not very common. That's why you can't find anything on vectors and market maker. Like, you really can't. You find a couple things here and there, but most of that shit is super gatekept.
Even if you had a buy-sell signal that works, they say people wouldn't follow it anyway. So you can give it.
Psychology will still, you can give somebody a perfect, strategy, and one of them will change their lives, and the other one will lose everything. It's the trader.
Trick or treat, happy Halloween, everybody.
Happy Halloween.
An AI good at mathematics should be good at trading. So I would rule out some of them, yeah.
Their main problem is that they have no intuition when it comes to human emotions.
Yet there's thousands of books about human emotions. They should be able to corner that. There's a lot of knowledge out there.
There's some things you can't learn, though. Some things have to be felt, in my opinion. You know how, just think about how technically difficult it is to assess sentiment. Right? You could do it percentagely, like by percentage, right? You can quant it and be like, 45% of people feel this, 35% of people feel that. But it's so much more than that. Right? It's not only what they feel, but why they feel it, how long they've been feeling it, what they did the last time they felt it. Right? Some of this shit is just not quantifiable for AI.
Does sentiment really matter, though?
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't. We don't. Well, maybe it's gonna come up with a conclusion where it doesn't give an edge to monitor it. Yeah. I'm just saying. Who knows? Because when you look at Bitcoin, whether people like it or don't like it, it just goes up.
Yeah, they keep selling at extreme greed and they keep buying at extreme fear. I mean, they keep
Yeah, and it makes no difference in the end whether you bought the top or the bottom, because you end up higher 4 years later. So
not everybody's trading long term, Susie. That's not a good argument. 4 years doesn't do shit for most traders. I wish the majority of traders had a 4-year sort of time span on their expectations, but they don't.
We dropped 20% recently, like 15%, but still most people are in profit here. So even if you bought a top, At the end of the world, basically, on Bitcoin. You just had to wait a long time, yeah. I think that's what DeepSeek will do, no? The one that's on the Bitcoin.
Quen. I imagine Quen to rotate into an Ethereum long soon.
Oh.
Part of that is bias. I'm waiting to see it just because Ethereum should take over, but I'm also waiting to see it because I want to see how long it takes to realize the rotation. But for right now, it is 20x ETH. I mean 20x Bitcoin. Is this guy still 40x or did he close that position? Yeah, Grok closed it. Grok was 40x at one point, trying to get his mojo back. That's the highest leverage I've seen any of them use so far.
Beating buy and hold might be to ask too much.
Well, 4 of them are losing buy and hold. Buy and hold is the Bitcoin line right here in the middle. They would have just took their 10K, bought and hold.
Hi, Abby.
Somebody's got an open mic.
Oh, yeah, it's Legend.
Sorry about that, fellas.
Good. Everybody got the candy ready for the kids? Do people still trick or treat in your neighborhoods, or you live in one of those neighborhoods where like it's just dead already?
I don't know. I don't know how it's going to be, and I don't know if I want to go spend $20 on a bag of candy. So I got to make sure that I get good candy, so that when they don't come, I eat the candy.
Usually how it
$20
works.
is a lot for candies, though.
Just make them
many
peanut
people are
butter
you
and jelly
expecting?
sandwiches.
Well, I was also going to hand out Pokemon cards.
Oh, damn. You're trying to get... Nah, you don't want to do that. You know how
Well, they're
quick the
like
word's going to get
Halloween
out?
ones.
They're going to go
Yeah.
home, put on another outfit, come back. You're going to have the same
I was
kid
just gonna
in
say.
7 different costumes
Oh my
with all
gosh.
his friends.
I know. I already envisioned like a little boy asking for one for their little sister, and that's being pushed around in a stroller. Can I have one for her too? My
That's not a bad
sister?"
idea for all the doubles and shit, though. I mean, all the useless or
Yeah.
just basic cards.
Yeah.
There's also a charity, I can't remember the name of it, where you can donate your card. It's a write-off too, but they give them to kids in like children's hospitals and shit. They make packs for them.
Yeah, I mentioned before I donated to a nonprofit that's registered for tax write-off. It's near me, and then I took a picture and sorry. And yeah, I donated like all my bulk, and then they're using it for foster care. So like they have a Christmas shop and with fake money, and then they hand out to the kids, and then they can shop around the shop, and it's pretty cool. And you can make like you can take a piece of Xerox paper and fold it in half, cut it, and then you can comfortably wrap 100 bulk cards like a Christmas present, and it'll fit perfectly. It'll look great, and it looks like a bar of soap. And I donated like 2 big old, like a bunch of ETBs, like 12 of them. But I took out all the awesome cards for myself. So I don't know. Before you put me on a pedestal, I took all the good cards. I donated the cards I didn't want.
Those shits were just gonna get wrecked anyways. Grubby kid fingers.
I want those cards. Those are mine.
I mean, if the pack, how many are in a pack? 20? 10?
It depends, but
They're
yeah, like
basic
a
pack.
modern English, but yeah, like
So
10
if you
cards.
donate, 100 packs, I mean, if you donate 100 cards, can you write it off the price of 10 packs? I mean,
So
technically, you
he
did
gave me the
donate.
form. Yeah. Well, so what I did was the box that a set comes in, like every time I'm gonna call it an ETB, which stands for Elite Trainer Box. So when you get one, what I did was I took out, because I was building my set, my binder. So whenever I was just filling the holes of my binder, and then whatever I had that was left over, that would be a double, I just put back into that box. And I left the sleeves in there, I left the dice in there, I left the magazine it comes with so that you can like learn how to play or box all the cards, you know. And so I rebuilt it as if I just bought it, but I only took out a few of the cards. So when I turned in everything, he gave me the form to fill out. He's like, here, you know how much everything costs. And I literally like priced out each item to be like what it would be to resell it, even though as is, what I did to it, technically no collector would have bought that from me. So I essentially turned a $70 item into worthless bulk. However, you gotta be there at the target before all the scalpers get there and the drop and everything in between, and so it's a blurred border of like, how much is it worth now that you took out a couple of the cards and you broke the seal of the plastic? It's like a blurred line.
Yeah. Give me a second. I'll be
Morality,
right back.
it's not worth anything now. Maybe a couple dollars. But I put the whole thing on there.
I'm just curious. Do you have like a connection at that target? I'd imagine you really need a connection for something like that.
The particular targets that are near me started to do scheduled days, so it's just a known thing that they don't sell it until a specific day, and so everyone just lines up before they open, and then you go, and every target's different, depends on the managers, but you just learn how your local targets are. But people from other counties come over once they learn about it, because they're not changing the days, so yeah, I am part of a Discord that's local to me. And if one or two employees that are also into Pokemon work there and are in your Discord, then yeah, you could get inside information. However, it's gotten so bad that they have a specific crew that they'll tell now, and I'm not always part of that. So I'll get there and I'll be like, hey, how did you didn't say anything in the Discord that there was a drop happening or that there was a queue open? Because the one target does a digital queue where you go to guest services and you give them your name and your number, and then they'll call you up, and then you're supposed to have 5 minutes to come up. But it's gotten so bad that you literally have to stick around for hours because they don't give you that 5 minutes anymore. If you're not standing there when they call your name, staring at them, like they'll just move on to the next person. They won't forget about you. Like they'll keep calling you like if you've shown up, but they got way less.
They don't like hold your position. Yeah, that's crazy. I can't even imagine.
But I pulled some good cards from Target. Got all my chase cards. I got the Umbreon, I got 2 Destiny Rivals Mewtwo's, all from the same Target.
Yeah, GG's. That's cool what you're doing with the donation thing. You know, I'm sure kids in their positions don't really look for the Mewtwo's and stuff at that point, you know?
I think yes, and it's definitely it was like such a weird thing for me to think about psychologically. Like for me, I know the value is in the special illustration rares. However, when I was a kid, those didn't really exist. I mean, we had holos. So I'm thinking like, okay, these will go to a certain type of, at least a group, and it's free to them. It's not like I'm trying to resell things that I've picked apart for my own gain, you know. I'm donating it. It's free, and they're not spending any real money to buy them from this foster care thing. So, I feel okay like claiming to the IRS like what I'm going to claim as far as donation goes, but I will, and then I put that donation center into my local Discord, like that does Pokemon. So in case they ever want to do it as well, it's in our neighborhood. But it's yeah, it's pretty cool. Or like even eBay Lives, I go on there sometimes, and people don't always want the bulk, the rip it and ship it types of eBay Lives, and so you know I'll if they can send me the bulk, I'll do the same thing where I'll wrap 100 card counts into paper and then I'll go and donate it once I get a large haul together.
I've never heard of that before. eBay Live? Is that like a new thing?
No, it's pretty old. There's like eBay live auctions where the one that I watch, he's pretty cool. His name's Old School Pokemon, and he has an Instagram too. It's called the same thing. But on eBay, yeah, Old School Pokemon, that's a reputable one that I recommend. They have really great shipping. It's fast. It's only $5, a one-time fee, and then it's every day between two hosts, and they start every auction at $1. And then at the end of their auctions, which usually last 2 hours, they switch to a buy it now where you can buy loose packs or whole boxes of whatever set they have available, and then you can tell them, yeah, rip it on camera or just ship it sealed, and they'll ship it to you sealed. But I've been doing that since like 7 months ago or something like that. That's the only one I buy from as far as that eBay Live goes, though. They start at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, that's cool stuff. I'll check it out. But yeah, like I was saying, for the less fortunate, you know, somebody not in a position that we are, you know, getting something just remotely close to it, I know it probably means a lot to them. You know,
Yeah.
like growing up, we used to do with like my church, we used to go to the orphanage and play like tag football and like do barbecues and shit. And yeah, like the smiles on these kids' faces, like you wouldn't even believe. Like the difference between when we would show up to when we would leave, like they wouldn't even want us to leave.
Aww. Yeah, when I started getting too much bulk, I was like, man, I looked into selling my bulk, and I found where I could do it, and it was like 25 cents per 1,000 cards, something like that. And then you have to pay for priority shipping, you know, at the US Postal Service. You just get that priority box and like pay. But I was like, I have to fill essentially, so I was like, this is stupid. I'm just gonna donate it. And I think, yeah, kids that they don't even get to see, because scalpers are so quick, and the drops and the paid discords and Twitter and everything, like it's too much, and kids and parents can't get it for their kids. So I think I even donated my prismatic SPCs, like the bigger boxes. I had 2 of those. So I opened them for myself, but the boxes are still rad, like to have. So I just put all of the bulk wrapped up in my little soap bars in there, and then plus like 12 ETBs, and just donated it. I have a picture of it. Hold on, because it looks pretty cool. I'm a big fan too of Together We Rise, which is another nonprofit organization, and we helped reunite foster siblings that were separated at birth. and they got to reunite for one day at Disneyland, and you sponsor a couple of children, and you walk with them, throughout the park. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's nice. I never heard of that before. So they just like reunite, like even if there were different families out of state, they just fly them in or something, or is it more like a local?
Yeah. No. Like it was part of my job at the time, and my boss was like, "Hey, are you guys interested in this thing?" And so she paid all the money, and yeah, you're essentially, or she did essentially, like you sponsor the two children, and wherever they are, as long as it's cool with their parents, then you pay for it, or she did, my boss did, and then we went to be their guardians
Yeah,
to
yeah,
walk with them at
like
the park.
caretaker.
So
Oh, that's cool. So you got a nice little Disney trip out of it. It's not bad.
I live pretty close by, so.
Shit, I don't think I've ever been to Disney. Come to think of it.
Oh, you would remember going to the happiest place on earth, I think.
Now we got Hershey Park over here. It's the closest thing we got. It's either that or Six Flags.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's like 7 of those left, I think, of Six Flags.
I'm gonna grab a drink. I'll be right back.
All right, I put a picture of the nonprofit in the bubble chat.
Give me a minute, y'all. We're starting to get some early trick-or-treaters.
$5. $5 more. Stopping this thing. There we go. Is it gonna dump at 400? I know when I hit 300, it dumped like crazy. 397. Oh yeah, it's building. Hello. Cash at 405. Shoot. Just past Monero in the market cap. India in big with Zcash. They love it. Yeah, like that. Dash as well. Dash has been doing good lately. Up 8% for the day. Another privacy token. Under $1 billion market cap.
Damn, just had a little herd of kids come through, man, one after the other. Ever happen to wait until the sun goes down out?
It's dark before you know it. Are there any like homemade haunted mazes made out of people's garages where you're at? I feel like there's not a lot of that going on these days.
You don't really want to go into anybody's house. Yeah.
Man.
There's some neighborhoods though. There's some drive-through neighborhoods where like they basically did the whole, like there's like a cul-de-sac at the end, and they did the whole neighborhood as like a haunted neighborhood type thing. But I don't
Ooh,
think
that's
people
cool.
are letting people in their houses. And who knows? Somebody might be doing it.
I remember going through someone's garage that was made. It like started in the driveway and then it went through their garage and then back out the driveway.
Your parents know you were in some random person's garage on Halloween?
Yeah, my mom like shuttled me around.
Oh.
Maybe. I don't know. Back then,
Maybe.
I could have been a teenager. I remember the last thing I remember dressing up as a teenager was a Victoria's Secret model, and
Oh boy. You walk around lingerie?
That's the last Halloween that they let her leave the house.
Jesus.
I
Like,
remember.
I don't remember too many other
Was it cold?
Halloweens after that.
Ugh. Looking back at it, that's embarrassing.
Must be in California.
Miami, bro. You can't even go out on Halloween with your kids in Miami. Talk about ruining your childhood. You see everything from a slutty SpongeBob. Like you guys have completely destroyed all the childhood memories.
Don't lump me in with them.
No, at least I mean, at least that made sense. Victoria's Secret's supposed to be. Now they take like
Yeah.
cartoon characters. Like I promise you tonight there will be at least 30 slutty Dora the Explorers.
I mean, looking back, I was pretty lazy about it. Like, I should have had wings. I had no wings. I think I was just looking for an excuse to probably show my pink bra. That was probably cost me a whole month's allowance at the time. Stupid.
Was that the Halloween that you ended up in somebody's garage? That's not the right time.
It's hard to remember that far.
This is not the right time. Our Halloweens were always crazy. Like in New York, you had Devil's Night the night before Halloween, like Mischief Night. And then on Halloween, you were just hoping that you didn't get caught for what you did the night before. Just a bunch of eggs and shaving cream and shit, like innocent shit. I mean, like crazy pranks.
Dang.
You guys don't have that? You don't have Mischief Night or Devil's Night on the night before Halloween?
Everyone drives around Mercedes, Land Rovers, Maseratis. And like you're gonna get in huge trouble if you if you throw eggs or bologna on someone's car.
Shit,
That's
better
messed
stay
up.
home. It's not that bad now. It used to be worse. I'm supposed to be going on Halloween. I feel like I just saw my friends for my birthday, and if I get them used to me, then it's like, and I start getting invites again, then I start going out every weekend again. ROI on that is horrible. Just is. Doesn't make any sense anymore.
My girl and I pretty much have ADHD. And if you try to make plans and like go and do the thing and be sociable, it could take a couple days to recover from that.
Recharge the batteries.
Yeah, from like masking and from exerting yourself to people.
Me,
So
yeah, I
it's
already de-risked today. I went heavier into. I sold off some alts, went into ETH and Bitcoin, and I moved my stops. Took all the profit I had on the AI agents that ran.
Be a fun weekend with
Reduce
the
some
old.
exposure.
you did that today, not yesterday?
Not today. I said I was gonna
Or
do it on Halloween. Well, I started yesterday. Yeah, I hear you. I'm sitting in the same position, but I've already moved up my stop, so I don't plan on changing too much as of now. If anything pumps within the next couple hours, maybe I'll shave something off. But I'm pretty much set.
Wasn't it hard to do that based off of the daily charts on a lot of these alts? They're so low.
Yeah, but when Bitcoin goes, if dominance goes the way it's supposed to, then having more money in Bitcoin than having it spread out in the alts and one of them goes and the other one doesn't, right? Makes
Mm.
more sense. And if they all go down, then I'd rather be in Bitcoin.
If Bitcoin theoretically goes up and out of this weekly range, right?
Yeah.
Don't you think alts would at least see a 5% gain?
Yeah, but they won't move right away. Like Bitcoin will move up and start to consolidate, and then Ethereum and alts will sort of do that catch up trade that they do. But when we recover from dips like this, the Bitcoin move tends to be Bitcoin only in the beginning.
Okay, I'm gonna have to watch that.
Yeah, but then I'll
I don't-
rotate. At that point, I'll sell some of the Bitcoin off at the top, and I'll buy some more.
Sounds like one of those oven is hot, need to touch it kind of things for me.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The idea of valuing the Bitcoin value of the coin versus the USD value is an acquired taste. Like, it's not an easy concept to wrap your head around. All right, so CME closed. There, so you guys notice how it's almost as if the CME weekend trap range, specifically like the one that hovers around CME, has been set before CME closes. Right, like CME closed right here. But our weekend range so far, it would be right there. We set 90% of that before CME even closed. Let me I do think that we can sweep to the top side and set our trap longs. I don't love this as trap longs, although chances are, just by the volume profile of it, that that's right. Right, you want the big volume spikes on your traps to show that the large amount of traders got trapped in that. But my gut, right? Not that I trade off my gut often, but my gut says we sweep and come back into this range and set our trap longs at this macro resistance. What are the chances they give us a boring weekend trap? Remember how tight it was last week? We did pop out, right? So it started off tight last week, and then we popped out on Saturday. But we didn't take out the trap longs. Right? It wasn't till Sunday where we had our false move up. And then we put in the top to that false move on Monday, right? Monday is the expiration date for the false move up. We had that stopping volume candle on the 5-minute, right? I set up that fake short live as it was happening with our, stop loss 1 ATR from the invalidation of that stopping volume candle. We had our 3-day retracement, right? And then yesterday we had our midweek reversal. So far, market makers been in control from the beginning to the end. The only bit of shakiness that we saw was market makers' inability to keep price inside of that weekend trap until we took out the longs. Other than that, everything's been perfect. Like, so far, this is a perfect example of the weekend swing. Trap longs, trap shorts, weekend trap, signal the false move by freeing one side, retrace, I put in on Monday, right? So that's our false move up and our 3-day down, midweek reversal on Thursday into our trap long Trap short, weekend trap. And that cycle continues to play out over and over and over and over if market maker is in control. Y'all probably get tired of me repeating the same shit.
No, I was explaining this to my girl. I was like, it's repetition. See, he said that before. Like, it was like last night. But even she watches me watch you so much that she's like, she knows what I'm saying now. So it's helpful for,
Well, that's
you
good.
never
I
know
need someone to
who's
talk to.
listening.
Yeah. No, it's true. But it does at least you can communicate without that like lost look in her eyes, you know, like what?
Her eyes glaze over real quick, but throughout the years it's getting less foggy in there in those eyes. Candles. Explaining candles is, for some reason, to the normies out there, I go, you see this? This is a candle wick. And trying to explain just how a wick is created on a candle. Boy.
We can actually, let's move our W up. We have our right side. Oh, do that. Same invalidation, just a bigger structure, so it doesn't matter to... Usually I would leave the original pattern as the dominant pattern, but it's the same invalidation, so it doesn't matter.
Yesterday you said if it came down deeper, it would be better to the 0.5 or something like that. I don't remember what.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I wanted. I wanted to at least come down to like golden pocket to have a strong sort of base on it, but that's just me
like
being a
107.5.
stickler. Yeah, roughly.
Okay.
The SR flip on the original move, so like 107.8ish. Good enough.
Yeah, I had a pretty good trading day yesterday, and like with my paper money. And I'm trying to practice like, okay, that was a good day. Like you could stop. You can stop for a while actually and just wait for the thing to come to you. So I'm trying to practice that of like letting the moves, the obvious ones, come to me.
There's more money waiting for setups than taking a bunch of like half-ass trades, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
The patience of waiting for the setup, it lets you size heavier, right? Because you're waiting for the specific thing to happen. It takes a while. It finally comes in. You're able to go in with more size at a better risk reward than just like
with way more confidence.
Yeah, but just like peeing into the wind on the like.
I wouldn't know what that's like, but
glorious.
You can tell. I can pee into a hole in the ground pretty well.
Damn, there are more people. Hold on. More kids. Be right back. What's good, gang? I'm here. I'm just running in and out, making sure the neighborhood kids don't completely just empty that bucket of candy.
What kind of candy did you get?
Just a assortment pack. A bunch of chocolate. Shit that I wouldn't mind keeping, like you were saying.
Yeah.
A bunch of Hershey's Kisses and mini Reese's Cups, Snickers, Three Musketeers.
Ugh.
The good stuff.
Heck yeah. I told my girl, I was like, I'm gonna get us some candy corn and Tootsie Rolls and Tootsie Pops, and then we won't eat any of it if we have any left over.
Yeah, my candy has to come in chocolate form. I don't really. I've never been a big like hard candy.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Or sour.
Taffy
sour
is okay.
Shit.
What about taffy?
Sour gummy worms, sour gummy bears. That's my vibe. But that's as far as I'll go down the candy aisle.
Candy, yeah.
But shit, Easter bunnies and eggs, all over.
Ugh. No.
You go to Walmart after
are you
Easter
one of those...
and you buy the 75% off 3-foot solid chocolate bunny that nobody bought.
That's why I don't want to go get candy right now. Like,
candy tomorrow.
You just gnaw on that thing for the next 3 months.
You put in the refrigerator.
Is it hollow?
Nah, the solid ones are the solid ones are the good ones.
Damn, I ain't seen that.
Yeah,
Those
that
taste
shit
different.
lasts forever.
Yeah. You start slobbering all over it. I'm trying to break it down.
You gotta like chop the bunny up into pieces so you have like bunny arms and ears and heads in your freezer.
Yeah. His arm won't break off. I can get some peeps.
Or the Cadbury eggs.
Oh yeah. Walk.
I used to love those things, man. They are so sweet now, though. God.
Yeah, there's some shit that's just too sweet now.
Cadbury
I've
eggs,
already
oh
cut
my
down on
God.
sugar, so if anybody ever stopped eating sugar, when you finally do taste something sweet, it literally tastes salty.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't even taste sweet. It tastes like past sweet to salty.
Well, you have to add salt to sweet things.
Yeah, but
That's
it's
what-
just the way it hit. Too much sweet hits different when you're not used to it.
Yeah.
But
I bought
will
this
fill a bag of
brown
sour gummy
sugar bourbon pecan pie from Whole Foods.
Awesome.
And I haven't drank any booze for over 2.5 years. So, but bourbon was my jam. So I took a bite and I was like, oh, I was like, this straight up tastes like just bourbon. And it was almost gross, but it was still good. It was really weird.
Well, I don't have to buy any candy over here.
You said you fully de-risked into meta, Isna? I mean, there should be a recovery there. Nothing goes in.
Does sideways count as a direction?
Yeah. Or not. Nah, Coke Zero's a good work though. Coke Zero's basically water, bro. I'm just lying to myself because I got. But Coke Zero doesn't break a fast, which is good. Nice, Los. I like American Wagyu when I'm really hungry, right? When I want a big piece of steak. But That Japanese Wagyu is much better, but you can't have too much of it, bro. After like 3 or 4 ounces, you're like, oh. I haven't had anything to eat yet.
What sweetener is in your Coke Zero?
I don't know. I mean, there is arguments that artificial sweeteners will keep your insulin at a higher baseline, but it doesn't spike them. I'm mad that they got rid of the stevia one, the green Coke. You guys ever had that one? That one was really good, and for some reason they discontinued it.
Yeah, that is why I asked what you suspected. Some sweeteners won't do it, some will.
Yeah.
Depends.
Yeah.
Depends what you consider a break of your fast too. Like,
yeah, if I'm in like if I was striving for like ketosis, I wouldn't risk it. But it does help me keep my fast. It's the same with coffee. It's just only so much black coffee you can drink. Damn, y'all are making me hungry in the chat. Yeah, I get this shit delivered once a month called the Chop Box. It just comes with like a bunch of different steak cuts. Just for the grill.
Trick or treat. Treat. Oh, was Mask running?
Halloween.
I didn't look at it.
Hmm.
That's why I brought it up. Does it usually runs every Halloween? I haven't looked at it yet.
It's so simple-minded, but it's crazy. So true though.
It's not doing anything really.
I remember the time Elon said something about pirates and ARG ran. ARG just went parabolic for no reason.
That's it.
All right, it's the 31st. We're supposed to be thinking about something today.
Are we?
Besides crypto wise? De-risk day?
Yeah, what I did.
Okay, I didn't hear anybody talking about it.
Well, we've been talking about it for days now.
Maybe a time for a reminder. As I see some people not doing
That's why they have a little app on these things and you set reminders.
I've answered that question at least 3 times today.
That's why I'm about to go to my trade right here and put a stop loss immediately.
Yeah, various. You can de-risk by being underwater by moving up stop losses, right? Or by consolidating positions. What you're doing is trying to remove as much risk as you can on the table, right? So any leverage positions you can address, any sort of alts that you have that you might want to reconsolidate into stronger positions, right? That's a way to de-risk. Me, what I did specifically was I took profits from virtuals and AI XBT for my AI runs. I took some swings that I was in and I closed them completely and put them back into Bitcoin and Ethereum. And then I moved my Bitcoin and Ethereum stop losses up. Happy Halloween, J-Boy. I'll get you the link. Give me a second.
To do that now. SUI is all the way down to 236.
Appreciate you, Gloomy.
What did you do on it on Sui?
I moved up stops. Sui was on my Sui position isn't completely filled. Most of my next rotation ones, like the top 10, top 20 alts, were literally only about 50% filled. So I've got 50% on the sideline for them, and I moved my stops up a little higher.
Are you I'm wondering, are you below 170? Or are you above 2? Or is it personal information?
What do you mean on Sui?
On Sui, yeah.
Oh,
Roughly, where
give me a
is it?
second, I'll check. Let me get my
Below or above 2? Psychological round number.
Oh no, he's way low, bro. I know he caught that big dump on it.
In April, no? Oh, the
Well,
one
no,
before?
he's been in it for a long time now.
On the 10th.
Yeah, but I think he's been holding for over a year.
Yeah, I've been rotating profits
Okay.
in and out of, yeah. That's why I said like my risk, my risk exposure is just completely different, right? Because of where my entries are and where the hell is Sui?
But Sui's doing good. It's it's above last year's high. April 24 at least.
My stop loss is underneath 800 EMA.
Doesn't help me.
Oh, sorry. Above
I mean,
2.1, below 2.15.
Like it depends on the time frame, right? The 800 EMA.
Yeah. No, you're right. I thought you were looking at the chart.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
No,
I
you're
am
good.
actually, but I was watching on the left screen, wrong screen. Yeah, okay. So you're pretty close to price, right? Like yeah, 15% down, and it means TPing.
Yeah, and
then
that
may
for me
potentially
is what
re-entering, I guess.
for me that's what de-risking is. Because somebody was asking, how do you de-risk a position that you're underwater in? So if you didn't buy this dip, right, and you were just stuck underwater with your position, and you're still like 20% underwater or something, how do you
You sell.
de-risk if you can't take profits? And so you can de-risk by consolidating positions, and you can de-risk by moving your stops.
But when you're in a loss, it means you have no stop, no, because you should already be out of that position since it's a
No,
losing
I mean
one.
people have
But
overnight stop losses. Like if price does this overnight, I don't want to hold this. Right? If it happens to be like some people might say, well, I want mine at 2. If it goes underneath $2, I don't want to deal with Sui. Okay, well, in a situation where we are expecting some liquidity drop, maybe it's a good idea to squeeze up a little bit, give yourself, de-risk,
well,
right? Remove the amount of R that you're gonna lose if it goes down.
But me, the way I did it too on Sui is by selling. You have no choice but to sell a bit.
Sometimes you
I
can,
don't
yeah,
know.
but some people don't want to sell underwater.
But you have to take. Well,
I
it
know,
doesn't make
trust
a
me, I
difference.
know. I don't. It's
It
nothing for me
does
to
not
cut a
make any
position that's
difference
underwater at
whether
all.
you sell a bit now. It doesn't like it's just realizing losses that you'll get back if
It's
price reverses
mental,
on
yeah.
you.
It's
Yeah,
psychological.
like it's okay to. It's better psychologically to take the loss because then you're gonna see your red number be a bit less red. But
I remember during the last bear
it's the same
market.
thing. It doesn't change anything actually. It's the same. In the end, it's the same.
I remember during the last bear market trying to get people to get rid of some of their coins so they can buy lower, and it's like week after week it just kept going lower, and I tried every possible way, like 7, 8 different ways to explain how even if you're underwater and just the whole coin count versus USD value thing. Like if I don't
Like you
take
got
profit, that negative USD value isn't real. As long as I don't take profit, it's not real. How they look at it.
you made it realistic. That's when like Drew and I jumped out. He jumped out at 15-cent Doge and I jumped out at 13, kind of scratching my head going, wait a sec. But then that taught me so much how to properly reaccumulate, and what you can do with these lower averages is simply getting more and more coins each time.
Yeah, it took a while, but it finally.
Now, when you de-risk, you're also less exposed to upside, so it's a loss.
If you
Well,
do
you
it
did.
well, that's why I did it the way I did it. I de-risk in some positions by moving up my stop, but I'm countering that risk to the upside by going heavier into my Ethereum and Bitcoin positions. So the
Like
consolidating, the more riskier positions got consolidated into shorter positions if things move.
What do you suggest I tell a trader friend of mine that, well, she's not even a trader. I guess you'd call her an investor type because she just is that in-betweener where she bought really early on things years ago and has held this entire time, but can barely comprehend the compounding of things and buying the dips. Like we went on a hike and I was trying to explain buying the dip with eucalyptus leaves on the trail. And I was like, when the candles do this, you buy right here, and I'd circle it in the dirt.
It's
And then
hard
see how it
until
goes
you're
up like
forced.
this.
It's hard until you're forced to do it. Most people get it in a situation where they're forced to do it, and then they
That's how
feel
she
all
feels
bad
right now.
about it, and then they do it, and then they're like, "Oh shit, wait, yeah, I have more coins, and as
She
long as
feels
price is
like
gonna continue to
she's
go up,
in an
then
abusive relationship with her money, with crypto, and she just wants to wash her hands of it.
that's the thing too. If
And I'm
she's been
like,
in this early to take
"Mm,
some profits, I mean, some people are happy with
yeah, but now
less.
you've seen the top, and now it's come down from the 10th, and it probably I don't know. I didn't know what to tell her. I was like, well, these are what other people are doing. There could be one last move up,
Don't
but
try,
the
don't try too hard. If she's resistant, don't try too hard because if it doesn't work out, then you know what I mean. It's gonna be your
she'll get mad
fault.
at me.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's how. Once like if I try and I see that they're resistant, they're just not getting. It's like, all right, that's cool. We'll do it like that because last thing I want to do is talk you into something. You know what I mean? Trying to help and then have it not work, and then now I'm the bad guy. Everybody has decisions to make with their own money, you know?
I did say months ago to de-risk by October, but I don't know if she did that. But someone to de-risk isn't like it's not in their thought process anymore to like buy back in. They're just ready like to take their money and
To
come
be
back in a
honest
couple of
with you,
days.
most people haven't even calculated how much they're risking in the first place. You tell them de-risk, it means nothing to them because they never even calculated their risk to get into the trade. They don't know if
That's
it's
true.
a 1 to 3. Or you don't. They don't know how many R's they're risking for their return. They don't haven't
But
given
it's
it too much
100%
thought.
on spot. You're risking, like, the risk is that CE goes to 0 and gets delisted.
No, we're talking about entry risk, like risk to your stop loss versus what you're, how many dollars you're risking to make how many dollars. People don't even know that.
Exactly. She's just seeing dollar value going up and down. She could care less about how many coins she has.
So she's risking 100%. Yeah.
Excuse.
Could literally wake up one morning at 0.
Zusi, do you understand what we're talking about, right? We're talking about risk reward when you're taking a trade,
Yeah.
not total how much you risk in total. We're talking about, you know, yeah.
Well,
Yeah. I
what
don't
he
have to
said was
explain it
right.
to you. You know what I'm talking about.
What Zusi said was right. She is risking 100% of her spot like
Yeah, of
value
course.
in dollars by
Yeah, but she
being in all the
she doesn't know what her risk reward was when she took the trade. So when you tell somebody to
yeah.
de-risk, that you just got to tell her take your money, like take profit. Because to de-risk, you have to understand how much risk you're in the first place. That's an
But she's
advanced
all in.
concept for new people. Lucy, you're being stubborn, bro. We're talking
I'm
about
gonna
different.
guess
We're
she's all in.
talking about
No?
different things. It doesn't matter if she's all in or not. That's not what we mean. We're talking about the risk reward when you jump into a trade. When she jumped into a trade, right? How much was she risking to make how much? She probably didn't even have a TP in mind. Didn't have a stop loss in mind. Didn't have a TP in mind. So you can't tell a person like that to de-risk. You know what I mean? Like that, it doesn't mean anything to them. Is my point.
Oh, come on, it's not that bad. She knew she was taking a risk. She should understand if you tell her to de-risk that it means to sell, no? She knew she took a risk. Like, everybody knows crypto is risky, right?
Yeah.
Most people take the risk as having to pay taxes. So if they actually are in profit, they feel as if they sell it, they're going to owe the taxes. So a lot of times what I'm finding in retail people that bought it a long time ago haven't sold is they simply just don't want to pay taxes on it yet till it hits its high point and they pull it out. I try and explain it to them.
After a
It's
year,
good
yeah,
to pay
but holding
taxes.
longer than a year is opportunity loss. I've got
Exactly,
long-term
that's what I
bags
was
that I
saying.
held over a year, but the second that I hit that year mark and I've locked in those tax benefits, then I'm gonna put that money to work.
But you know what I'm saying? A lot of retail that's actually in profit from a long time ago, that's what they're worried about doing, is having to owe taxes on it. That feeling that they all have. It's weird.
It's a good thing. It means you made money.
Yeah.
I know. It is.
Some people aren't prepared for that shit though. They don't realize that every trade, like you can get yourself into a situation where you owe more in taxes than you made because of your
No.
losses and because you didn't put any tax money to the side. Yeah.
Yeah. If you spent money without
Yeah.
provisioning for taxes, yeah, that's a problem. Yeah.
If it keeps going the way it is till the end of the year, I'm not going to owe a dime on taxes this year. I'm not proud of that, but it's a good case scenario for me.
Definitely
I
pay
mean,
your
the problem
tax.
I have if I don't want to pay taxes is I need to stay in depegging stable coins. So
Hey,
I'm gonna
welcome
pay
to my
taxes
club.
one way or another.
That's one hell of a toss up.
So it's
Damn.
either I pay the tax, I have safety, or I don't, and then I need to stay in stable coins because you get taxed only when you move to fiat in France. So if
Yeah.
I stay in stable coins, there's no taxable event.
Yeah,
Man,
but
that's
scary is I
great.
only
But
trade in USD. Every
but
single one of my trades are a taxable event.
Mana, yeah. Not getting that ATH for Ethereum means that chances are we won't see a ATH on Ethereum until after the 7th. Which means that the next rotation for the alts is gonna have to wait another week. Unless we get some sort of influx, some sort of good news. We could revisit the bottom of the range again at 106. There's nothing stopping us from doing that yet. I mean, if we have a false move down this weekend, we'll take out those shorts. Right? That's all it would take. Our last 3
banks,
weekends in a row have been false moves up, though. I mean, I guess probability-wise, we're probably due for a false move down.
banks own a lot of housing, right? So in case something bad
Yeah.
happens during the bear, you might end up having both USDC and USDT depeg at the same time. Not only one, like happened when you had the banking crisis in 22.
They're too big to fail.
USDT and USDC?
Yeah, they will get, if anybody is going to get a bailout, immediate bailout, it would be them. The amount of bonds that they hold.
Yeah, but
The sell-off
if you
that
don't,
we would have on bonds, if they had to sell off bonds to repeg, they had a big repeg and they had to get rid of that shit would decimate the bond market if they both had to do it at the same time.
yeah, but do you see for crypto the potential avoidance of a bear market thanks to stablecoins depegging? That could happen?
Avoidance of a bear market? Like, what do you mean?
But it would pump.
What would pump?
Bitcoin. Well, that happens. It would just pump. Huh?
I guess, I mean, people that didn't want to go out, there'd be people who would run to safety in Bitcoin, and there'd be people who would take
Yep.
their money straight to the bank.
But no, banks are going bankrupt at that moment because housing is also going bankrupt.
Oh, okay. If we're going to take the banks out and stables, then yeah, Bitcoin and gold would go absolutely insane.
Yeah. It's like the only scenario where you could avoid a bear market, I guess. It's that it's so bad that gold and Bitcoin actually pump.
And then it would
not
still be a
down.
bear market for everything else. Just gold and Bitcoin would super cycle or whatever.
Yeah.
So complete economic collapse, and then we pump. All right, let's do it.
But it's the point of Bitcoin, right? It got created in 2008 to avoid that. So it's gonna leave the information of the previous cycle in the next one. Well, the 18-year cycle, the housing cycle, right? Like we're not when that reset happens on legacy, it shouldn't happen on crypto as much, right?
Yeah, I mean that's gonna be the interesting thing for me as like a analyst going into this next bull market is, we're at the end of the cycle that created us, right? The real estate cycle, out of the ashes of that is where Bitcoin was born, and we're now about to cycle that again, right? So Bitcoin's never had to perform under the downtrend. It was born at the bottom out of the ashes once everything has crashed, right? But it wasn't around during the actual collapse. So it'd be interesting to see how it reacts.
Maybe it'll fail to do that and it'll be at zero.
Or if housing fails and equities are going down, maybe it does become that flight to safety that it was intended to. Super interesting shit though. I mean, nerve-wracking because our money's involved, but just on a
the most likely is that it also goes down with everything else, right?
Yeah.
But maybe not. We know that when banks go bankrupt, it doesn't go down because it was close to a low. Depends when it happens, right? Like you'd need all of this to happen at the bottom of a bear market, not here.
For me, the only sort of silver lining to it is that we'll be finding out what happens during a bear market. So if it's bad, cool. Now, the one possibility that I haven't heard anybody talk about, but I think is not a big probability, but it is a possibility worth mentioning. Bitcoin doesn't recover during the second leg of the fall of real estate, right? So this next bull market either gets muted or we just go into like a prolonged bear market until housing actually bottoms. But that's a very low probability. But it's possible. We have no idea because we haven't gone through it, right? We don't know if these 4-year cycles were meant to just encapsulate the 18.6-year cycle, right? The first year after the first year of Bitcoin, or the first cycle for Bitcoin, was way longer. It's the only super cycle we've ever had was the first one. What if the last one also super cycles? Right? But instead of extended bull years, we got extended bear years going into the bottom. And then we have an explosive super cycle to start the 18.6-year real estate cycle the way we did the first time. There's just so many ifs, bro. There's literally no way to quantify it. We're just going to have to be here, experience it, observe it, and detail it because nobody can tell you what's going to happen because nobody's been through it. That shit is exciting to me.
And housing does not have to crash next year, especially with rates coming down.
It can be, yeah.
There will be a soft
landing. The tops can be a couple of years off. It's an 18.6-year cycle, so it's not. You can't pinpoint it as well as You
No,
can with crypto.
no, but it doesn't have to be as harsh as 2008.
Oh, it won't.
There's
No, no,
been
no.
some,
Listen, when I tell you it's
you know,
going down, I don't think it's gonna be a 2008 style. That was completely different. But what I am saying is that 2008, it was just real estate, right? We have a multi-sigma bubble now where it's real estate, equities, commodities to an extent, right? Everything is, it's like an everything bubble. To take, Al's phrasing.
I feel like people are more debt than now than anything. People have put more money on credit
The
cards.
debt cycle, everything's in a bubble right now.
Yeah, so many parts to the pieces of that puzzle compared to what happened in 2006, 2008.
I think what's more likely to happen is that Bitcoin shines as a flight to safety when everything's on fire. Not during our bear market, but when it's time for Bitcoin to go, right? And the powers that be throw Bitcoin back on its cycle and everything else is still looking like shit. It would seem like the easy bet at that point, especially if we get a good deep retracement for Bitcoin. Bitcoin gets anywhere near the 50s or the 40s or something like that, and people have a fresh memory of it being at 130, 140, 150. There's gonna be a influx.
Yeah,
in my
but
opinion. I'll
you
be
need
buying
money
it.
to
I
do
don't care
that,
what
and
anybody else is doing. Which is why we've got to get this shit right. Which is why I've been saying for the last 3 years that this bull market is so important. Because this bull market's gonna determine whether you have money to take advantage of the shit when when everything goes to shit. Everybody else is panicking and everybody else is freaking out. Will you be able to capitalize on it?
if housing is going down, people overall, it's where they have most of their money. It's in housing, so
yeah, a lot of people's
won't be
feeling
really able
of wealth
to
comes
buy.
from, even if it's not liquid, right? People count that as their net worth, and when you feel rich, you spend differently. With your 401k going down, which already freaks people out, and now your housing value is going down. We're not even talking about people that are
And then you're
trading.
like, gonna buy Bitcoin, yeah.
We're not even talking about people that are trading. We're talking about people who are just looking at their retirement. And so, yeah, that's going to freak a lot of people out. And those people at this point are already over leveraged or in debt.
Because of the high interest rates and all, right? Yeah.
And because if you look at the debt bubble, it's crazy. Like, people are putting everything on cards. The buy now, pay later economy that we got going right now. And the pay later,
Yeah, that
they're
means
comfortable.
regulation.
They're comfortable to do it because they look at their 401k and their 401k is flying. Oh shit! Look, it looks like I might actually have enough to retire. Like, this is looking better than it has in a long time. They're looking at their housing value. Their housing value is going up. Right? They're spending tomorrow's money today.
Well, remove 30% all of that because inflation is there. By the time you retire.
The economy runs on credit, but the economy runs on people's ability to repay their credit. Right? The creation of debt is the creation of money, but it doesn't become money until repayment. Which is why global liquidity contracts. Or unless somebody sells your debt to somebody else and then they can monetize that without you repaying it, which is how the banks get into that shit in the first place.
But it'll be solved with rates at 0 again, like last time.
Yeah, I expect rates to be to 0. The question is, will they go hardcore QE? It's all going to depend on Trump's new guy. If Trump's new guy comes in with a point to prove, and I'm pretty sure there's a list of things Trump expects, which by hearing him talk is like, and free money. He's a businessman at the end of the day, right? Tell you one thing, the last time we were in a free money environment,
A country is not a business, it's a...
He's only got 2 years left. He's gonna be a businessman for the rest of his life. He's gotta make it through
Our
these.
country is a business.
Can't even get reelected, so.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, United States
Running
is a
country is
corporation.
a business, maybe, but a country is not a business.
We're definitely a business. We are definitely a business.
Every major company is incorporated.
A country allows businesses to thrive or to exert or to exist.
Yeah, but the
he
country
can make a law
itself
tomorrow
is a
to nationalize a company.
There's a lot of talk of one of my favorite sort of tin hat conspiracies is the United States government nationalizing MicroStrategy instead of buying for the Bitcoin reserve. You just take it.
That would double the reserve, no?
Yeah.
Roughly.
And it would make you the most by Bitcoin standards, you'd be by far the most powerful country in one swift move. And you only have to piss off one company. You only have to, piss off one set of shareholders.
So Germany isn't going to play that game, right? Which other country is playing that? Like, who followed Trump in that as a strategic fund? Did France do the same stuff? No.
I'm not sure. That's your people. You gotta find out.
I think nobody did, no? Or no?
No, there were other strategic reserves that were opened up. Russia has a strategic reserve. China obviously has their strategic reserve. That doesn't have to be announced. China was probably the first to have a Bitcoin.
Nothing official, though, no? I mean, not like we know they, well, yeah. Well. You said that's for next cycle anyway.
I think so, yeah. And North Korea has a strategic Ethereum reserve fully funded by the Lazarus Group.
Yeah, and it's big.
It's massive.
It's really big. It's like 10% of each supply. No, I forgot. 2%. I don't know, but it's really huge. It's all by BTC, so.
Korea just looks at everybody trying to get their coin up and laughs. They're like, you guys doing it the hard way. 1 or 2 hacks every couple years, you'd be good.
You know, that hack could still explain ETH's underperformance even years afterwards, no?
Mm-hmm. It's scary. It's a cloud. That is a cloud over ETH's head. What happens if they just decide to liquidate?
They sold already.
They haven't. We can see the wallets.
Really?
The wallets, yeah, it's not hidden. There's thousands of them, right? But we know where they are. The one thing that stands out about Lazarus Group over other hackers is they've never sold a single currency that they bought. Or that they bought, you hear me? That they hacked. That's why they call it the strategic reserve.
But it's even worse. So we went to 1400 without even that news having
yeah, the fear of it. When I found out, when they said it was Lazarus Group, that's when I kind of chilled. When I hear it's them, I don't worry about a sell-off. One day that's gonna come back and bite me because eventually, obviously, they're doing this for money, right? So North Korea is gonna get into a war. They're gonna need some nukes from Russia. Bam, ETH sold.
You don't need to sell it to actually use it, no?
Nah, they could be getting staking for it. I haven't kept up with it. For all we know, that shit's sitting and staking, getting money off of decentralized yield. You know how many nodes they can run with that much Ethereum?
The SBR's Bitcoin is also stolen Bitcoin, no? From criminal activity mainly, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if we really want to dig into that,
Like it's all stolen.
Think about
when we
this
already
last.
did
So
it.
look at this last seizure, right? That guy that was running the pig butchering, scam. Basically, what they do is they fatten up, like a confidence scam, right? They get some rich guy, they fatten him up, they make some money with him, they fatten him up till he's ready to make a big sort of deal, and then boom, they butcher him, right? They get the pig fat and they butcher him. Anyways, this guy's been on the run. Nobody can find him. The feds don't have him. They didn't make a deal. He didn't give them his seed phrase, yet they got into his cold wallet and took his Bitcoin. Anyways, my point is that Bitcoin was added to the strategic reserve. And I'm like, okay, cool. But didn't he just scam a bunch of people? And we know who those people are because those people have put reports against this guy on scamming. Right? It's the chain, so we can follow their wallet addresses to his wallet eventually and figure out how much everybody lost. Isn't that not our money? Like, what do you mean we put it in the strategic reserve? If I had lost a couple Bitcoin to this guy and I find out that the government just got all the Bitcoin out of his wallet, I'm expecting a phone call, an email, something telling me, hey, we got you back your funds or a percentage of your funds or something. I want to turn on the news and hear that my Bitcoin is now part of the United States Strategic Reserve that's not going to be sold for 30 years. I don't quite understand how that works.
But because they got sent to prison and there's been court judgments where it got seized, right? That
He's still on the
Bitcoin.
the guy's still on the run.
Oh,
he's still at large. But either way, I mean, we do it with other shit, right? If there's somebody has a huge crime ring, made a bunch of money, you know, they don't go back and find the people. They just seize the money and use it. But with crypto, it's different because if you wanted to, you could run it back and figure out exactly how much everybody lost and who it was and when it was. And like, we have the technology, you can do that.
Yeah, but you don't know why the money moved, right? You don't know if it was to buy drugs or if it was something legit. You just know that money moved from A to B, but you don't know why it
Exactly
moved.
what I would say if I wanted to keep the money too. I'd be like, look, we don't, you know.
Yeah, we know you sent money, but why?
Yeah.
What did you buy? What service did you provide?
Most of the time
Can you write?
on these pig butchering scams, it is something like that, right? Like the deal that they're offering you is something sketchy that you shouldn't be doing anyways. So when you get caught or you get robbed, they don't tend to report it, right? They don't tend to go to the authorities. They're already trying to do something they weren't supposed to be doing anyway.
Was it when that boat got stuck in the Panama Canal or the Suez Canal? At one point, there was a lot of FUD around Bitcoin, and they were like ransoming in Bitcoin boats somewhere.
The pirates, the pirates, because
Yeah,
all of the boats were stacked up. It's not FUD. It's just that's the easiest way to get paid.
I think it was FUD because a lot of ransoming is
really
also done in dollars, right? In fiat paper money.
Trying to paint it as Bitcoin is criminal because they used it is the fun
Yeah.
part. But I don't doubt that they were doing it in Bitcoin because I mean it's just.
Then you can lock the wallet out. No, exchanges would just not allow to that guy to off ramp. What is he gonna do with his Bitcoin if he can't sell it after that?
Peer to peer. I'm guessing in Somalia you're probably doing peer to peer.
Oh yeah, right. With that much money?
Once you have it out, you have it out. You know, so they have a plan for what they're gonna do with it later. But it's better than
especially
it's better than waiting around for somebody to show up with a big suitcase full of money that you just asked for.
Now it's worth 5 times more, right?
MEXC needs to be arrested. 14% on USDC. They are tripping.
Yeah, no, but wait, no, it's the same on Bybit. You're gonna think you're getting crazy APYs, but there's caps. Like these are on small amounts. You're not getting 14% on large amounts.
Anything bigger than what you're getting on bonds, in my opinion, is sketchy and the government is going to raise their eyebrows like, excuse me?
It's just to marketing stuff to attract people, and when you get into it, you're gonna notice there's a cap. Like you're gonna get that APY only on the first $200 or something like that. Maybe it's 1,000 on Maxi. I don't know, but that's it. Yeah. So you're not getting that crazy APY on stable coins. Now it depends on market conditions, though. Sometimes you get crazy APY on stable coins. It just doesn't last very that long.
Can you imagine getting 20% on a stable coin in the bear market? You just throw all of your shit in a stable for 20. Oh wait, they tried that already. Luna.
We had 25% on USDT not a while ago.
Luna
But it
and
didn't
Celsius.
last for months, so it's temporary. It's when there's just too many people buying crypto that they need dollars. So they're like, please, can you stay in stablecoin? I'll give you some.
Zcash is just trucking along.
APY on coins that are in demand tends to increase. When everybody wants dollars to go long on Bitcoin, APY increases on USDT.
You were trading Zcash on the 4-hour chart with the scalp indicator. You got in at $49, $50. Still been riding this thing up. Daily would have got you in at $40. Zcash was definitely not on my radar at all at those times, though. You got to be watching shit to catch shit. I know a lot of Zcash guys, though, that have been hardcore Zcash when Zcash wasn't doing shit. They must be loving life right now, like the silver guys. This seemed to be the year for that, right? XRP got, they got a little bit of feel good from all the shit they went through. Cardano got to feel good. Silver guys got to feel good. Zcash guys are on top of the world.
Straight up, probably straight down eventually.
I mean, I've been saying that since $150. I've been saying that since we cleared this volume gap. I was like, oh yeah, that's just this is where it ends.
Roughly golden pocket, no, that area. Have to hold down, move on the left. Yeah. But no, it's nice to see coins perform and manage to go in price discovery. Congrats to Zcash.
Oh yeah.
It's a rare species.
Yep. Can't spend too much time questioning these things, man. That's what people are buying. That's what people are buying.
As long as it's above the previous all-time high on the left, it's going.
Crazy thing too is that people are like, yeah, my coin hasn't moved. My coin hasn't moved. This is 1 month's candle.
Yeah.
When things go, they tend to go in a hurry. Unfortunately, we're not in a 2021 style where every alt did that at the same time for the most part.
It's even more impulsive than 2021.
Because it's concentrated. When something does move, it's absorbing everything. All the speculative funds are being like hyper focused, you know what I mean? As soon as something catches a buzz, everybody's like, okay, that's the next trade, let's go.
And all you need to catch a buzz is one whale to buy it up at lows, so it starts, no?
Yeah.
Mike was unplugged. I thought you guys were just ignoring me.
Are you starting to feel some sort of way?
Yeah. Well, it came unplugged. I need a new arm. I'm ordering one tonight. I've just been looking and looking, trying to find the right. I just gotta pick one and that's it. I look up every spec.
Get
Every
that Elgato low profile one. That's the one I have. Do you
That's
need
what
you? Yeah.
I'm getting a low profile. I need a low profile one because the way I have my monitors now with the vertical, I cannot use this arm. It doesn't reach from the other end, and vertical would. I was gonna get one at first, but this one was on sale.
So
you have the Elgato?
Yeah, the Elgato low profile one. I think there's only one. They only have one.
Yeah. I must have looked at 1,000 of them in the last.
Black Friday, there was if you wait for Black Friday, there's
To be honest, I don't think it'll be much though. Something you want, you wait till Black Friday, and
it's pretty cheap
actually not
anyways.
cheaper.
Yeah, Black Friday's for shit that you don't want. That you're like, okay, fine.
Stuff,
I'll get this.
stuff they never sell. Like a lot of LED lights, stuff like fans and stuff like that will be cheap. Computer fans. I gotta get some memory for my computer too. Shoot.
A state of emergency in Jersey for what?
Uh-oh.
Drones again? Oh, my bad. I'm not supposed to talk about the drones.
Oh boy.
Okay, I talked to my friend that I was talking about earlier, about like when to de-risk. And she basically doesn't understand like what she thinks, that she just sees one balance in her app, right? She doesn't remember how much money she invested and then what part is profit. So when she pulls it out, she doesn't know if she's taking profit out or if she's taking out her investment money, like as if it were separated. And I was like, oh no, they don't separate. You just have to know what your cost average is. So explaining cost average and
You don't know how much money she invested with?
she just doesn't know. She's just been buying a long time. And so I was like, I think you need to take the time to like really look at your app and like see when, like look at your transaction history and see what date you were buying. And I said the thing with these apps is that they've oversimplified buying crypto. So they've made it really easy to just link your debit card and your bank account and you just buy whenever you think about it. And you've been doing that for years. And so I don't think she really recalls how much money she's actually put into it. So like you were saying, she doesn't know.
Yeah.
So she took money out and rolled it into stocks instead. And I was like, oof. I was like, market's really hot right now.
See, when you start, you're gonna go to just good luck. I hope everything works out for you. That's how I end that conversation.
She said I explained it to the best of my ability. I was just like, well, I mean, you could ask me like what if you really, the thing is that she says her brain shuts down when she tries to like go in there and figure all that stuff out. It's like a border of overwhelmment and like you just forget it. The money's in there and you take it out. So it's like that's just whole nother part of retail trading mentality, is that, or investor is that, yeah, they just want to buy it and forget it. And I don't want to know about any of the other stuff. It's just too overwhelming. I got all this other stuff I got to think about.
Oh, DJ, that makes sense. Yeah, because of the food stamp thing. When you declare a state of emergency in the state, it opens up funds. Right, it's something that has to happen officially before you can access certain funds. So they're probably going to have some sort of state-run food programs to subsidize the federal. That would make sense. Gonna keep the people happy. Midterms are coming up. crazy. This shit's gonna hit 6618 like now. We're gonna have to redraw fib extensions here, yo. How do you even draw on? Alright.
Even that looks straight up. Boing.
Alright, so the yellow would be our new fib levels once we've gotten through our full fib extension from our original breakout. I'm not gonna cover it too much in here, but Zcash has made it possible to, and it won't take too much digging for you to find it if you want to look into it, but you shouldn't. But Zcash has made it very convenient and very fast to make your money disappear. And I think that we are going to see a lot of inflow before tax season. You know what I mean?
So wait, Zcash is pumping because they need the coin to make their money disappear?
Just look into it. Nah, you don't ever get too much Zcash news. You don't ever get too much Monero news. It's very hush hush.
A lot of exchanges banned these coins.
Yeah. Dude, just to stay away from problems with the government because of money laundering issues. The government can't.
But it's actually the government pumping it now, no?
Well, usually a reaction one way or the other, yeah.
It's the profits from the taco trades. Could you hide stock market profits with Zcash?
You can turn anything into Zcash and make it proof. Problem is, if again, I'm not gonna turn this into a clinic on how to do this properly. Let's just say
it could be Russian oligarchs.
It can't be an afterthought, right? You would have had to set up everything from the beginning with the intention to do that. This just made it easier. Those of you who've been here for a while are probably settling in for a boring weekend trap here.
It's not on Bybit. We have the monthly close in half an hour. That's not boring. It's depressing.
ZEC isn't on Bybit, you said?
What's the ticker? I just typed Zcash. Couldn't find it.
ZEC.
ZEC? Of course it's on Bybit, but not on spot. You only have it on derivatives. Yeah, there's only a perp around it, no spot. Yeah, because it's probably banned on spot.
Coinbase has it on spot.
Oh, then it's not bad. I'm saying bullshit. Because Coinbase wouldn't. They don't have XMR, right?
Is it XMR?
No, CEC. He's talking about Monero. Does Coinbase have Monero?
No.
No. Yeah. Good. Same idea. I don't know.
But
Like,
this is it's just a short squeeze on that Zach. No?
most exchanges have that. It's been doing this. A short squeeze lasts a month, man.
Yeah, it's been going.
Hold on, hold
for a
on,
while.
hold on. Just give me 1 second. Let me get back to the chart.
Well, yeah, it can last a month. Yeah, look how long GME lasted. No, it's because I noticed the funding rates. Like after this much pump, people are still not bullish on it. So
This is demand getting absolutely the upper hand on supply.
Did you say people aren't bullish on it?
No, they're not.
A lot of people are. They're calling for some crazy.
It's heavily
numbers.
shorted.
We look at
It's-
M2, guys. Real quick. Remember we double topped off that lower high yesterday. We got a nice drop today. This doesn't come in till later, but it adds to my conviction of being out by the end of the year, or heavily de-risking. Right? This was a heavy de-risk. This was a light de-risk. This is going to be the ultimate DCA out for me. And then from this point forward, like I've been saying, from this point forward, I'm a trader.
Well, you know, if you look
Nothing
at
but
it
trades.
if you look at it with zero delay, it's timing the top of the cycle, you know? Like it should, not with 3 months delay.
You put it on
right
zero
side,
delay, we wouldn't have had the 17 signals we've had for the past 3 months because we would have missed them all.
I just want to say real quick.
That would have been other ones.
Month 20. My average cost on Zcash is $21.09.
Nice.
And it's up 1.8,000%.
On spot.
Yeah, on spot. And like, dude, I mean, that's my craziest bag for sure. And that's like, I don't know. It's all free now.
Great.
Like, I still feel like I have a bunch left, and it's all free.
Was it enough to make a difference, or you feel the FOMO of like, should have put more?
No. Well, a little bit, yeah, but at the same time, it was when I bought it, it was in price discovery to the downside, so I couldn't be too forceful with it. I had to have, use some risk management. But
good job, bro.
I was like, dude, I'm like, it's at all-time low. I'm like, it's either gonna recover from here or it's gonna keep going down. And like, in which case, like, it'll eventually find a floor. I'm like, I don't think it's going away though. And when it made a new all-time, I was like, all right, I'm buying it. And I just started buying it for a while, maybe a few months, and I held what I got. And I was like, okay, like, because I'm glad that I got that. It's like, I would prefer my coins to do a really crazy performance, like one after another, because then I can focus on just that one and be like, all right, I'm gonna sell here. All right, I'll take more here. I'll take more here. And then if another coin does it, after that, it's like, okay, I could be like, all right, now I do the same thing with this one and do them one after another. So I kind of like that Zcash did this, and hopefully something else does in my portfolio does it, in a few weeks or a month or whatever.
Yeah, that's the key word, right? In your portfolio, being able to get on that narrative.
Hey, Dbloc is
But yeah, I did take some profits. I had to.
Oh yeah, and I hope your stop is way up into profits.
$20, damn.
I mean, no, I don't do that for spot because of stuff that like October 10th, like what happened then. I don't do it specifically because
What
of
if
that, 'cause I
October
would've
10th
lost my
happened
coins.
and that was the top though?
I
You know what I mean?
there's
there's probably
Or
a lower high, I'd sell at the dead cat bounce.
Yeah.
I need a
Somebody was
platform
trying
where I
to
can
ask
drag my
something.
stop loss.
Yeah, I was honestly gonna ask. So with the quantitative easing,
Hmm.
well, is that a big enough deal affect M2?
Yeah, of course, because we would be injecting, but the quantitative easing doesn't start the second the quantitative tightening stops. Right, that's another announcement. So we've got the end of quantitative tightening on the 1st. Now we have to wait to the next FOMC meeting and say if he says anything about quantitative easing. If not, we push it forward to another FOMC meeting, and that's what we'll be watching for, right? For when they announce that they're actually going to start purchasing assets again. But they're in real time right now buying bonds. And that 20 billion that they're going to take out, that they're going to stop from the quantitative tightening, that immediately is going to go into the bond market, I would assume. So we've been in a pseudo. Remember, I told you guys a while that we were already in a pseudo sort of QE because of that 882 in the Treasury General's account that they had to spend.
I
Right.
remember you saying that several times.
Yeah. So that already got dumped out. Right. So after they spent the Treasury General's account, they had to go to the reverse repo. So they've completely drained the reverse repo. Right. So now the Treasury General's account got filled up with the money from the reverse repo. Treasury General's account's back up at 882. Reverse repo is empty. So we have to print at this point. Like, it's time to go. It's time to start spending money. If we don't, the only problem that I could see happening is if we pause or the Fed does something that Trump doesn't like and Trump starts to dump out that TGA again, then that's going to sort of push forward quantitative easing. Because when the Treasury General's account is empty, that's like your main account. That's like the country's main account, right? Like if it was your family, that's like your main where your funds come from. Once that's empty, that's the first thing that gets refilled before anything else. So that's why we had that liquidity drain on some of the higher risk assets, because once that 882 billion was spent, they had to refill it. So it's like a weird balancing act that they do, that they juggle with. It's like one hand feeds the other between bank deposits, Treasury General's account, and the reverse repo. And the money just circulates. Little.
I didn't understand a thing, Dbloc. It's too complex terms.
It's just.
But thanks for explaining.
I'm like, damn, I thought I was the only one.
There's a reason. There's a reason for
my
that.
point.
There's a reason for that. They don't want you to understand this shit.
Yeah, okay. I trust that you understand it, but for me, the most likely here is we know already at which price point quantitative
Look, the government's
easing and rates are at zero.
the government's
When you see-
money. The government's money, when it's sitting in bank deposits, it's all about access, right? When it's sitting in bank deposits, citizens have access to it. Banks have access to lend and create sort of wealth and stimulate like that, right? When it's in the TG or when it's in the reverse repo, that's like the emergency account, right? That's only touched when bank deposits are low and the TGA is low.
But you do not need any emergency account until Bitcoin is at 50K, until SPY is at 5,000, until Nasdaq is at...
I'm not talking about any of that. I'm talking about the government assets. I'm not talking about any of that. What I'm talking about
they need to
is
replenish those reserves to start quantitative easing.
They have to replenish those reserves before any money goes anywhere else. It's a liquidity suck that happens when the TGA has to be refilled. And that affects risk assets because it just affects money, period.
Also, they'll create the dip by replenishing that reserve.
It's already been replenished. That's what we just went through. It's already filled back up to 882. What I'm saying is if we take too long to go into quantitative easing, Trump might get creative and start spending out of that account again. And if they drain that account again, then we have to have another liquidity suck to refill the TGA. That's my point. Right. That's what we want to avoid. We don't want that. We want the Fed to start printing so that TGA can stay filled.
Well, maybe the debt issue forces them to print, but in the charts, there's not a single reason to print anything yet.
Nah, this is all business. We're gonna get the secondary risk assets get the secondary effect from it all. It's all about money stimulation.
if there's another 10% down on housing, then there's a need to print. If we get back below the previous all-time highs, there's a need to print. If we just touch the daily on the 200 daily, there's maybe start need to print. But right now, pause. Right? He's just gonna pause for a year. The quantitative tightening is going to be paused.
There could be
there's
a
not going to be easing before we dump enough.
there could be a pause. Like, let me show you a little bit.
Unless there's a crisis where he will immediately start quantitative easing, but if there's no crisis,
you mean like a massive recession? You mean like that?
No, nothing really massive. A 20% pullback. Well, yeah, a 20% pullback. Yeah.
So this is the balance sheet here. This is the Fed balance sheet. Let me. WACL, is that in?
Powell said it too, right? There's growth.
So just think of it. This is how. Take this off the chart. And let me put this. So when this blue line is going up, the Fed is adding to their balance sheet, right? It means they're buying assets, they're buying bonds, they're buying equities, they're buying real estate, they're buying. Right? When you go through these flat pauses, this is when quantitative easing ends and quantitative tightening hasn't begun yet, right? In these flats, and you get that downtrend. This was a long flat that we had. Technically, we were in quantitative tightening here, but it was basically like delta neutral until the end of our cycle, which gave us our bear market. And when that stopped, we went through COVID, and then boom. This year, or this season, has been just a straight drop, right? They've done nothing but just pull liquidity out. So we're waiting for that to turn around. Now, can we go into a long sort of prolonged session like this where we're not tightening or easing? Yeah. Technically, have we ever done it? No. If you notice, on uptrends, we've gone sideways, right? But on quantitative tightening, when that stops, we tend to pivot, right? Quantitative tightening stops, pivot.
Because it's only emergencies that make them pivot quickly, right?
Which is why people say that they see something coming, because you don't announce the end of QT unless you at least
if
have
you don't
some.
see yeah. Well, yeah. Well, he said it. He said end of cycle. What else do we need? He literally said it many times. He said, and he used the word end of cycle. So yeah, he's expecting a dip to buy. Yeah, and so he stopped selling because, well, he thinks the top is in, and he'll wait a year to buy back to create the next cycle.
Yeah. So
because
our
if the Fed
job
doesn't buy, there's no cycle next time around.
Our job as risk asset traders is to understand what part of that monetary cycle the Fed happens to be in, because that affects how cheap money is and how available money is, right? What moves markets is the price of money and the supply. How much is
He
there?
said ample liquidity.
Is it?
During the meeting, he said ample liquidity. I remember that. There's ample liquidity in the markets. Like, there's enough. I don't know what it means, but it's like I removed a lot, but there's still a good level. I guess he means don't worry, you can exit, you won't get too much slippage.
Now, what he said that was interesting is that we're still comfortable with the tools that we have. In other words, he kept reassuring that if things get bad, they still have room to operate. In other words, I didn't cut 50 now, but that means that if something bad happens between here and the next meeting, then I still have the possibility to cut 50 if I need to. Right, we can go harder if we need to, if the data shows that we need to.
We said when the EGA was low.
What's that?
He was pretty adamant though that the 25% isn't guaranteed.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think he was comfortable with how the market had priced in that cut already. Because you got to remember, right? These cuts are supposed to have an effect, right? That's why they do them. But if it gets priced in, then for him to have an effect, he's got to cut 50. If he doesn't want to cut 50, the only other option is to bring down the expectations of that 2.5.
Right. It kind of felt like that was what he was doing.
Yeah, he's like, it's emotional regulation, bro. He's just trying to keep everybody from. But you got to understand, like during the bull market when he was screaming, slow down, slow down, slow down. We threw a 3-year party, bro. We went absolutely crazy. We just ignored it. You know, it's usually like don't fight the Fed, right? We completely ignored the Fed and just kept on,
Because they were
you
like,
know, kept
because
on
he lied.
trucking.
We
No, I
felt like
mean
he
when
lied to
they
us.
were trying to slow things down. But yeah, people lost some
Nobody
faith in the
believed when
Fed.
he said inflation is transitory. People didn't believe it. I mean, I didn't. I don't know about other people, but I really didn't believe him.
I guess when you're
As soon as I
90
heard inflation, I'm
transitory,
like, okay, we're back in the 90s, you know, in the 1980s.
I guess when you're
90s.
90 transitory is like 10 years.
Then yeah, yeah. Well, a decade of high inflation. Yeah. It's been 6 years now. 5.
Zeusy, you don't have
7.
any trick or treaters
Lost
over
track.
there?
Trick or
People
what?
don't trick. For Halloween, you guys don't celebrate Halloween. People don't come to the
Nobody
house for
came to my house.
candies. Or,
No, nobody came. But it used to happen, but it's been a few years that nobody came. There are some children close by, but I guess they didn't. I have candies in case, but this time.
just got a wild pack of children. Like 2 of them.
Let's do the same stuff this time too. Let's not listen to Powell. Make a new all-time high. Then eventually we'll have to listen to him, no? Well, he will not cut because we pump too much again. And yeah, if we are higher in December meeting, he probably won't cut, no? Unless unemployment goes really bad. But looks like we're gonna avoid that bearish monthly engulfing. There's still 15 minutes, but maybe the challenge is to close above beginning of year, because you know on the 1st of January, Bitcoin's candle was at 109 something. Well, exactly where current price is, currently 109,630. Yeah. We're at the yearly open. Not yearly open, sorry. We're at January's wick. What is the highest point of the previous pump that ended in a correction of 30% down. The candle body of this month is exactly at the highest high, the previous all-time high, basically. Maybe that's the challenge, close above it, not below it. We are above by $50, something like that. It's just to not get bored while the monthly candle closes. I'm looking
How
for
long do we have?
challenges. 15 minutes.
So looking at the macro real quick before we go all the way up to the monthly, we were talking about our daily range yesterday. We had that conversation about when we get up to the top of the range, if we come back down, are you going to be as earth shattered as you were before now that you know that we're ranging finally? That weekly candle so far looks nice, right? Remember what we wanted to do was wick into that box but close above. So far we'll have a higher weekly close, right, in the next 2 days if it stays like this. So on the weekly, nothing to worry about. On the daily, nothing to worry about. On the monthly, we're existing within the body of this last candle, right? Haven't broke the highs, haven't broke the lows. Really just indecision. Monthly is probably the nastiest of all of them just because of the top wicks. Right? But even on the monthly, until we break these levels, there's nothing to worry about.
Well, a little bit, no, because indecision monthly candle at highs,
Well, it's consolidated at this point at the fourth candle, and like I said, without putting in new highs or new lows, then price is just consolidating, right?
we had
Like,
a decision in November 2021 too.
You're
we had
literally wedging
indecision
out here.
Yeah, but it's a volatile candle, right? A bit expanding, and
It's the essence, the quintessential freaking indecision. It's literally in a symmetrical
momentum
on the
loss, and now
monthly.
indecision, right?
But that's what we're trying to figure out on the smaller time frame. Right? That's exactly what we're trying to build out. Going to stay out of those ranges, keep any closes from underneath the bottom, which would give us monthly candles underneath, you know, the wedge that we just looked at. And on the
Oh, a
daily,
symmetrical triangle. Cool.
and
It's
on the
there.
daily, we've been, you know, time-wise, right? We're not going to be here too long, obviously. Because time-wise, we're going to make a decision here one way or the other. Hold on, let me do something. Well, I'll do that later. But I just have to keep revisiting this every day because the bears are really loud on Twitter. You gave them some fruits? Oh shit, GG's, bro. You're gonna have to be washing egg off of your house all day tomorrow. I don't know if you got badass kids in your neighborhood like I've got in my neighborhood, but
Yo, I'm seeing tons of USDC transfers.
so I'm gonna eat when my food gets here, and then we'll get into our spooky Halloween edition. So we can have a little fun. I gotta figure out what time this Halloween party starts. I might just skip it, I'll be completely honest with you. Were they good kids though? Did they say thank you or did they look at you crazy? Just trying to imagine their reaction when you handed them an apple and an orange. That's probably a good way to keep kids from knocking on the door, though, because they're gonna tell all the other kids, like, "Hey, that third house on the left, don't even bother." I think you might have figured out a little cheat code there, bro. That's great. Yeah, man, keep them healthy. And I'll be right back. My Uber Eats guys outside.
October has officially been renamed to Redtober. No more Octobers.
Which is why we'll likely have a green October next year. You know, reversal trading is also true for those facts. You know, when you can reverse price, you can also reverse psychology. You know, there was a lot of saying that October would be green, right? Maybe too much. Maybe it's just coincidence. Statistically, October is still more green than red. But this year, we closed at the previous all-time high. And it looks like some bots decided to sell 20 Bitcoin at the monthly close.
It's all that USDC, man. I don't know if you heard it last night, but anytime if you follow the account Whale Alert, when there's massive amounts of USDC being moved, it's always a dumping coming. Versus if USDT is being moved, there's a pumping coming.
Interesting. I wonder why.
I think they just use USDC to short and USDT to long. Whoever's doing these moves, it's been happening for the last 5 weeks. And it's like almost like it's not even like a small amount. Like if you go to Whale Alert, there was probably about 700 million USDC moved in the last like 20 minutes.
There's one thing that would make sense. I had that impression too a few times, so that's why I refer to it again, I guess. It feels like it's old money exiting. It's like the sales we're seeing, October. I don't know why. I feel like it's very old Bitcoin getting sold. No, nothing new. But I have absolutely no proof of it. You know, it's just feels like it. And if it's the case, that don't forget that USDC did not even exist when we longed. Like at bear market bottom, USDC didn't take, well, it existed maybe, but nobody was trading in USDC. You didn't have USDC on exchanges. So it would make sense, right, if people who bought in USDT are taking profit in USDT, and that's why you would see USDT. If it's really old trades exiting, I mean cycle players exiting, well, they bought with USDT. They didn't buy with USDC because there was no USDC 3 years ago. I mean, it was very small, even if it existed, but I think there was just not. It came after, no? Well, it depegged around March 23. There was USDC, but it was really a small cap back then. Like, it was, people were trading in USDT, not in USDC. Wait, actually, it would be the opposite. Then no, USDT would dump and USDC would pump. All right, never mind. No. Since you sell a long, you dump. 10 backs with both, right? Oh no, well. USDE, Bitcoin, ETH. I have no clue, crypto big. That's probably a fundamental reason why you would feel USDC moves dump while USDT moves pump. Isn't USDC more American used while USDT is more Asian used? And with an incoming end of cycle in America, but a beginning of a bull run in Asia, that would make sense too, right? If Asians use more USDT, then they're buying here, so USDT pumps when you see whale alerts on USDT. And Americans are more like getting the hell out because their market's pumped like hell. So they're more like taking profit in USDT and you're seeing that money move. Yeah. Just there could be a geographic explanation. You can use both even if you're in China, no?
Like another one just came through. Another 500 million was just transferred. Unknown wallet to unknown wallet. And another one. 300 million.
Out of the way.
Well,
should be here tomorrow.
so it's more volatile than typical whale alerts right now?
Yeah, but I mean, this amount of money, it's pretty big. It's almost like $1 billion was just transferred.
Doesn't that happen every day, though?
Maybe not in large chunks like this, though. And this frequent.
All right, so then it's about the monthly close, right? They saw bit of an indecision candle, and they decided to do what? Well, to move money around. Maybe to take a short so we can squeeze them in December, November, well, eventually. Maybe they're just getting ready to buy a dip after thinking that it's gonna go down. Or maybe they need, who knows? Maybe it's just to get ready to absorb a sell pressure that would come from people. Like, how does it help to monitor those trades? But it's not trades that it would help if it was a trade.
That was another transfer. Transfer coming in heavy.
And another one. They're about to nuke us or pump us.
Does it does it tell you which exchange to know if it's more like American or Asian?
No,
Because
this last one was like 30 seconds ago. It just says 500 million USDC from unknown wallet to unknown wallet.
because sentiment wise, if it's an American exchange, maybe there's a bit of higher probability of a sell. And maybe there's a higher probability of a buy if it's an Asian one, or maybe I'm completely wrong and it's exactly the opposite. But yeah, there could be a way to try and I probably can try to figure out if it's more likely to be a buy or sell. Yeah.
I thought we were getting a little bit close to 60% on dominance there. How's everybody doing? What are we thinking? If we really look at this sucker, happy Halloween. But volume has really dipped down here. We're just riding below the 200. Plugged up above it, tapped off the 800, came back down below the 50. Retested, scared people out. Now we're hanging out on Halloween. Everybody's got their awesome lanterns and all their pumpkins that they carved, and all the kids are passed out and have candies in their teeth. But tonight is the start of November. And I'm wondering if we really zoom out and look at it on a higher time frame, got a lot of liquidity sitting just below us, quickly below us, and a lot of it sitting pretty mediocre sitting above us. All those shorts that think they're on top of this market and figured this sucker out. And then you got all these people in their longs that just got wrecked, that are in their longs, let alone the people that got liquidated in their futures longs. But all I see is a big old thingy sitting in front of us of liquidations upon expectations, upon quick changes in emotional structure. A lot of people change quickly. But you know what I'm trying to say? It's just a weird structural change that's coming quickly. Government still isn't open yet. I just think there's so many cards sitting on the table, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And it's tough because we don't know which hands we'd like to play. It's like there's so many games being played, but we're all got like cards on the table, and we're like, wait, am I playing poker? Am I playing blackjack? And it's like, wait, what? Each and every week is a different game that keeps getting shuffled to us. As regular traders, as regular retail, regular people that are dependent on snap structures and other things. Just there's a lot of cards being put up on that table and done on purpose, and nobody knows what game is being told, and it's like an unfair table that the big guys are throwing to the rest of the crowd. I'm not trying to be lit. I'm not trying to be crazy, you guys. I'm just trying to sit here trying to scratch my head and how long is this BS gonna attempt to last before like everybody stands up and says, let's make a move this way? I'm tired of all you guys, big guys and small guys and people fighting in between it all. If we really like to stand up as a people across the United States of America, we could do it pretty easily and pretty quickly and pretty properly. But for what we would really like to stand up for together. And that's what I think would be really neat. I'll just put down our BS and our swords and gas masks and all this, everything, and focus on what really needs to be paid attention to across the whole structure of it. Big guys will pay attention. Don't expect to take money out of their pockets because they have too many billions. Come on. But I think if we collectively and structurally come together with an understanding like Americans used to have before this digital age of craziness, appreciate every neighbor we have, appreciate Halloween and all the little kids coming up to the door, It's the best. Now you can't even appreciate your neighbor, or they yell at you, or you, man, oh man. Come on, America. Let's do it again. I think you're right, Craze. ETH needs to get back up in that channel. Let's go. And you guys got to remember, the only reason I come out on here and talk and say hello and because I'm excited about stuff. I'm probably more underwater than all you guys. I hold more coins than all y'all. But it's weird. It sounds. I'm still proud to do it. I'm still proud to be here. Still proud to be holding my chin up every day. You know. So hope everybody else doing the same. It's pretty tough in sometimes and expectations and people get liquid. I've never been liquidated. Except for the one time, like, I think like weeks or something gave me like $25. I put in a futures Doge trade that was like 25x and I got liquidated in 15 minutes. I was like, oh, there goes my $25 free weeks something. That was like a couple years ago. And none of our friends got us to sign up for that thing. But other than that, I don't know. November, here we come. I think that a lot of things are talked about at Thanksgiving. So like we're all expecting things start ripping up all the way through like mid-November. Everything starts seeing what markets are really doing. Say like S&P and NASDAQ start falling, a lot of that starts coming over and getting shifted over to like a Bitcoin. Maybe gold starts coming down from its 40 trillion. It's like, oh, where's that going? Oh, like it's going to Bitcoin. It goes into like news and media, and everybody's like, wait, why is everybody buying Bitcoin with their gold now? Like, you know what I mean? I just see something coming out and wording and an ideology in the sense that they got a trick that we haven't had a retail FOMO Saturday Night Live Doge incentive on any sort of front on regular retail that's never entered the market. Now, I think that we should really be patiently waiting for something and or anything like that. If not, I think that it's not quite going to happen where everybody gets into the market. How many more people are going to come into this market unless they're given more money by the feds or something? Or a stimulus check or a bonus or, you know what I'm saying? It's just kind of weird. There's no methodology. It's not being accepted at a grocery store or a gas station yet. I think once these simple compliant avenues are made, that's when the eruption is going to happen. But I mean, we waited for years, guys. It's almost 2026, and we still can't use it. We can't accept it. Nobody's doing nothing. You got one ETF for a Bitcoin, guys. It's almost 2026. I expected this at the end of 2024 to quickly evolve, especially when Trump came into office, right? So we got to take it into perspective where we're actually at, what we're doing, and our true expectations out of time frames from now. Last cycle, we were sitting here talking about how people are going to give up on the dollar and go all to crypto, and this is how it's going to do it. And this is when everybody were literally didn't know what to do. People were refinancing their homes, and And the smart people were selling. I guess what I'm always trying to say in many ways, shapes, and forms, or ask in many ways, shapes, or forms, is what do you guys truly see coming? What do we truly see sitting in front of us? And what boat do we see coming in or out of the harbor at certain times? We have to watch when those big guys are moving in and out of the harbor. We're on our small little boats and our vessels and all of our little things. Sure, we're all like a cool community. We got to watch when those big guys are starting to come in or out of the harbor with a big old freight on them. I don't know an easier way to explain it. But we haven't seen any big moves on any of the big vessels yet. So that's why we're all still sitting out here tapping, fishing, running out of bait. Got to go in because it's getting dark out. You know, there's a lot of scenarios where it's just like a fishing harbor. But at that fishing harbor, you're a guy just fishing off the dock, and you're just watching these massive Alaskan king crab boats go out, and you get 1 or 2 crab a night off the dock. You can trap 1 or 2, put a good old thing, and they'll come right in there. Be a nice one, like those guys are getting like thousands of them out on their boat. But you gotta understand when and where they're all going out for, where the moon's at, a lot of structures in the entire part of it. I mean, well, I always mumble at you guys across the world. You know me. Joe Dirt means well. I don't know, Leo. Those crabs could come pick at you. You never know. Or you can go out and get them. You can trap 1 or 2. You ever had an Alaskan king crab where the thing is like 3-4 plates wide, like enormous? It's the craziest thing. I only could eat half of it. Like, and I was trying the hardest I could possibly do. I only ate like half side of its legs. Took me an hour and like a half to like pull it all apart and crack all the thingies. But if you really ask me, I think butter is what the world spins on. Like its axis, you know, how you sit at like 23.5 degrees. Butter is what makes the world go round. I'm just kidding, but I hope you understand. Butter goes good on everything, bro. It's like putting a pan for like some eggs or something. I don't know. Look at a piece of toast. You're gonna put a piece of toast in a toaster and eat it with nothing on there. You put butter on that, you'd be smashing those half. You know what I'm saying? Those little you put it on there and you cut it in half. Oh my! But it's got to be real butter, none of this margarine stuff and other things. And just give me some butter, cause the only part about it is if they give you butter and it's freezing cold and you put it on your hot bread and it's like too cold that doesn't melt and you can't spread it. It's the worst. But anyways, first world problems.
I'm all in. Let's go.
What up, Drew?
Spooky.
What are you wookieing on it? Let's go.
Got a big bag of Solana and a big bag of Valor.
Solana.
Valor, whatever you want to call it.
Well, either way, Drew. Happy Halloween, bud. Let's get spooky.
Happy Halloween, brother.
But I really am. I've been waiting all day for a spooky Drew, like a real one. But nothing's been spooky, man. This thing's been dragging sideways, no volume. You know what I'm saying? Cuz
I think it's time for us to pump.
push it, Drew. Let's go. What made you jump? What made you jump into Solana? What are you thinking? Just been dragging sideways, man. This thing has
Just
been
it got flooded.
honestly,
A lot of people were very upset. It got flooded, even though they rang the bells in the Wall Street and everything, and they're hanging.
cause
I just think it's a
cause
delayed
you looking at
reaction.
Because you looking on a higher time frame, or you looking at something smaller? I'm just saying on a higher time frame of what Solana's actually truly done. Are you looking at a higher time frame or a smaller time frame? Why you jumped
Well,
in the
higher
puddle?
time frame. It's right now. It's sketch on a higher time frame. Like this
Why'd
is
you jump in the
damn.
puddle? I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, because I'm looking for a quickie, if you know what I mean.
I see a lot of potential in Solana, dude. It hasn't made a move above its all-time, even above 300, dude. As weird as it sounds, I think this thing has potential. After like what Dbloc says, after like Bitcoin goes up to its higher part.
Oh yeah, for sure, dude. I think the
Oh, for
rotation is going to
sure.
be like
I thinking. What are you
just
thinking
like
for
good
all-time
luck to
highs on
CP.
Solana? We got it. We have 15
Um,
seconds to say it. You got. I'm gonna put up an all-time.
$800.
I was gonna
I'm
say
gonna say
775. Mine was
800
775.
bucks.
775. That's where I'm happy to take profit.
But it might take a while to get there, you know.
Drew, we're actually a lot closer than I thought. I thought he's gonna be like 440 or something. I don't know, like or like $2,000. I don't know. We were way closer than I actually thought. You said 800 and I'm 775 straight up. Cause
But that's
I
like
just
still
think
ultra. That's like I mean, so where we're sitting right now. I mean, that's we're gonna
a
have to have a
lot
nice
of communities are built on Solana. Like what we've always been watching. Look at XRP and the billions that flow into it and this and that. What up, D-Block? Zoom on in on that, Tucker.
Let's say like a 3x at least, because that's a little bit. Let's say 600 to 700 to be conservative.
Either way, do you want to sell your ETH up at 8? Or are you happy to start selling it at 6?
I don't have any ETH right now.
Well, it's a weird one. I'm just saying it's the same pickle. It's the same boat we're riding. It's one of those things where your expectations, or I just wish we could get better at dragging a stop loss behind where it's actually at. When it's ripping on that day, I wish I could literally just take my line and drag that sucker up right behind it.
Just get it. I'm telling you could, man. Just get a robot and get a like crypto hopper
But
and do a
I
trailing
want
stop
the
loss on
robot to be
Coinbase.
me. I
Yeah,
can't
it
do the
is.
robot.
Just hook
I
it up,
can't
dude.
trust
Hook
that
it up.
shit.
Listen to me. You hook it up to Coin. The robot's not doing anything. You're automating it. You're telling it to do a trailing stop loss. That's it.
I'm
It's not like
asking
trading for you.
Coinbase to give it.
Well, no, you just tell Coinbase. You give Coinbase the key, and Coinbase has permit. It gives the bot
What up,
permission
D-Block?
to do stuff
That
on there,
face
but
mask is
it's
pretty
not
good.
giving you. You're not going to give that bot permission to transfer funds out of your Coinbase account.
I'm kind of wondering if you know what I'm kind of mumbling at you.
It just sounds like, a lot of people think it's complicated when you say bot, but, there's bots that aren't that complex. Like you can just do
I'm
a trailing
nervous
stop loss.
about bots in the
That's not even a bot though.
true.
Trailing stop loss isn't even really a bot, even though it's like on Crypto Hopper, and Crypto Hopper is like a bot application. A trailing stop loss
What
function is like
platform or
most
application
platforms outside of
applies
the
it to
United
my
States,
account? I don't
most
trust those
platforms have that.
applications or platforms
Coinbase
applying
doesn't.
those numbers. Where on Coinbase can we do that, Drew?
No, I'm saying I just told you Coinbase doesn't have that. You have to do it yourself via Coinbase by
And
hooking up a key through
that's
your
kind of what I'm
API.
saying. That's my overall goal. I'm not trying to do it
Well,
anywhere
it's
else
easy.
but
Listen to me here.
just
Listen to me. All you do
me being an
is
old guy
Joe,
bitching about it
get
that I can't do it this
dude,
way.
just do a trailing stop loss on your Coinbase via Crypto Hopper. Easy as pie.
I'm just nervous because if I set it up, what am I going to do it? Am I gonna do it all at one time?
You
Red
don't have to
button.
give
Oh no.
no. I mean, you don't have to. You'll see. You can give it access to only one folder, like one crypto. You don't have to give it access to your whole portfolio. Throw
Multiple,
something
or
in
I
whatever,
could
like
I
one of
could
your
set up
bags.
the
Just
multiple stages or phases
no,
and frequencies
well,
of things I'm
the
focusing
way
on.
it's set up, there's on the paid version, there's some subdivisions you can do, but basically just go on one crypto and give it access to that crypto. It's not going to trade any other cryptos for you. It's not going to have any kind of permission to transfer funds. It's just going to have permissions to buy and sell.
Well, thank
Except
you
if
for
it
the
gets
info.
hacked.
Dbloc is back. I'm gonna stop talking. Happy Halloween, everybody. Let's hear what Dbloc's got to say. He's back with the mask, cuz. But really though, thank you so much. I'm gonna look into it, Drew, because I really should. I should do more research into it.
Yeah, man, it's not. I thought it was complicated too till I tried it, and it was actually pretty easy.
Happy Halloween, everybody. What do you got, Dbloc?
Likewise, man.
Hey, what was that called again?
Crypto Hopper.
Roger that. Thank you, sir.
It's on Coinbase that you choose to give only the rate on a certain coin, right? Or is it on Crypto Hopper?
It's no, on the see the thing is the permissions you give are pretty blanket permissions for Coinbase. So you're just going to tell Coinbase whether it
Okay.
has
So you
permission to
delegate the
transfer or
security
not
to that
transfer or
third
to buy and sell.
party.
Drew, is it able to
Yeah,
do
you
it
have to.
from my trading platform? Because I have a
It's not
Coinbase
gonna
account where it has
Coinbase.
my wallet, right? And then I mean,
It's
I don't want
the
it to trade it
centralized.
from my Coinbase account, or I'm
That's
doing
how it
daily
happens. The
trades.
same. Well, look, the same way
That's why I'm
people hook up
nervous.
their tax. If you ever hooked up a coin, like a coin tracker or something like that, like to do your taxes, that's the same way they do it. You hook it up to your Coinbase account, but of course, it's got to be a reputable company. I mean, Crypto Hopper's like up there. It's in the top 10, you know?
The difference is you only give it read permission on Coinbase, right? You're not gonna give it
No, you have
write
to give it buy
permission.
and sell permission. You have to give it buy and sell
That's what
permission
I'm
otherwise.
scared of, is having to give it buy and sell permission
But
across
what's
the
it gonna
entire
do? It's
board.
not
Oh, you
gonna buy
create an
and sell it
account
just for
with
Oh,
that
it's
fun.
gonna
But if
buy
you
and
can't
sell all
transfer,
this stuff
you're not.
on a
And
flick
you
of
guys
his
do not know how to
fist.
listen. You guys love stepping over people. Listen, all you do is you give it permission to buy and sell. It cannot transfer funds out of your account.
All right.
What's it gonna
I
do? Is
guess
it
I
gonna
don't
be
have
like,
enough balls.
let me just pump and dump some coins and lose my credibility as one of the best bots out there? You know, Crypto
Can
Hopper's
we
up there.
can we change the settings on the bot scenario? Can we always pick
Dude,
and choose on which
how
way
about
it
you
goes?
go check it out? Yeah, you can do so many
All right,
things
yeah.
on it. Check it out.
Thanks so much for the seriously. Thank you so much
Yeah,
for
man.
like the info, because it's kind of something like I'm interested in. Like, instead of moving all these darn stop losses, if I could have a little smart little guy always plugging away at it on the
Dude, I told
algorithms
you,
that I expect it to do, we'll see
yeah,
what it
man.
does.
You can
I'll
have
do some
like
research.
you have a global sell button. Like you can sell all your positions at once.
Or piece it or part of the pie.
Coinbase.
Is what you know me, Drew. You know me.
Coinbase should still implement that feature to make it easy for
Well,
traders.
there's a feature if you
We
have a
have a
security breach, you can do like a panic close account, sell everything and close. It's gonna freeze everything, I think, and change everything
So
to
instead of sell
stable.
everything, could I do it for like a 25% instead of sell everything? Could I, you
Yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah,
Could I
you can
just
set it.
simply set it for
Of
like
course,
something like
of
that for
course.
ratios at
Yep,
these certain
yeah.
points or something, you know what I mean?
The
So
sky's
it
the
helps
limit
me
with it.
stabilize and do it across the board, so I can't always structurally move those things with all as many darn coins as I have. So I think it'd be really helpful too. I'll look into it. Like,
Yeah,
now that I understand it's a dynamic and you actually can like dig into it, I'll put some research. Thank you so much.
yeah. And there's a free version too. That's actually you can do a lot of stuff with the free version.
What do you got, Dbloc? Let's go. Two hundos squeezing in there. 8 hundos pulling down. What you feeling?
Yeah, with Solana, man. Because there's gonna be some battles.
I give you credit. You probably jumped in at actually a decent point, bro. Less than $200. You good. You good, cuz.
BNB
Yeah, I
versus
just
Solana.
don't look at the Bitcoin pair too much on Sol.
BNB, they're stepping up to the plate. I got to give it to them. Like a lot of the Binance Smart Chain stuff. But I still think the Solana ecosystem is more robust, like kind of heavy crypto. The Smart Chain, and the Binance BNB stuff, there's like all that,
See,
maybe
I
coin
don't even
market
call it
cap.
Binance. Call it CZ BNB. It shouldn't be called Binance. Just like
What
CZ
if I call it?
BNB he's up to something good.
I'm gonna call it CCP.
You know what I'm saying though? Because that's what's really behind it. He has motivations, he has accelerations, he has ideologies
Well,
behind
we
his
don't know
back.
what's really behind it because everyone tried to find out, but CZ won't give up the governance structure.
It's the CZ BNB, cuz.
Nah, there's someone behind him, dude. He's like, I mean, he's running it, but there's
It's
somebody
him.
behind him.
It's
Yeah,
literally
it's
him.
not just him.
We say
No.
market makers, we say this and that. He's a market maker. He is
Well, yeah, I mean,
the
of
platforms.
course. I mean, he's big enough to be considered a market maker, of course.
He's worth trillions of dollars almost. If you look at it in a digital sense, it's weird. Over
His
time,
tweets move markets too. Sometimes opposite, sometimes for. But I've seen him call some bad tweets. I've seen him do some good tweets. I think they're all strategic, even his bad tweets, and he probably knows some of them were like might not turn out the way he was saying it, but he did it
his
all for his
fingies are
project.
out there. His radars are out there. He's listening and learning and detecting, but also moving this market where it's going.
Spooky.
Finally, happy Halloween, everybody. It came out. Drew did it. I was
I'm
waiting
gonna
all
go
day
crack
for
a
that
beer.
sucker. I
I'm
was
gonna get
waiting all
lit.
day for that one right there, cuz
11. That's 11.
that's the
11.
only treat if I could pick that one out of like this my favorite neighbors treat thing, bro, that was the one.
Make a wish.
Spooky.
11. 11. I'm gonna go crack
Let's
a
go.
brew. I'll be right back.
Let's go. Dbloc, it's your time to shine.
I guess that's $700 sold. Wow. $100x from bear market bottom on Sol. Uh, 50% better than Bitcoin is doable on Sol, but more than that right now, I don't know. So you would need Bitcoin to double for Solana to quadruple and reach $800. That puts your, well, with that idea of 50%, it would put Bitcoin's bull market up at 240, somewhere there. And Solana would outperform by 50% during that up move on Bitcoin, and it would reach 800. Well, I mean, it's possible. Maybe though, maybe watching Zcash makes us a bit too bullish on other alts right now. I'm gonna stop watching that chart.
This year Halloween fell on the weekend. I'm dirty. I sent out some letters for Devil's Night. Oh, my Doge Dracula story. For Doshu, Dracula has been put in the coffin and he is resting right now. But yes, Devil's Fish, I remember. But Count Dracula, he shall be back. He's not with us right now. About to step into November. Bullish. We got wrecked in Rectember. I mean, not all of us. I admit it. I got wrecked in Rectember. WLFI.
I'm
But I still
still
believe
getting
in
wrecked.
WLFI. Even though WLFI wrecked me, I still believe in it. Because I don't think it was WLFI that wrecked me. It was the market. You know, oh, it's got slaughtered on 1010. But was someone saying something when I was saying something? Because I didn't hear it.
I was saying we're
Okay.
all getting wrecked, dude. I'm still getting
Oh,
wrecked.
yeah.
How's it looking now though? Is it popping up a little bit?
WLFI is trying to
Like
stabilize
at the
right now. I
moment,
mean,
like
yeah, I don't
currently.
see a macro reversal just yet, but micro, you know, it's popping off a little bit, but Nothing yet to write home about. But I do believe in it, and I'm all for the USD1 ecosystem.
Yeah, Mog's starting to come back to life. It's kicking. Let's see.
Yo, I'm telling you, man, Mog screwed up, and they knew they were going to screw up, and they put up a short. So what they did, and this is just my theory, you know, my hypothesis, is the gang, they needed some extra cheddar, you know, because they felt some things were popping off. They needed to allocate some funds. They're like, what can we do that's ultra bearish without really, you know, looking that bad? But it made them look pretty bad, but not that bad, like in a tech tokenomic sense. What they did, they got the Dogecoin thousandaire or whatever, millionaire, whatever they call him, and they put some Mog glasses on him and said, "You have been mogged," or something like something corny, but it was just a really tasteless post. Like nobody's feeling homeboy, you know what I'm saying? Like he's yesteryear, and dude, he got roasted. I mean, that post got roasted, and it dropped a
When
lot
was
right
that?
after that post. That was about, from my recollection, it was probably about 3 weeks, maybe a month ago, or 2.5, 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
That's just my theory. And from there, it got wrecked a little bit because it was already on the records 10-10, and then that happened, and people were like, "No, not now!" Oh, because I don't think Homeboy was ever like repping Mog or anything like that. So I don't know if they were doing it to troll or what they wanted the outcome to be. My theory is they actually wanted to short, so they did it to short real quick because they knew
Bro,
things were dropping anyways.
I was gonna say at this point, I just want everything to recover back from the 10th, man. We have never. I mean, we almost made it to the 50, I think, and then yeah,
Slaughterhouse, man, total slaughterhouse. To me, another part of my theory, I mean, the slaughterhouse, of course, there's a chain reaction, but I don't know, man. If I had to put my money
Big
in, like,
buys. Let's
who's
go.
the
Where we
main,
going, Dbloc? We got this
yeah,
big
we do
gap
got some
between
big
these
buys,
little
yeah, we got some big
structures here.
buys.
What are we thinking?
But my theory would be
Let's
that
go.
that CZ was a main catalyst of what really went down. Like, and same thing happened with SPF in different scenario, but CZ was a catalyst for that too.
Look at
And
all these things.
traders,
Look at Bitcoin itself. We kidding? They all have stories.
traders
They
too
all have virtues. They
overall.
all have BS behind their numbers and everything. Let's be
CZ had
real
to
about
pay
it.
for that pardon.
CZ kept it real.
Yeah,
CZ
he
was
did something.
playing
I think.
Pong, dude.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to, you know, get a lot of money with Binance US, and they're doing some kind of not backdoor partnerships, but you can tell Binance US and, you know, the US are trying to really
CZ
getting
took
gear
it from
together.
ping
So,
pong. He took it from ping pong all the way up to like tennis. You know what I mean? Where you start like really pushing big things across that net and doing it properly with millions of people watching it. It's a big
I mean,
difference.
if he was doing it properly, he wouldn't have went to jail. But you know,
CZ
it's a
made
different
this
story.
sucker into a nice, proper sport, if you will.
I mean, I don't know if it's proper. I mean, maybe for
You
him.
see what I'm saying? There's guidelines, there's limitations, but there also is like huge touchdowns. But then there is like things where there's a huge fumble turnover, and then they run it back for a touchdown as well. And CC's in full and complete compliance with it, but he's got his fingers all over it.
Yo, Joe, you gotta chill with talking over people, bro.
I apologize. I'm just trying to get out what I'm trying to say, but I
Too
don't
late
mean.
to apologize.
A
All
little
right,
bit
I'll
rude,
shut
brother.
up then. All
You're
right,
good. I'm gonna go
cool.
grab a drink though. I'll catch you guys in a bit.
Choose book. But you know what I'm mumbling. I'm not trying to be crazy, but you really see what I'm attempting to say here. CZ is like he's like the PGA, bro. You think you're gonna play on the PGA? They got limitations, they got structures, they got this. But again, he's a good player out there too, man. He's like the Tiger Woods of this sucker. Want to go out and
Well, we
compete
need
against
someone
it?
to blame.
Get out on his field.
Well, Zusi, not someone to blame, but just saying I'm always looking for a catalyst. And what if I had to choose what would be the main catalyst? When I would say who was like the action. Like, you know how it takes this one little movement of molecule to just like break ice or whatever, like shatter glass and everything just shatters. That
he's the
pinpoint
big
would be
guy behind
CZ
it.
in my opinion. Yo, Joe, you
It's
gotta chill.
he the big guy behind it.
Not necessarily behind it, but like his actions caused the chain reaction. Like, I'm not saying like, oh, the boogeyman, you
Alright.
know, but just like some of his actions at the right or wrong time
Let me
caused
say it this
very
way: instead of
big
being
chain
behind it,
reactions.
he's the guy in front of it.
Could be. I mean, I don't want to say it like it's definitive. I don't want to slander the guy or anything, but that's like, you know, my opinion is that that could be a probable theory.
It's getting closer to realizing CZ's the market maker, cause
He's the market taker, yo.
even better said.
A big up to the makers, a diss to the takers. But I'm a
To the
market taker. I
breakers.
can't front because I do a lot of market buys. So when you do market buys, you're taking, you know, you're a taker, not a maker. So most of the time, I mean, I'd say since 2022, I've been a taker.
Either way, we're larger, higher volume traders. Like we move
Pause. Hold
things
on.
in and out, make little flicks here and there.
I got to pause on
Again,
that too, though.
we just like an eyelash in the bushes because of this enormous structure.
Eyelash in the bushes. That's interesting. I've never heard that.
It's kind of, think about it. You're just like an eyelash that fell off of like your top of your eye. You're not just like a regular hair, but it's like a special hair. But you're like in the bushes of this massive structure that you're comparing it to. Like, go ahead. You think you can blow the wind? You're just an eyelash in it. But it's what you see. It's where that wind blows it. It's what that eyelash has already seen come by it.
I mean, that
It's pure
eyelash could get you in trouble. Imagine if that eyelash blows into a scene of the crime and all of a sudden they check some DNA and they see your eyelash there because it blew
Because
in the
what if
wind
it's
and all of
worse
a
and just
sudden,
blows? What if it blows into your eye and gets stuck in your eye? I hate getting an eyelash
and all of a
stuck in my
sudden you
eye,
become
bro.
the main suspect because your eyelash, the
I
DNA
could
of your
care
eyelash
less.
was
If it
found
gets
at the
stuck in
scene of
my
a
eye,
crime.
it's even worse.
And you can't prove otherwise because you didn't even think of the wind blowing your eyelash there, but they're like, he was there. His eyelash was there.
I'm an honest person. I have nothing to hide. I just don't want it to blow into my eye. You know what I mean?
Right.
Eyelashes, they can do their thing. I'm glad you understood my analogy or interpretation, but I'll stop. Hope everybody has a good night. Love you guys.
Thanks.
I'll stop, Susie. Good night.
I thought of that though sometimes. I'd be on
Good
my
night to you
balcony.
too.
It's like a windy balcony by the sea. And, you know, and I'll just sit there and I had long hair at the time and I'll just like kind of run my fingers through my hair and I'll have like a handful of hair that I'll just like let go in the wind. I'm like, I wonder where my hair goes because it would blow far because it was really windy. But then at the same time, I'm like, yo, what if it gets like in a, you know, crime scene and all of a sudden I'm like a main suspect? I gotta chill with this, letting my hair everywhere.
There's many things you could look at other than that in life. If you're up on a balcony, there's many other things you should be looking at than your hair floating down to be involved in a crime. So just appreciate every step in the stage that we go through of every day and don't over exuberate expectations of every day. Just appreciate every day we're darn here. How many days you got left?
I wanna know what love is.
So, like I said, good
What
night.
did it show me?
Good night, guys.
Good night,
Love
Joe.
I need to
with
go
all my
sleep
heart.
too. Damn.
Love is
Hey, in the
the air.
meantime, Bitcoin is attacking a bit of a sell wall that got put here. We're at 110 and all. Those USDC moving was to sell and buy and sell and buy. I don't know what's happening, but
Man,
if someone
Bitcoin's
else,
gonna hang out. Bitcoin's gonna get nice and comfy at these areas, I think, and we're gonna have to start pumping with Solana, in my opinion, because I got a fat bag of Solana, so I'm buying.
Solana had its run. It's like if they made new
What do you mean
all-time
Solana had
highs.
its run? Man, it's not.
But it made a new all-time high, you know. Like, honestly, Drew, what's most likely? Does it hit $80 first or 800 first? Yeah.
I think we're gonna get a nice 10%er.
Dip? I don't
I
see
know
a
it's
dip.
just even. Sorry, I didn't mean to
I
interrupt
don't
there.
know either, you know. But what's the most likely?
Susie, we bought Solana way back down there earlier. It was like 82, 78. Remember that stuff? We're like, oh, they was down at $7.
Yeah, so that's why I say it had its run, you know.
You still
With
holding your Solana from
quantitative,
back then, or what? Have you made
no.
trades since then? No,
Yeah,
exactly.
but
Oh, you
So you're
know, I
still
when
sitting in
you
the
talked
boat.
about
So
it
then hold
100
on to your
times.
trade, chillax. There's nothing to sit here and work your britches and nissels about. Go for it.
No,
it had
I'm
its
just
run,
trying
but you don't think
to
it's
have
worthy
a.
of a 10% of all that, like the
It's
kind of chatter there's been with Solana? Is that worth a 10% delayed reaction?
not even close, you see. We got to
It's
get
not
up
about
above
me,
3, 4,
Joe. It's not about
$500, because
my
watch what
positions.
happens in
It's
this
about
altcoin season.
looking neutrally at the chart and, you know, seeing which one is the most likely scenario here. That's all. What you did or what I did is like irrelevant to TA.
All right,
It's
then
really
why do you
irrelevant. Yeah.
consider it if what I did and what you did is no go? Then what do you consider now? What do you consider from
No, but
here
you
if you
know,
just
so
told me
some
both of
people,
what we just
some
had
people, but you
assumed?
know, long time ago or just didn't. Like it doesn't change the future.
It's
Yeah.
relative, though. You know, it's all relative. So,
It's more than relative, and that's what I'm trying to get to. Is
I mean, guys, you
relativity
got
about the
Western.
predicament.
You guys
Go
know
ahead.
Western Union just decided to put their stable coin on Solana too, right?
The point of
It's
control
important
on
for me,
Solana
but
on the
not.
weekly is $21.
For real?
Somebody has a mic that sounds like it's like underwater.
21 on a
What's
weekly?
Tana, I heard you, but there's somebody that responded to you that
wait,
sounds like
wait,
it's
wait.
really underwater. Did you guys hear what did you say, Tana?
Oh, really? Oh, I said
What's it?
the point of
21?
control of Solana on the weekly is $21.
Fun in the sun.
Yeah, right in the shade.
That's a bit extreme. 21.
Well, that's what it is.
But the
I'll buy
SR
it. I'll
is
buy it.
$80, right?
$21.
Like I think it's around $80. The next SR if 120 doesn't hold it.
Okay, bear market, 90% retrace.
It doesn't have to be that harsh because it's becoming a bigger grown asset. A bit like ETH the second time it dropped. Yeah.
ETH broke $1,000.
Which is nothing. It just went 75% down. Not 99
Yeah,
or 95. Yeah.
75. That's huge on ETH.
Not after 100x up or whatever it did last cycle. I forgot. Not
You
after
guys,
the run it had.
there's gonna be
It
a
did
lot of new
50x up.
stable coins on Solana. Like I know their security is not as good as Ethereum, but there's gonna be a lot of stable coins now, especially that Western Union. Like that's a big move, and
That is. When you told me that
that's
earlier, Drew, that's big. Like, it's
yeah.
Western
So
Union is a massive thing. It's like
that's gonna have a
incorporated
little
from Walmart to everything, dude. It's
yeah.
ginormous.
It's
What
gonna
people
have a
say.
ripple
And
effect when
transfer.
when people see, all right, well, if Western Union can actually, you know, issue their coin on Solana, like they feel like that's that secure. There's gonna give that psychological insurance to retail
Drew,
and to other, not
the
just
problem
retail,
is
but to institutions, and they're gonna be
the
like, well,
problem is with
Western Union is
Western
doing it.
Union.
That means it's
Western
safe.
Union takes
But no,
like
hold on,
3 to
Joe,
4
for a sec.
days.
Joe, let me land my plane at
They
least.
could make it instant. That's
Joe,
all I'm
let
trying
me
to
just
say.
land the plane after, and then you can
I
go.
told you they can make it instant. I'm done.
Word, cool. So the whole thing is that once institutions start feeling like, man, you know, it's like, of course they do their due diligence, but when they see Western Union going on board, that gives them a sense of security too. You know, it's like whatever, it might be a false sense of security, but I think it's going to open the doors to a lot of other companies starting issuing their stable coins on Solana too. So I think Solana is going to keep on pushing, especially with the new RWAs and everything.
I think comes down to the days. Instead of the days of waiting for Western Union to go through and they take your dollars and you're like, wait, all right, I sent $1,500 and I had to pay this much fee. What are they doing with this dollars for this many days before it gets properly transferred to the unit. And they always make money off of your stuff. And that's what I'm trying to say is I think that they realize that consumers understand Western Union is taking a couple bucks for just transferring dollars. But if Western Union steps up and gets in front of that, says we're only going to charge you 25%. But then that thing, since I'd transfer money through Western Union if it went down to 25% of their standard rates to friends or family around the country, or people that transfer it from here in America down to their family down in Mexico. So many of my coworkers and everybody use Western Union.
Well, yeah,
Now
it's
they could
global.
do it
It's super
quicker.
global. So there's it's going to
Quick
help Solana a lot.
if they could do it quickly and strategically, but what is it going to use for gas? What is the thing that's going to be the gas
What
that
do you
you
mean?
have to
Yes,
use?
it's on the rails of Solana, so it's
And that's
just
what
going to
I'm
have the same
saying.
protocol. It's
And
just
those
minted on Solana.
wheels are already lubed up. Those wheels are already ready to go. Those tracks are already in place. We don't go back to like the steel and the coal industry. Those guys were building those railroads to get it across the country. These railroads are already built and they're already
Well, they're
quickly
still. I mean,
developed.
look, to me, in my opinion, it's their last. Like they're grasping to try to stay relevant, and it's smart for them to do it. But they're going to get phased out because people
I
can realize
guess, but
they're just the middleman.
I
So they're
guess what
going to
I'm
get
trying to
phased out.
tell
But
you.
it's smart. It's smart they're doing this, but they're still going to get phased out because
I
they're just
guess what I'm
middleman,
trying to tell you,
and they're
what I'm
trying to,
trying to get to here,
and
Drew,
but they
is
have a
that
very
still
good network, and they have a very good avenue, and
it's
they
the
they
railroad.
have
It's
the
the
connect. Yeah,
railroad of it.
they have
But
the
what I
connect,
want to
and they have the
see
world
is
global
a
connect right now.
faster, more
Please,
efficient
people.
railroad be
Please.
accumulated of the structures that are already imposed by it. So I'd like to see a faster. And so instead of seeing like a coal train, we start getting into better fuel system, like you're saying, like a Solana type thing. So we already have the tracks kind of laid there. But I think Solana is kind of introducing it. Hey, could we do this with solar? Could we do this with heat? Could we do this with but it's the same tracks we're riding on. It's the same exact tracks, but there's more efficient ways to do so. You know, you understand what I'm saying? So don't tear down the old railroad tracks. Just find better solutions and systems on which we can rely on and ride on those same tracks, which were already structurally imposed across the entire grid. That's
That
what
sounds
people
very
need.
smart.
Well, you're
Jordan, you
still
sound
gonna
smart,
need.
but you're not saying nothing, man. For real, I'm not. You know, I
No,
love you, Joe,
that's
but
what
it sounds very smart, but
like
you're
I
not
always say, it's an
saying nothing, my man.
algorithm. It's just me saying it. I just wish that all of the cryptos would use that structural component of like a railroad structure, but build high speed things that can fly across those old structures really quickly and do it
It's
efficiently.
happening
And
slowly. It's
instead of
happening.
charging you $300 for from Chicago to Denver, it's
But
10
but
cents.
you'll still need Western Union to off-ramp your soul into fiat. No.
Well, for
What I'm
time
saying
being,
is
that's correct.
it's
But
the
for time being,
incorporation
Like a
of those
soul?
old school analog structures into a digital sequence that have been doing it for a long time. It's like Microsoft. It's like they've been doing it all digitally. All of the railroad systems were all analog. Everything that's trying to transition from analog and digital is still in that sequence phase. Once we abide and get across that entire structure, everything is digital mixed with the analog properly. And our systems can flip. Why don't we have a fast system? Why don't we have a fast train in America yet? We don't have one train that goes over 150 miles an hour. Kind of, we got test things here and there. Why
we
don't
don't
we
need them
develop this way? So
because
we
we
got to
don't need
look at
them.
it in a higher aspect. So I apologize for talking so much, but
If we needed them, we'd have them. That's my theory.
You
but we
don't talk
need it, but we
too
don't
much.
have it. So what do we do to properly sequentially get our orders in line to design it properly over time frame and structure and people that need jobs? And we dude, not even don't even go build new structures. Look at all of our bridges. Every bridge that you go across in the United States, it goes the dump, bump. Every single bridge was built back in the 70s, 80s, and it's
Not
gonna
true.
fall.
There's some new bridges too.
There are a few. what I'm saying is most of the structures that you're riding on, dude, bro, these things are rusting. You go underneath them, look.
Yeah, just talking
We
about
need to,
bridges.
we need, yes, bridges, building structures,
I
concrete,
want to talk
steel.
about bridges. I want to talk about
It's
bridges
what,
too.
it's what makes this country for
Good
real,
luck
though.
with Joe.
It's the true veins.
Let me in.
Stop
Let me in.
talking,
Let me
let her
in.
talk.
Joe, let her in. She wants to talk about bridges too.
Bridges. Hey, Joe. I like Bridges. I like Jeff Bridges. One
What
hell of
bridges?
a good actor.
You're badass. You really are.
Jeff Bridges.
Yeah, I got a bridge for sale.
I'll pay 21 soul.
Let's go.
You
You
guys are
mean
talking
$21
about
for one
teeth?
soul?
He's selling his soul.
Yes.
Selling their soul, selling bridges. It's Halloween. Spooky.
Soul
21
Bridge.
Don't sell
minutes.
your teeth for
Oh,
soul.
I like that. Soul bridge. That has a ring to it. Soul bridge.
Happy Halloween. Either way, you guys, happy Halloween. It was the one day you could dress up like whatever you wanted to and be whatever you wanted to and
What'd
go
you dress up
knock on
as?
your neighbor's door for treats.
Oh,
So happy Halloween. Now that we're
I,
all adults, it kind of
I
sucks,
dressed
but
up as a bridge.
I dressed up as Zeusy.
Dressed up-
Good morning, everybody.
She dressed up as Jeff Bridges. You just sounded like Kermit the Frog, not Zeusy.
What?
my
I'm
favorite part of
tired.
the night is spooky, straight up. When Drew does it, oh, it's like the one night of the year that when he says it, it might make sense.
Now you can't say it. You can't say
So I
it.
usually say when the chart's spooky, but I don't think the chart's going to be too spooky tonight.
That's what I'm saying. It's like one of those nights where it only makes sense without the charts involved. It's spooky.
Spooky.
Bam, look at that one. 57, 64. We got some buys coming through. Let's go.
What's the website called where you can bet on anything again?
Poly Market?
Yeah, there should be a poly market on Joe.
Oh, they got one going on the chat right now.
Joey Market.
Big buys. Let's go.
Let's
Is it
Halloween.
what
Let's
what
do
are they
it.
betting on? Is it how many times he says bye?
Oh,
I think it's how many times he says, I'm
um,
sorry.
You guys
How many times he says
apologize.
market
I'm
Or
not
no,
gonna
structure?
say
apologize, yeah.
Oh, I
It's too
apologize.
late
Oh,
to apologize.
Market
I've done this to
structure.
everybody across my entire life, not even just you guys. Everybody hates me because I apologize everywhere I go for no reason.
everywhere I
you, I get
go, people wanna know.
It's not the apologizing, man. It's what comes before that.
And after sometimes. Happy Halloween.
Let's get it.
Bridges.
Bridges all day.
Well, we can get 111, 500, you know, in a bullish FOMO move because of Halloween, I guess. But
Wait,
after
why
that,
would Halloween pump the market?
I don't
Zusi,
know.
you
It
guys
looks
think
like
Halloween?
everybody's pumped up for Halloween, so
They're
why
just
not?
happy
mean-
that October's over, man.
Zusi, you
Yeah,
guys
there's
think
that
Halloween
too.
in France?
People like to rinse
Um,
off, I guess, on the monthly, and they think it's a new psychological era we're stepping into. Maybe it is.
October's over. Thank God I can finally buy again.
And we were begging for October.
No,
Zusi,
honestly,
you
no.
guys
That,
got your
that
Halloween over there? Is that just regular Monday through Friday people smashing shit out your streets?
oh, there was a few Easter eggs, I guess, here and there.
No,
but-
that's Easter. That's a whole different scenario. Cause I'm saying Halloween. You're like, oh, I don't even know. Yeah, my whole entire country's like Halloween for the past few months. Ooh.
No, no, it's not.
They give out Easter
Happy
eggs for
Halloween.
Halloween.
We carve pumpkins and give out candy. Cause dress up like
Yeah,
whatever you want.
It's,
Joe,
it's Halloween every day at Piccadilly Circus. Is it still Halloween there at Piccadilly Circus, Lucy?
That's in London.
Oh, wait, that's right. That's in London. My bad.
That's not in
I'm
Paris.
faded. Oops. What's the square they have there? It's kind of like Piccadilly. It has a similar name to it.
I think you're mentioning the sexy square, Pigalle.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. It's not a
Yeah.
square. It's an avenue. But well, anyway.
That's kind of like a Market Avenue type thing.
Zeus, you ever
I've
rode
been
your
there.
Porsche down to the square?
No. Oh no. Well,
Honesty is integrity. That's what I'm saying. That's what I ask you. You ever drive down there? You're like, nope, I don't even bother. Last place I want to go. I'd rather go out in the country. Walk my dog. So you see, my favorite thing is when you
driving a
actually
car in the city center is really not enjoyable. Well, by night it's fine, but during the day,
all cities are tough. You're right, Susie. Like I don't know, like I heard a lot of things are crazy down in France and downtown metro districts and stuff. So I give you guys a lot of credit. And no matter what city, I mean, like I live up here in Aspen, but if you go to Denver, man, middle of the night, there's all kinds of sirens and all kinds of. But any metropolitan place has got a lot of stuff going on. So I give you a lot of credit. Anybody that lives in any sort of metropolitan or city place, it's comfortable. I give you credit. If you're uncomfortable, I even give you more credit. If you're sticking with it, plugging away, 40 hours a week. It's a tough one when your neighbors and
less.
you're feeling the same way, but your whole entire city is just crumbling around it. It's a tough one.
It sounded like someone was coughing and laughing at the same time.
It sounds like a good bong hit to me, but either way, I hope you understand what I was trying to say. Just appreciate where you're from. Appreciate what you're doing. There's all kinds of communities where people don't even feel comfortable coming out of their door. Like, let this lady and this family come out of their door and like walk over to across the street or 2 blocks over for dinner without feeling uncomfortable.
Oh my god, okay, I'm here. What's going on, yo?
Thank
What
God.
up?
You
What up,
won't let
Dbloc?
me walk
I
across
think Joe is
the
a bit
street for
drunk.
dinner.
Halloween.
I try to let it cook for as long as possible, but I almost died choking on that last inhale.
Thanks, Dbloc.
Was that you?
That was me through the mute.
Oh, we heard it.
Just to show you how hard I was laughing in my office.
Like a cough laugh.
Oh man, what's going on, yo?
So man, got back wild in the city, man. I had to step away.
Yeah, I played it close, man. I said I'm not doing all that.
Yo, Halloween was getting crazy tonight. It was. People were like firing up. People were doing their thing, man. I can just tell because I'm from like a weird little party town and everything. So this place was like being weird tonight. I don't know. Everybody was all dressed up, tip to toe. It was weird.
Halloween.
I get out of work at like 6:30 and everybody's already half hammered, and I like get on the bus to go home. Like headed. That's only like a 4-minute bus ride, but everybody's just like on there. They're all in their costumes and all this. And they can barely even hang on to the handrails. I'm like, guys, it's like still like almost light out. What do you like? Well, I don't know. And their bottles and hanging out of their pockets and stuff. I'm like, oh man, when is
Hey, Joe.
civilization coming to? Hey, sorry.
It's November 1st here in New Zealand, and all my charts are green. So you guys are in for a good tomorrow, since we're in the future.
Appreciate you. Finally, somebody that's willing to tell us the future. The amount of Australians and shit we have in here, and you guys always want to keep the shit to yourselves.
Yo, Hong Kong's getting kind of bullish too. The Hong Kongians, they're about to green light. They just green lighted the first spot Solana ETF also.
Chad, as far as Bitcoin, I'm expecting to stay in this range. It's the weekend trap. We know how this works. Unless we get some aggressive buyers across the tape, we can chill out. What we want is for Bitcoin dominance to drop while that happens so that the alts can run.
Please, that's about time.
There's one argument for being unable to stay in the range. It's time
if it breaks out.
Well, it's not that. It's we're running out of time for that symmetrical, and if people are really analyzing TA, looking at the symmetrical triangle a lot, then they might give up or FOMO in. No, like we're coming at the tip of like volatility decreasing and all during the weekend. By tomorrow, we'll know. But maybe price will just do nothing. But for people who follow the symmetrical triangle here, that's a bit of an issue. Yeah, by tomorrow, you'll have to be above it if price just goes sideways.
We shall see.
I mean, not above. Well, you could just go on the. Well, yeah, you could just stay flat, of course, but.
Nobody went out for Halloween. You guys didn't go to any parties or anything? Well, too early.
Nah, I just...
Okay, yeah, obviously, if it's
That's why
7
we're
o'clock,
here,
you guys are still... Nah, I mean, people do things before and after. You just
I
know we got
went
different time
out.
zones.
I went out to go pick up my Pokemon card in costume, and then they didn't upcharge me because I was in costume, and then I came back home. And then got out of my costume.
Victoria's Secret model?
My brother came to come visit.
I
And he was
dressed up
all
as a
hyped.
red candle.
Yeah, I was riding around in my motorcycle. I had this whole reflective, like, kind of night uniform. And I had this helmet with like 3 faces on it, stormtrooper, like 1 in the back and 2 on the side. That was fun. But my brother came. He was all excited. I was like, "Yeah, don't bring candy because there's no kids coming in this alley." And he's like, "No, dude." He's like, "You're so anti-Halloween, anti-this." I'm like, "There's no kids coming in the alley." And he brought all this candy, and there's no kids that came in the alley. So whatever.
They came early. They came here early, like 4 different groups. But once the sun's been down, they haven't been back.
Oh no, there's different kids that come in the alley late night, but
Dbloc, is there any way I could ask you to maybe explain, you know how over here on our dominance chart, over on the bottom right, I was trying to really interpret this sucker, and the more that I looked at it, I just never heard the way that what we're seeing, because the first structure is 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6
You
from the
lost me.
left to right. So in the bottom of your BTC chart, you have your little diagram. And now when it's fluctuating and going, is there any way you could give us a better explanation?
What were you? What's
'Cause it
1,
only
2,
has,
3, and 4? I don't. Like I said, you lost me.
all right, so the first column only has 2 in it. The second column has 3. The next one has 4. The next one has 5, and the last one
Those
has
are just
6 in it.
liquidations.
That's from left to right. Now, if you go from top to bottom,
You're overthinking
those
it,
are in the
bro.
same
It's liquidations.
Well, it's liquidations, but it's in a proper structure. So I'm
You're
looking at,
overthinking it. That's just the way the box is set up. It's just liquidations, bro. The bigger the box, the bigger the
and
liquidation.
I realized that too, and that's what I was saying. Dbloc, is there any way you could more explain
I just
why
did.
those
They're
colors
liquidations.
fluctuate?
They're liquidations, Joe.
All right, can I ask another question? When it
I
only
think
says these small
Like, I don't
amounts, when it
understand.
only says
It's a
these,
smaller liquidation.
okay, hang on, time out, hang on. So you see how there's these smaller numbers, like 1.75K?
Yeah.
Is that like is that 100,000 or
It's
is
a
that like,
small.
how it
It's what it says. It's $124.
The whiff changing
I
is
don't
annoying.
understand. I guess I don't understand this. So why is it only at like?
Because it's only a 5-minute candle.
I don't know what
It's
he's
the
talking
colors
about.
and differentiations between all of this I'm trying to make sense of. So if you could go into deeper detail and
There is no
properly
deeper
explain that.
detail to go into. It's the amount of liquidations in the last 5 minutes, Joe. You're overthinking
All
it.
right,
What's
can you explain the colors to me then? Because
Yeah,
I
green
have
is
I have
bullish
no.
and red is bearish. Green is a long and red is a short. What do you mean explain the colors? It's
But
red and green.
How can
Dbloc, I apologize,
people
man.
get
I'm
Don't
just asking.
apologize. It's just a silly question. You can look at it and figure out what red and green means.
It's too late.
wait, are you talking about like the blue and other colors of the licks?
No, he's
Joe,
talking
or are you
about he's talking about the liquidation heat map at the bottom.
There's something I don't understand too
I
about
don't
that
understand it.
new
That's all I was
indicator.
saying. If you could better explain it, that's
How
all I
can
was
you?
asking.
I can't,
How
Joe.
can you
I
get
can't better
liquidated on?
explain it than it's liquidations. And the bigger the box, the bigger the liquidation. That's as deep as I could possibly go into the explanation, bro. There's
It's
literally
pretty simple,
nothing
straightforward,
else
Joe.
to explain.
Yeah, well, how can you
There's
get
literally
liquidated on
nothing else
Esther
to
when it's
explain.
up 10% today? Like, it's a bit odd.
Joe,
But
it's straightforward.
I apologize.
Don't apologize. Just stop doing it.
No, I just trying to figure it
Apologies
out. And I
don't mean
still I feel
shit
like an
after it's
idiot.
over and over and over. Apparent,
No,
just
I
don't do
still
it.
feel like I don't understand. I
Joe, what
apologize.
don't you understand? You're overthinking it. You're a smart guy. This is not a complicated thing. It's a
It
liquidation
just
heat
says
map.
$504 or something. So it's like,
Yeah,
is
and
that
so
like
what does that
hundreds of
mean?
thousands per on that 15-minute or
It's
the
on a
5-minute?
5-minute chart.
Is that $175? That's it. Like,
Does somebody else want to? Maybe I'm just not explaining it right. Somebody else want to try this?
Sorry.
I thought he was looking at something else.
I've never had a proper explanation. And
You don't
like,
need one. You just got one. You just literally got the most in-depth explanation I've ever given on a liquidity heat map.
D-Block, you said if it's green, it does this. If it's red, it does that. With no explanation. I apologize.
Oh.
Is anybody else confused about how this works?
Never short every
I
time he
never
apologizes.
even noticed it.
Hey, Joe, I think, are you asking about are you sure you're not asking about the lick levels where you see like blue and all those other pretty
No, that's
colors,
what's
like kind
killing.
of
I
like a
wish he was
fishing
talking
map?
about something else. It would make more sense.
That's what I'm trying to make sense of.
I understand the Dbloc, but the data it shows seems not reliable because I often see like I just saw AVAX pop in there as a liquidation on a short, and when you look at the 1 minute candle when that happened, it's a red candle. So I don't really get how he got licked
I
on a short.
missed your explanation of what this thing really is. So I just really
Joe,
wish
I don't want to. Joe, I don't want to mute you,
I'll
brother.
shut
You
up.
keep
My
asking me
bad.
the same thing over and over. I'm trying to show you some grace here.
Hey Joe, if you want, Tame is live right now.
He doesn't understand how this shit works either.
I certainly apologize. I still just didn't understand what I was looking at.
No, you're not listening. You're not listening. That's the problem. Because you were explained over and over and over, and you're just not listening.
I've tried to comply that. I'm missing pieces and parts of my brain, D-Block. You have to
Stop
understand it. I've told you.
Stop it, bro. Seriously, it's been 5 years already with the piece of the brain missing. Please stop. I love you, brother, but it has nothing to do with that. You're just not listening.
Big buys coming in. Let's go.
And a big BTC red box there, right? That doesn't make sense. Why show a Bitcoin getting liquidated? Oh no, it makes
At that
sense.
moment,
Yeah.
it moves quick. It moves quick. It's just like happens
Shorts
quick.
being liquidated.
There's another 6,429 liquidated. Bang! It's gonna pop
And
again.
it's the sum of the last 5 minutes, right?
Yeah. It probably isn't like second to second AP. It seems like it has a 1 second tick. From what
That's what I didn't realize.
I noticed.
It's the sum of the last 5 minutes. I didn't realize that. I've been just trying to figure this out.
He said 5 minutes.
He's not listening. You can't. If you're not listening, you can't hear me say 5-minute candle. If you're not listening, it's impossible.
I'm trying to listen. Buddy, I'm trying to listen. I really am. Like, I'm just not
But sometimes
understanding
it's
the difference in colors. So sometimes the colors go one way and the other, and
sometimes you gotta try harder.
I'm trying to learn. I'm stupid. I'm slow. But thank you guys for being patient.
Look here.
Me
I put it on the 15-minute. We can cut all the drama.
I'll shut up.
Bigger numbers. Everybody's happy
I'm
now.
just still trying to figure this darn thing out. So thank you guys for being patient with me.
Like that part of Austin Powers when Scott's talking and Dr. Evil's like, zip it, zip it.
Look, TAO.
Joe,
now, why does it bring TAO back as green while it's pumping currently on the 1 minute?
It's on the 15 minutes. So the sum of the 15 minutes is 29,000 liquidations, 20,000 long liquidated, 9,000 short liquidated. If you hover it, it gives you the details.
I think you guys are overthinking it.
way overthinking it.
Like more people got
The
licked on
numbers, listen,
TAO
listen, the numbers
than
don't even
Bitcoin in the
matter. The
last 15
reason
minutes.
the numbers don't even matter. The reason it's there is so that we can see when dominance makes a move, what it's going into or what it's coming out of, so that you can more
Alright.
quickly jump into a trade. That's it. You guys are
I'm a
super
particle
overthinking it.
accelerator physicist, and I don't understand that part of it, so I'm apologizing.
Stop trolling, Joe. Please.
I wish it was a troll.
What's
If it was a troll, I'd have dealt with it
what's the
differently.
data? Where's the data source coming from to choose those? Do you know who's providing that
That's
data?
probably some sort of API. I'd have to check the code of the. I'd have to check the code of the indicator.
It's like one
I
exchange,
learned
no?
so much.
Or maybe it's CryptoCap. Probably CryptoCap, maybe.
Thanks, Dbloc, for teaching me. I really appreciate it, bud. Because I don't mean to be crazy or sound crazy, but you really did. You just taught me so much about what I was actually looking at.
Yeah.
I mean to sound like an idiot
Joe,
to you guys.
look at what just happened, right? There's a new hourly candle, so it's a new 15-minute candle. The numbers reset. We saw Bitcoin at $51, so that the number we started counting from zero. Virtual, there's already $3,000
Virtuals is going
plus.
crazy, man.
Yeah, I know. I know. I took my profits. I'm glad I didn't take everything, but I should have left the damn profits in there, and now I have to do 10 push-ups.
Virtuals, Tau, you see Tau too, man? Yo, those things are ripping. Tau's at 515.
It could be a good
Yeah,
weekend, man, but we gotta consolidate.
look, it's only showing longs getting licked though.
AI is hot, man, because of Nvidia and
Not
everything.
shorts getting licked.
Tau, God, it was at 388 this morning. That's at 515.
What's it at right now?
515.
Wow.
Yeah, it just ran.
What chain is Tau on? Or is it own? Does it have its own chain or?
It's its own chain, I believe, right?
We hit almost, well, now we hit target 6 on Zcash. We hit that 6618. Just barely missed it, actually. Haven't hit it yet. We're gonna be technically accurate.
Damn. I almost cut the right narrative, but I'm one letter off. I have TAI, not TAO.
That's a big difference.
That was close enough.
A big difference between Celestia and Tau.
One letter off.
Is Tau on its own chain? I'm not sure.
What
Maybe
trade,
other
bro.
Z coins will pump. If Zcash pumps, people might just want to buy other coins starting with Z.
I did not know there was all these tokens. There's tokens on Tau that are going crazy. Subnet tokens.
Tau's finally breaking out of its accumulation. It's been in this shit for so long. Wow, it is at 515. That's nuts.
Wait for AI
Great dip buys on that retest.
Tau took over what Render used to do.
Poor Render, bro. This whole AI narrative came and Render just left it off.
You think Near could catch up? It's.
I mean, I'd love to see this trickle down into the rest of the AI alts, but so far we don't really see
only
that.
virtual.
Yeah, AIOZ. It's only AI agents specifically. AI agents and AI agent providers like AI XBT. Cool. For a little while there. Yeah, AI XBT looks like it wants to send it again.
I got scared of virtuals because it moves the opposite way just as quick.
Yeah, that's kind of why I TP'd. I was like, you know what? I'd be happy to buy whatever dip. But at this point, I'm going to have to buy a retest. It looks like. We'll see what happens over the next couple of days.
What the hell? That thing just went. What the? God,
About 180 right now.
in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, the measured move is 244.
Holy cow! Look at in the last. Put on the hourly. Jesus.
The break of that daily downtrend was just epic.
Oh my God! and then it's on Robinhood now, so
Yeah, that helps. It's the only AI
FOMO so
agent
easy.
on Robinhood, or the only AI agent narrative coin on Robinhood.
Yep.
Not that people on Robinhood even understand,
There's nothing,
for the
no
most part, what a narrative is.
There's no crypto that has to do with AI on Robinhood, right? Tao's not on Robinhood, correct? I don't think so.
Bitcoin looks like it wants to spread its wings here and fly.
A lot of this percentage came in the last 1, 2, 5.
Oh, Bitcoin gets wings and Ethereum gets legs.
I almost said it again. I caught myself.
I heard it.
What's that have to do with the price of butter?
Well,
Cash gonna break 5 tonight? Jesus. 5,435.
Don't trip by the dip, huh? From the 10th to today. Nice move.
not on everything.
That shit is
Unfortunately, not on every coin.
6.5x off the lows on the 10th.
Lucky coin. My coins didn't do that.
Bunch of them did, though, right?
But don't count the whole week, no.
Well, I'm just technically, nobody could buy that for the most part. But if you held it, like if you were holding virtuals, then
profit,
yeah, you're no longer underwater, at the least.
Yeah, we all knew this was gonna happen.
Oh, there's still a lot of people underwater from the launch, though, no? On the left.
We were talking about this happening for a while. And AI got hot again.
Just sucks that it's not happening all at once, man. I would love to see this sentiment in here if it was like 2020 where the alts were all doing this at the same exact time. So it's like, even if you weren't in one that was running, the one that you had was running, right? So everybody was hyped.
There's way too many altcoins now.
Not enough money.
It doesn't matter as long as they all end up having had a run, right?
Yeah, but it matters for like sentiment, right? Like the room would be a lot, like right now I'm hyped because Retro's is running. But if everybody was excited because all of their altcoins were running, everybody's portfolio was just do going up at the same time, you know, it's a different vibe, obviously.
We got slaughtered at the same time on 10-10.
Yeah, that's true. Trauma bond, baby.
Notice how we are skipping big caps that are already pumped. Like BNB is not doing much right now. ETH, okay, maybe climb back up, but you know, overall nothing crazy happening. Same on XRP, same on Doge. Stuff that is already pumped up is maintaining its value, pumping a little bit, but not really.
The closer it is to its rotation, the better it's holding its ground.
It's directly to
further-
small caps, right?
Yeah, the further down to small caps you go, it's like very sporadic.
Bitcoin pauses its dump. People go directly to risky small caps a bit. And only some, yeah, only a few. You know, 16Z is up also 20%.
AI agent, yeah.
AI.
Oh, it's agent 16Z?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah, 16Z
Oh,
is
cool.
about
I happen to randomly have invested in the right one then. I don't even know.
Fartcoin hasn't really moved. They said it was going to run with AI, but it already ran. I mean, Fartcoin had a good run.
The AI agents are running because of that
NVIDIA.
Nah, that X40, I don't want to butcher the name. There's a payment system that just dropped that's for AI agents to better be able to pay themselves with stables. So AI agents are just going nuts right now because of it. I'm telling you guys, when it comes to adoption, when it comes to crypto adoption, in my opinion, the adoption that we're looking for, the mass adoption, isn't going to come from humans. It's going to come from AI agents. thousands and hundreds of thousands and millions of AI agents transacting on the blockchain every day.
What kind of a bubble are you willing to create there? Wait, what?
And that's slowly happening. That's already happening, right?
Yeah, I mean that's how they pay each other, right? Like when an AI agent puts a project together and uses other AI agents to do parts of the, the project, they pay them. They pay AI agents have paid humans on Fiverr with Bitcoin to do tasks.
That's what Elon wants to do with his Optimus and all that stuff.
So when you tell your robot, hey, go buy so and so, right? They have to have a way to be able to pay the store's AI agent, robot driver,
Machine,
and you know what I
machine
mean?
to machine transaction.
It never
IoT.
made sense back in the day when we used to talk about machine to machine transaction. It was like such a esoteric concept, right? We didn't understand how it would be put into practice, and now it's just
Or
obvious.
trustless, or that word like trustless transactions. Like what are you talking about? Trustless transaction.
Super dope though.
I remember that IoT, they were on top of their game for a little bit because they had these mechanisms that they were hooking up to cars and gas stations. So the cars would come up and read the sensor, and it was a machine to machine transaction. Of course, you still got to put the pump in your car, but you don't got to pull out your card or nothing. It just scans the card and you're good to go. But they fell off. That was back in like 2018.
What do you see Tao doing?
Yeah, that's what it is. V2X402. Yeah, it's important to separate current catalysts and catalysts that add longevity to this. Right, some of this shit is really long out of the way, but it gives legs to the industry.
A lot of people are like, yo, why isn't Solana pumping? They're at Wall Street ringing bells and all this. Let these things fester. ETFs, not only that, ETFs are popping off right now, but inflows are good. Price action doesn't really reflect it. But I think, we're going to get a little delayed push.
People are going to learn to respect that rotation when we're limited on funds. There's only so much money, you know what I mean? And it's moving in unison. Like the safe money, smart money is playing that rotation very closely. The speculative money, willing to gamble money, is running on hot narratives, right, as they pop. But there's nobody left in the middle to just, I'm just going to buy these alts and hold. So you have to wait for that flow. You have to wait for that flow to come down the risk curve. Because that's what we're talking about. What we're talking about is money deciding that it wants to take on more risk. Right? Until they decide they want to take on more risk, it's not going to flow down into the low cap stuff just yet.
So right before that slaughterhouse, probably the market cap was the highest from the chart I'm looking at, like around the 6th, right? That was like 4.3 trillion. And then we had the slaughter 4 days later. Everyone's getting feisty, getting comfy in their alts, man. I'm not gonna lie, I was comfy. I was sleeping in my position. It's like whatever. And then dip kept on dipping. Like, baby, can I just borrow a little bit more money? Come on, slaughterhouse. This doesn't happen too much. Once in a while. This is like where you got to beg, got to get on your knees, you know.
Hmm.
Not financial advice.
We get into this. We come into this vector gap on tile once we get above 600. From 600 to 700 is just pure order book imbalance, which would be gas. But I would imagine at some point they're going to have to farm some shorts here to continue going.
That's right. Tau has a halving coming up next month.
My next real
Oh,
target on
man.
Tau is 750. I have nothing in between here and 750.
Doesn't show any shorts above price. That's odd. Typically there's lines on every side.
They swept them all. They've been swept it. And every time another little one pops up, they take that one too. I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Oh.
I'll knock on the door. I think we got kids.
They trick or treat late over there, huh?
Yeah, these are the older kids, the badasses. These are the ones that'll egg your house if the candies ain't good. I'll be right back.
You know, give them an apple with a razor blade.
Trick or
Old
treat
school.
at midnight. Jesus. Wow. Kids around here, they would not dare knock on a door this late.
I was kidding about that. I just realized that's not good to say. Back in the day, that was a big thing though, and you always had to like, because they didn't just give wrapped candies out; they used to give like apples out, and it's like, nah, you can't give out apples and things where you can hide like foreign objects in there, because that's definitely not safe.
That was a real thing. That's crazy.
Yep.
I remember that for a while. Yeah. People were scared to go out. That's sick.
Neighborhoods, they're like, there's a bunch of like, you know, devil worshippers just sacrificing cats and leaving all types of like pentagrams with dead cats in the middle all over the city and wilding out doing crazy stuff. Spooky. I forget what era it was when like rock took like, you know, even some of the mainstream rock took a dark twist a little bit. There's a bunch of kids just doing wild stuff out there.
Damn hoodlums.
Kids don't go out much anymore.
Yeah, I noticed. Like, you know, it's people are like scared to go trick or treating now.
The only ones you like usually see doing that are the ones who like
Maybe they're not scared. They're just like, you know, people just after the COVID thing, they're like, all right, we're not trying to go around spread germs and everything. And
maybe wants to stay home, play on the computer, go on YouTube. Everybody wants to be a streamer. Come on, man. Why be cooling down? Back up for this pump. Oh, today's the first, huh?
It's the first of the month.
Wake up,
Get up,
wake up,
get up.
wake up.
Cash a
Good
check.
song. Bones Thug. Bone Thugs and Harmony. Bum, 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 bum.
Boom, boom.
Song has a good beat to it. The songs did made them popular.
I think Easy E put them on.
Really? I still like Easy. Real mother F and G's. It was fun when was it him and Dre that were going back and forth? One would
Yeah,
diss
they
one
had a
about
little
the
bit
other
of
one.
beef. Yeah, they had some beef.
Buster. Yeah, that's when he came up with real MFGs.
Dre was doing like roller skating disco music before NWA.
Yeah. Dre? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Cannot picture that.
Yo, look up, dude. I'm telling you, crack up. Look up Dr. Dre pre NWA, like disco, just roller skating stuff, whatever. You'll see it's crazy. Let me see what it was called. I'm gonna look it up right now. He had the funk.
The funk. Yeah, a lot of them did that though. Dr. Dre drops Chronic Skate. Basically, roller skating. Dr. Dre sick right now?
Oh,
Yeah, he's had what? He strokes and because of brain aneurysms. I still like roller skating. Roller boogie. He's still into skating or was a few years ago. He came out with his own skates and everything.
he had a group, but before that, so he had a group before NWA called World Class Wrecking Crew. That was kind of like electro rap, almost like kind of bombada. But yeah, there's some funny pics out there. We all got funny pics from back in the day. I got some funny pics of me back in the day.
Holy cow, look at all them in their suits, man. World Class Wrecking Crew.
They hanging.
By their original album. World Class Wrecking Crew, God.
Yeah.
Oh, this is Dre. Wrapped in Romance. What, were they singers?
I didn't listen to it. I don't know. Well, there probably was
So it
like
looks like
rap.
it
I
looks
think
like
Drake.
yeah. I don't know, the couple looks like they would sing like romance, and on the cover it says Wrapped in Romance. It looks like they
In
would sing one song.
romance.
Funky music. Dre before NWA, the Wrecking Crew days. Guy has a soul glow. Listen to that.
Would you say he got a big bag of soul?
No, his Jerry curls is all shiny. What they call that in that movie, Soul Glow?
Let your soul glow.
Let your soul glow. Oh, Coming to America. Yeah. My soul glow. new one wasn't as funny.
Let's see if Soul can pull off this inverse head and shoulder-ish type formation.
God, Dre was skinny back then. Holy cow. Y'all believe Run too. He does not look like a straight man.
Let your soul grow. We can flip that. That would be a good Solana show to flip.
Yeah, with the song.
Instead of soul glow, let your soul grow. Ow.
Chocolate.
Let your soul grow.
Let your soul grow.
Yeah, speaking of letting my soul grow,
I could
I might
picture
have
the
to
video
scoop
with
up a
that,
little bit more.
with that music in the background too.
I'll be right back.
Was that the hair product from Dr. Doolittle?
No, the hair product from, I don't know, it might have been in that too. It was the hair product from Coming to
So
America.
glow.
Coming to America.
No,
Soul
no,
Glow.
that's what I meant. That's what I meant. Okay, so yeah, Eddie Murphy.
Yeah.
Made in America.
His hair was all shiny because he had all the soul glow in it.
They left those oil spots everywhere.
Yeah. Soul glow. I just remember the commercial. Could let your soul glow. Sexual chocolate. Good old days. I haven't seen a good comedy movie in a while.
Did you see part 2?
Yeah.
It was okay.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. It wasn't as good as the original, I don't think. But it's like Happy Gilmore. That wasn't as funny as the first one. It was
I
alright.
haven't seen it yet, and I freaking love Happy
Well, you could have watched it though. You have to watch it if you're an Adam Sandler fan. If you love
Gilmore.
the first one.
No,
There's still
I know.
a lot of stuff from the first one in there.
Wait, is Grandma still alive? Is Grandma in it?
You want to know? No, she's not alive. She'd be old, man.
Oh.
She's in it though, right? Because of her spirit. He has to go to his happy place.
His happy place had Grandma winning the slot machine. She makes out with Gene Simmons.
He has to go start golfing again. He has a bunch of kids now. He has 4 boys. With his wife, they're poor. They lost everything.
Oh my gosh.
So he starts playing again. Yeah, John Daly lives at his house with him, but that's the weird thing out of the movies. He just John Daly pop up here. John Daly's living in his garage. Adam Sandler. God, everybody got so old. Happened. I can't believe Sylvester Stallone, man. He's still making movies and crap. He's 80 years old. Watch that show, the king of Tulsa. That's pretty good. He's king of the new season. It's a pretty good show.
I'm back, y'all.
So we're in between Catherine O'Hara singing Dale and Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you got Beetlejuice, Catherine O'Hara, and then you got Home Alone, Catherine O'Hara, like right in between. You know what I'm saying?
No. No. No, I can honestly say that I have no idea what you're talking about right now.
You know what you need? You need a couple of Ritz crackers with some peanut butter in the middle.
I guess I'm just not cultured.
Like October 31st is Beetlejuice, Catherine O'Hara, which is the redhead mom, right?
Mhm.
And then you got Home Alone, which is Christmas time. Catherine O'Hara, which is the mom. And Home Alone, which is a Christmas movie. You're in between these. Are you sure, Bombay?
Excuse me. I think that's it for the kids. And the porch light off.
I'm glad I didn't buy candy because I'm noticing only one thing's missing out of the thing of Pokemon cards that I left outside. So somebody came.
Yeah. Kelly, you can go to virtuals. Go to Google, go to virtuals.io. Watch out for the flashbang. Oh, they fixed it, thank God. So you can come on virtuals and see what's trending. Right? Game is up 65%. And then you got, you know, your outliers, low market cap stuff that's up higher, 670, 370. But you could come to here and go by price, I believe. That's not what I want. I want by. But this is where they all live, right? These are all the AI agents. All 16,900 of them. And you can go by age, right? This AI agent was created. It's just like pump.fun, right? Some of the stuff that gets created brand new, people speculate on. Like this was just created 7 hours ago. It's up 337%. No idea what it does. But if you do it by market cap, then you get the big ones. Right? Ribbit, AI XBT, AX, AXI, AI Stottle, Game, the one that we just saw that was pumping a bunch. Luna's been the spotlighted agent for a couple days. I've got Luna.
Isn't that the bad one?
What happened?
Isn't Luna the bad one from years ago?
No, not Luna the coin. Luna the AI agent. Her. She's great, actually. There's a podcast called. Yeah, it's just like Pump.fun. There's tons of rugs. Right? Exactly the same as Pump.fun. You can just build an AI agent and put it on. The name of the podcast was When Shift Happens. I think they had a full like 3 hour podcast with Luna, the AI agent, where the dude was just grilling her about herself and other AI agents. Super interesting shit though. That's when she was talking about hiring that human team on Fiverr.
Oh, I think I remember you playing a sample of that.
Yeah, I've mostly stuck to the high cap ones, Santo. The ones that ran well on first launches. I haven't delved into some of the smaller shit on here. Like just on this first list, I've got AIXBT. Where's Vader? Vader should be here. Vader, Luna, and that's about it for the first page. Speaking of AIs, watch out for the flashbang, guys. We're just gonna check on these trades. I don't know, bro. Everybody says that DeepSeek is in the lead, but for me, Quinn is still winning. It's locked in the most amount of gains. I don't care what your unrealized is. If you haven't taken profit, right? DeepSeek's profit is at 4,200 realized. One is at almost 10K already. That means it's managed to pull out its initial or close to it. Yeah, they had some staking shit, didn't they, Santo? Where like you could stake your AI agents and get other AI or stake your virtuals. I never got into it, but I think it wasn't Sinlo. Somebody else was talking about that a while ago. Hi, Def. You're just howling into the moon, buddy. Howling into the moon. I hear you, bro. I hear you. My lighter. Oh, got it. It's possible. I mean, the only thing is that the trap longs are so low that if we're gonna pop out of this, we're probably gonna set new trap longs because I mean, there's not much room to the top side, right? That 800 EMA could stop that from happening, but those trap longs are pretty close. There'd be nothing from stopping us to go up, set new trap longs. But to be able to count this as a new trap long and not a false move week beginning tomorrow, it's got to be accepted back into the range. If it just pops out tomorrow or tonight and then does that, then we've got false move week beginning. And it'll be like last weekend where we popped out of the trap a little early. Yeah, we haven't had a false move down. Knock on wood. We haven't had a false move down out of a weekend trap for a while now, bro. Almost like a month and a half. It's crazy, bro. If only there was a different, if only there was a reason for that. Yeah, Tau and Zek are just showing off. Tau, Zek, virtuals. When we were talking about portfolios and I was talking about AI narrative, and it's crazy because it doesn't always work out like this, right? So like I'm trying to take credit for it or anything, but you know, I said if you want AI coverage, Tau, even though it's at a high market cap, is a sure bet. One of those like if anything's gonna go in AI, it's gonna be Tau. And when it comes to AI agents, instead of going crazy trying to pick individual AI agents, virtuals is the picks and shovels play there. And it just happened that they ran a little harder than everything else. Usually that's not the case. Usually the AI agents will run hard and then virtuals would have maybe got a little bit less percentage, but it's a safer sort of play. But AI XBT, I think virtuals did better than even AI XBT or AI 16Z if I'm not mistaken. That would be crazy. You got to realize all this talk of robotics and shit like that, and all this talk of especially home robots, just gives a brand new use case to AI agents, right? AI agents with a body, now that's your helper, right? Not everybody's going to want the same boring AI agent. Some people are going to want AI agents with a certain personality, right? So you'd be able, in my opinion, the future that I see is a robot frame that you get to put whatever AI agent as its brain that you want, or even multiple AI agents living within the same, like a robot's consciousness, for lack of a better term. A lot of them are vaporware. You guys have to see that. I'm gonna look into what the rules are. I'm gonna do that tonight. I'm gonna look into what the rules are on YouTube for watching other people's content, because I would love to watch that interview one of these nights that we're not doing shit.
You just look up the fair use policy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure if my camera's on and I'm talking during it, I don't just like walk away and put a stuffed animal in my chair and just let it play. I think I'm all right.
Yeah. Only because I literally went through it. Because I issued a copyright strike against this other YouTuber that was literally playing my video. But his little picture of himself, like his camera was in the bottom right. And he was just like talking about my motorcycle crash that I had.
The reaction.
And I hated it. It felt icky. I was like, you're that's me crashing and you're profiting off of that. And that made me mad. And then he's like, I'm gonna get my lawyers because I issued a copyright strike against his video, which meant like automatically he couldn't collect revenue from it.
Mm-hmm. I can't get money. You can't get money about that.
Yeah. I was like, well, bro, at least credit me. You don't even have my name there.
Was it a good video though? Like, do you blame him or?
I got 10,000 subscribers from that crash video.
Oh, that's
and
the
then a
problem.
couple
Yeah,
of
you're
my
taking
videos.
my subs.
Huh?
I said, yeah, that's the problem. You're taking my subs. The reason that like some streamers don't mind the whole clip culture and the reaction culture is because eventually people become interested in you, and they might, you know what I mean? They might subscribe to you because of something that they saw on somebody else's channel. But how many times are you gonna crash? Like, you're not just gonna have a channel about you crashing.
Yes.
Like, I'm sorry, guys. I know you want entertainment, but I'm not about to ragdoll myself once a week for content.
I know, yeah, exactly. But there must have been like 12 crash compilation channels that reached out to me who asked my permission, and in exchange would issue me a credit,
Mm-hmm,
and I was like, yeah, sure. And then so I got a bunch of subscribers from that, but he did not do that, and he was just making fun of me. The other people did not
Oh
make fun of
shit.
me.
Okay, that's that's when there'll be a problem, bro. If they're just trolling you and shit, something's gotta give.
Rude.
Yeah, I know a couple of people that made bank doing 30-day long reactions to Casanat's Mafiathon and the Phase Mafiathon and the Phase Subathon and shit. I'm not gonna lie, it does feel kind of like, okay, so this dude started his channel 0 viewers when Kai started his Mafiathon. Right, by the first week he had 16,000 viewers, 16,000 subs. I'm like, all right, this is like, like, come on. But I'm not gonna knock anybody's hustle, man. That's easy money. It's a really good way to get a channel monetized too quickly. Imagine. Yeah, some people missed out on the social media era for sure. Like if Dennis Rodman had an Instagram. Market maker algo is strong. Of people in chat, especially new people. How many of y'all came here and saw the weekend trap for the first time and was like, what is this idiot talking about? And then now you're like, oh, somebody told me the other day. Like, you know, I thought you were out of your mind when I first joined the channel. I was like, thanks. These algos are super strong on the weekends, man. And if the traps are properly set, then liquidity gets sucked out and market maker bots get to have their way. You know what's crazy is that a lot of TA guys will tell you, don't trade on the weekend, be careful on Fridays, right? Like that type of shit, but they can't really explain why. Like they can't explain the mechanics behind it. They just know after trading long enough, be careful not to get trapped on, you know, in a position. Try to avoid trading on the weekends because it's boring. But there's a reason for everything. If you're new to this, I can't tell you how far ahead of the people that you're trading against you are. Just being aware of a weekly cycle like that. My favorite messages are the ones that are like, before I came here, I used to spend every weekend trapped staring at the chart, praying that the price went in the direction that I got stuck in. And like now it doesn't happen.
And now I get to enjoy my weekend.
That's the other thing, man. Just knowing that you can unplug. I mean, obviously, you know, set an alarm top of the trap, set an alarm bottom of the trap, but for the most part, you don't have to be a slave to the chart all weekend if you don't want to be.
long as it's not that one Saturday. There was that one Saturday Bitcoin ran 18%.
Yeah, there's been some doozies. Don't worry about this. You don't need to know. Luckily for us, this is a relic of the past. I just want to check something. So before vector candles, this is showing you real-time tick volume per candle, right? So every tick, every time the candle moves a pip, right, or the smallest increment that a candle can move, you get one tick. So we're seeing the ticks come in, right? 1 Bitcoin, 3 Bitcoin. The ones that say 0 are just less than 1 Bitcoin, right? And then it gives you the delta, it gives you the buy volume, sell volume, and how many times market maker had to step in, right? Or the delta volume per se. What we used to have to do, remember, each candle, each vector, the green ones are 200% and the red ones 200% the tick volume of the last 10 vectors, right? And the blue and the purple ones are 150% of the volume of the last 10 vectors. Before we had vector candles that changed color, we had to keep a running count of the tick volume for each candle to be able to notice when it was a 3x, you know, the last 10 candles. So there was a lot of math involved, right? And because of it, you had to work on really small time frames, right? Because it takes you too long to do them. In other words, if you, with the vector candles now, we can work on really small time frames. We can go on the 5-second chart, right? And play vector imbalances. There's a certain amount of time of delay that it would take you to do the math. So it really, like 15-minute chart was like the lowest that you can go. Like this shit just brings back all types of crazy memories. But this is more Forex where you're just trading for a couple pips. But yeah, this will continue to populate, right? Your entire chart will just be full of all of the tick volume. Analysis paralysis, not necessary now. Got all the information we need with the vectors. Right? You don't need to know the exact number. You just need to know that it was 200% more than the last 10. Bro, math was my worst subject, Harry. I struggled so hard with that shit. But you get good just like anything else. But people who were good at math, right? People who were like proteges when it came to that shit, they had an edge, right? Because they could get there faster. They could see it before you. I hate those quants. I appreciate that, Anan. I mean, in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, just because I don't want to argue, but in my opinion, the market moves from liquidity to liquidity, period. That has patterns, obviously, right? Which is why we have patterns. There's somebody pushing it. It's just not the invisible hand of the market like the old guys used to think, right? Liquidity providers are moving the market from liquidation point to liquidation point, or from liquidity to liquidity, or from order book imbalance to order book imbalance. In the time in between, right? When we all decide to buy, price go up. When we all decide to sell, price go down. But in the in-between time, right, when nobody's in control of the market but market maker, we can make money because we just follow their motivations. There's some people that almost have it right. This is where I'm gonna get in trouble talking shit. I should stop. Stop. Again, I'm not saying I have all the answers, obviously. The amount of shit that I've learned just during this bull market has been humbling. But it works for me. Yeah. Yeah, try stopping volume candle at the top of the range. We were just talking about market maker algo. Breaks this 50, it'll clear these liquidations down to the bottom of the range and then just continue to range, in my opinion. What time is it? Yeah, I mean, unless UK comes in and does something spectacular, but where's Leighton? That's when he jumps in and says, "Don't count on us." That 13 EMA 50 cross on the 15-minute puts you on a nice ride here. 400. The daily has been, listen, the 5 and the 13 and the 50 on the daily and the 4 hour have been putting in work. On most assets. Take a quick run through the blockchain and see what's bullish or bearish. Another reason that I love my indicator. These daily flips on the 13 and 50, we haven't gotten them on a lot of coins. I'm gonna start earlier on the 4 hour, even the hourly, bro. Like, you see what I mean? How everything's setting up. That one's already gone. So Avantis, this move on Avantis is what I'm looking for on some of these alts here. If we can just get Bitcoin to go sideways, tomorrow could be nice for the alts, in my opinion. Do you see how AVAX is gearing up underneath? That move that Avantis did is what I'm looking for. Axelar, that's already breaking out. PH, Beam starting to break out. Look at BNB. Let me put on the ticker. Bonk's making the move already. Brett looks like it's just breaking out now. I mean, you could just as easily draw a downtrend on all of these, right? Which is what we're talking about. But for the most part, just look at the EMA ribbon. That's Bitcoin, by the way. They're all very similar. They already broke out. Haven't flipped momentum yet on the hourly on Bitcoin, but again, Bitcoin coming down and rejecting that. Look at how Cookie reacted to that break. This is what I'm talking about. You can catch these things before they flip, once they've already started to stage, once they've already started to set their W's. V, Doge looks like it wants to break. See, I would love to see Doge do that. See how it's the same setup? Dot, ENS. These are just short-term plays, guys. And I'll tell you guys, don't buy alts. And you're like, why is he looking at alts? These are trading coins, right? Not investing, not holding, not long swinging, trading coins. So we look for the breakouts, we play the breakouts, we TP the breakouts, we look for the next breakout.
Can you check SPX?
I'm just going down the list. I'll get to it, yeah. You see what I mean about how alts, usually all assets really are set up in the same way, right? They're the same charts. The only differences in what they've printed is either a catalyst or their strength and their weakness. Right. So when you go through the entire blockchain like that, you can compare your alt against other alts depending on how, you know, close they are to breaking out. Hype. So ICP. You see the move I'm talking about? Once it breaks that, it gets that bullish momentum flip on the hourly. IMX is just retesting its break now. LTEX is trying, Jasmine's trying, Jito's struggling. KDA just got a blood diamond off of its 50. What's going on, Ghost? ATA, blood diamond off the 50. Lido looks like it's ready to take off. Link, that'd be great if Link could do something here. LTC. Metis. Mew. Like they're all waiting in line. Like you can see them waiting in line for their turn on rotation. Ugh. And you can easily see like the nasty ones, right? Like you immediately look at this and this does not look like the others. You don't have to know TA to know that that just looks weaker. Others BTC. So now we're looking at all the mid caps and low caps against their BTC value. Right? So it's the same as all the other coins. That it breaking out means the same, except it's more of an index. Right? It's every coin together. This is why all of these look the same, because for the most part, everything's doing this. It's either behind it or above it, past it. If it's strong, it's already overperformed. If it's weak, it's underperformed. If it's very weak, it's still down here where it hasn't even tested. It's 50 yet. Pengu, right? It hasn't even tested the 50 yet. Up a coin. You guys getting what I'm saying? One of these Pepes is not like the other. Platinum. So I need to restock on jewelry, and it's gonna have to be platinum. Gold is too expensive, so gold is not a good long-term hold. I'm going back to 2000s. Going back to 2000s, EMAT. When everybody stopped wearing gold.
There you go.
Bring it back. Pole trying to get up there. Everything for the most part. So you can see the W's, right? I'm not drawing them out just because I'm trying to get through it quick. But you guys see the W's forming underneath the 50s for the most part on the healthy ones. Monkey, Popcat, Prime. Damn, Prime got the bullish flip and just gave it back. Pump looks like it might wanna do a thing here. Hopped over, bull flag above the 50. UYR, Pith is breaking out. Radium, under Ronin. Ugh. Ronin was doing real good there for a second until it wasn't. RSR broken out and popped. Say holding its ground above the 50. Silver. Telling you, I don't think it's over for silver, man. Don't think it's over for silver. Silver's gonna get some of that rotation. Silver, platinum, and Bitcoin. Soul getting a blood diamond off of that 50, showing some weakness. Bit of a rounded top, right? Didn't put in the base. See how I say when we make these moves, I'm like, I want to get that right side. Like I want it to come down to put in that higher low because it makes a stronger base. Like this is weak. This is a rounded top. Right? This shows reduced interest. And it doesn't give, mainly the problem is that it doesn't give type 2 traders anywhere to come in. Right? You take your trade down here, your only possible stop loss is down here. That risk to reward sucks. Spec. See what I mean? Pop the 50, went for it. STX. Now, they're not all going to do that, right? So what I'm trying to say is when you get these points where you have a line in the sand, it lets you judge your alts against each other, right? While you're watching, if STX pops, gets its bullish flip, but doesn't go, then that means it's not technicals that are holding it back, right? There's nobody there. There's nobody excited about that breaking to buy it, to make it go. The ones that you see that have gone, you know, vertical after breaking is because people were sitting there interested in that coin, waiting for a good time to get in. Stewie, still looking to make its break. Sonic, Swift, Ow. Right? As soon as it popped and it regained its bullishness, off and to the right. CIA, Toshi, Trump has just been moving for some reason. Remember I said if the chart looks different, all of these charts look the same. Right? If the chart looks different, it's because of narrative. It's because of catalyst that's only affecting that specific coin. Turbo, right? So now we're back to the base chart. Octavia AI did not get any love on this AI narrative push at all. Virtuals. Box, so looks like it's staging to make a move here. DRA. Whiff is above its 50. WLD. LM. XMR popped and went. Popped, retest, went. E. C. Freaking zero, bro. Yeah, so that's basically the setup. That's funny. Even the nines, right? I'm short the nines, but even it's just all risk assets that are attached to the same liquidity, right? This is a stock on the Hong Kong market. Like, there's no reason for this to look like a big, like a crypto alt chart.
I have a question.
I will make up an answer if I don't have one.
When you're done.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done with the list. Oh, we can go. If anybody, if I didn't go over your alt, let me know and we'll take a quick look at it. What's your question?
With like, so we're based off of, you know, you're saying like that these are just trades. How do I approach possibly buying a dip of an altcoin I might like, say Sui, for example?
Well, first, you have to get a dip.
Like so even 1010 or even now, are we comparing off, like I'm trying to do algebra or calculus because I'm taking the timeline with the price now to how much it's come down since like $5.36 to back when we were buying it below $1 to then trying to fast forward to bear market lows. There's not much time left between now and like the end of the insertion of the M2 money, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not really worth trying to see if I get lucky on buying a dip here to, like, maybe I get a 10% run or something, but I probably might not see that $6, $10 thing anymore.
No, I mean it's Sui is way further up on the rotation than other things, right? Sui's rotation, in my opinion, comes after Sol. So it's like I keep talking about like that champagne fountain at weddings. You know what I'm talking about? Where they have like the 10 cups at the bottom and then 9 cups and then 8
Oh,
cups and
yeah,
then
yeah.
7 and they fill it from the top and it's all fancy and shit. But that's
Oh,
like
yeah.
what the rotation is for, is like, right? Global liquidity or the champagne bottle, it pours into Bitcoin, right? And it's not until Bitcoin fills or gets an all-time high and holds that all-time high that it starts to spill out into Ethereum, right? And then that fills Ethereum, and then that spills out into the top 10, which is going to be your BNBs, your souls, right? So now there's 10 cups underneath. Underneath that level is where Sui sits, right? So until we see Soul make a move, until we see Ada make a move, until we see those top 10s start to get that flow, the champagne is not even going to get up to the rim high enough to fall down into Sui, right? It'll still go up. It's not like it's not going to move at all. But that's why we wait for that, for the rotation. If you're sitting in low caps, you're all the way at the bottom of that pyramid. And that champagne bottle is almost, there's not a lot of champagne left in that bottle, right? So eventually it's only going to get to a certain level, fill up, and then the party's going to stop. Liquidity is going to stop. Nothing else is going to flow. And those coins underneath are going to be stuck with no, you know, with no money coming into them.
All right. Well, then Trump needs to stop bumping into the table and knocking all the glasses down.
Yeah. And, you know, every once in a while, someone comes in with a bottle and just pours, you know, fills a random one, and then everybody runs to that. And, you know, but for the most part, we're waiting for that fountain to fill, you know. And right now, Bitcoin is full and spilling over, but Bitcoin hasn't held all-time high, right? ETH hasn't held all-time high. So until they both go up and actually hold and consolidate above all-time high, that's when we'll get that spillover. And every time it spills to a new level, like right now it's on Ethereum, right? But I'm buying the tier underneath it heavily. And then the tier underneath that, the Suis or whatever, I'm like, 50%. You know, I've got some money left to put in, play with, but I'm not going heavy. The tier underneath Sui, I'm not even holding anything. Right? But as that pours down to the soul level, right, then I'll buy down underneath the Sui level. And some people, as Ethereum hits all-time high and they expect that rotation into the soul level, they'll start front running that Sui level. That Sui level, by the way, is your, you know, everything from top 10 down to like top 30. We're talking about, let me get it up on the chart. So, like I said, so Bitcoin's the top layer, and then you have Ethereum, right? So that next run after Ethereum breaks all-time highs, Mozzie, happy Halloween, brother. W super chat.
Happy Halloween,
Appreciate
Topsy.
you, bro.
Saluting face emoji.
So that second tier would be your XRPs, your BNBs, your Souls, your Doges, your Trons, your Cardanos, right? The next batch underneath it is your Hyperliquids, your Chainlinks, your Stellars, your Suis, your H-bars, your Avalanches, right? Your Litecoins, things that have ETFs in the mix. Actually, I wouldn't even go to 30. I think 20 is a good stopping point. But we're seeing things catch up, right? Like Tau is moving its way up the list. Right? Tau's about to take 28th place, 27th if it keeps going. But the further down the list you go, the better you have to be at picking. right? Top 10 probably don't have to be too. You could throw a dart at the top 10. They're at least going to move, right? Top 20, maybe Leo, and you can't really do wrong. We're balanced pretty safe. Once you keep further you go down, the harder that is to do. Right? And if you're holding anything between the top 20 and the top 30 right now, way off a rotation, you know, let's say you held all of them, then your bit tender and your Zcash move, but everything else is just running flat. If we look at the 24-hour on what's moved, or the 7-day virtuals, been killing it, 67%. Zcash, we know. Dash, running off the same sort of narrative. Trump coin, just jumping. I don't know. I think it's a deal with China. Aerodrome, H-bar, pump. But yeah, then it kind of fizzles out. Right? So you could see, like, as far as speculation goes, or the speculative money, yeah, we've got 10 million coins, but it's only going into these 10 at the moment. Nah, this is top 10 by 7-day percentage.
It feels weird to let go of no longer buying and holding dips of altcoins. Like that's almost over. And then it's gonna be really weird.
You start focusing on Satoshis. That'll be the plan for the next couple years.
But then just buy Bitcoin as it's scaling down into the bear market?
No, I mean, like, once we've already gotten a good drawdown, we'll be buying anything. I mean, I love to play bear market rallies. Like, it's just like anything else. Nothing can go down forever, right? So you do have opportunities. And obviously, if you short, you can just catch a comfy short on an alt, on some bullshit that you know is about to go down 95% or something, you know? But once it's time to start accumulating, and remember, Bitcoin dominance will now be at the bottom and ready to make its way back up again. You don't really want to be holding anything else, right? Until that does it. At the very least, in my opinion, until the halving. The same way I'm kind of playing it right now, where I'm Bitcoin, Ethereum heavy, and then I'm playing the alts. I'm trading the alts. That's how I would do it, right? Just heavy Bitcoin. That's how I play it. Heavy Bitcoin at the beginning, and then money on the side in case any narrative, because the speculation is crazy at that. Now, if we're in QE at that time, then that's a different story. We're at QE at that time, then yeah, it's still Bitcoin first. But if there's an alt that you want that gets down to a ridiculous level,
like dollar level.
Yeah, dollar level, right? Because they'll hold their ground. They'll hold their USD value because they're doing a better job of holding their Bitcoin value. The problem is if they're not holding their USD value, then I have to focus on the Bitcoin value, or else I'm losing Bitcoin by going into certain.
But as we start like getting to the end of December and whatnot, basically just being completely out and sitting in, like, whether it be stable coin or US dollars.
Yeah.
And then just
or something else. I mean, depends. Like my theory, like I said, I talked about it like 6 months ago now, is the metal super cycle. I think that metals are going to keep pumping. I think commodities are going to pump through all of this.
Oh,
So if I'm right and it starts to look like everything's still holding up on silver, then I'll probably just have a lot of silver and some stables.
Oh, so you would, but like tangible silver, so then you'd essentially be cashing out into dollars to go and buy
Not
physical silver?
necessarily. I could keep it in stables and just trade silver. But I prefer physical. I do prefer it. But the liquidity of being able to get in and out without having to literally jump in your car,
Mm.
is worth it. Yeah, I mean, unless there's enough liquidity, we're just gonna stay in this trap for the weekend. What we want is to build. We want the liquidations to build in the direction that we want. So if you want this thing to dump out, you want to see liquidations building up heavily. If you want to see us pump, then you want to root for the shorts to pile in as heavy as they can over the weekend. Like I said, it's been over a month and a half that we don't have a false move down. Statistically, we're due.
SPX.
Oh, SPX. Gotcha.
Gracias.
I'm playing with its little sister, Doge, Dowge. Doge.
That's SPX's little sister?
I mean, kind of. It's the same sort of community, right? Doge's thing is that they want to flip the Dow, and SPX's thing is that they want to flip the S&P. What's cool about it though is they've got really big communities because of it. Like there's some meme coins that fall into like mission statement memes, right? Where they've got some sort of mission, even if it's a ridiculous mission, right? But people get behind that type of shit.
Yeah, I'm not looking to hold it. I just want a quick trade.
Well, good news, bad news. You are in a bullish channel. Problem is that you haven't touched down again, and I don't like the angle of the dangle here. I would expect price to hold up at this SR flip. You had a chance to hold here, but you lost it. This is a breakage structure. Right, so to put it in SMT terms, you have an order block up here. Got an order block from the wick down here. And if it breaks this order block, it's because it's going for external liquidity, which I don't really see a whole hell of a lot of. But yeah, this would be basically the next order block. Right now, you're sitting on this pool of liquidity here. If that's not enough to catch price, you'll probably come down to 6-7. 6-7.
And that's a deal.
Let me check smaller time frames to see if you got anything building at least. Came up, put on a lower high, starting to lose the 50. You know what I don't like about these type of coins that have community is that I always feel like everybody's in on, we're not buying in yet, we're just holding, you know what I mean? Like, because when it's time to dump, it just goes aggressively. And when it's time to pump, it's like everybody gets the bat signal at the same time that it's time to buy back in.
Yeah, it moves. That's why I like it. Because I know whenever it's time to turn around, it's gonna go. Even if it goes up to, 1 again.
Yeah, the problem is just having the patience, like I said, right? Because if you're not on the inside and you don't know when, then you're going to have to wait for the signal, and the signal is going to be green candles.
Yeah, 82 is looking interesting, or what I can't see. That's what it is.
Yeah, if you lose 81, 82, well, about 81, yeah, 81.27. If you lose that, there's really not a whole hell of a lot underneath you all the way down to 70.
I'm thinking maybe 82 with a stop loss under it, real tight.
I mean, wait for some sort of source.
Yeah.
Like, it can't just hit 82. Like, it has to hit 82, and you have to have volume pop up.
Right down through it.
Yeah. Just make sure that you see a couple things.
All right. Seen enough. Keeping my eye out on that monster.
Ghost, how's the recovery and everything after all that shit? Everything's back to normal? Back home? Just like everything else we were looking at, right? Underneath it's 50, trying to break out, waiting for that pop. Vector recovery, and there's gonna be vectors here. I don't even have to have the things. So that vector there, right? That would be a vector recovery. If you push up, you're talking about going back into your psychological ranges. But you gotta hold this 50. Looks decent so far. Broke, retested. And this is on the hourly too, right? So like on the 15-minute.
On the daily, it looks
just
stronger
riding that up.
than Sol.
Let's yeah, bottom of its accumulation. I mean, it's never a bad idea to jump into these things when they're bottom of like a set accumulation, but everybody, took people a couple days to get into the buying mood after that. Let's check Jupe Soul. Yeah, it's starting to pop out of its accumulation. I've been waiting to see this thing get above resistance here. but this is the trade I'm looking for sure. Glorious. But we gotta have some patience. Holding our uptrend, which is cool. We haven't broken out, which isn't, right? Because technically we're still inside this bearish channel. Right, so we don't like that. We want to get up and out of that. Step 1, get above that SR and hold. Step 2, get above that actual break. Look at Sol ETH. Actually, it makes more sense. Let me look at Jupe ETH. Nice little setup. Big chunky flag. W pattern hasn't invalidated. Measured move for the W brings us up to the SR flip. It would be crucial to break this. That's our structural break from the last market. And then our bullish channel would pop us up a little higher. I'm not going to count the flag on that because the channel is so wide. But they both basically take us to test that SR flip. I mean, it's what you want to see, right? It's a good setup on Jupe Sol. It's a good setup on Jupe ETH. And then Jupe USDT. You're waiting for that setup. But the good thing is, what I like when everything is lined up like that is I can go into buying this higher low with a bit of confidence. Right? Because I know that it looks good against its pairs. Right? Doesn't mean my stop is going to be in a different spot. Right? Still means that we're looking for this higher low at some point. Could possibly reject off the 50 bearishly and come back down. Let's assume that was it. It doesn't even matter where the left goes because our measured move comes off of the right. As long as we don't break those lows, then we'd be shooting for a top of the range. Regular range trading. Right? Bottom of the range, top of the range. Now, this is a trade that I would take with a little bit more confidence, knowing that Jupe Sol and Jupe ETH are kind of looking nice, right? Reminds me of the W that we had here. Bottom of the range, top of the range, bottom of the range, top of the range. With the world's nastiest deviation. Right? Same as up here. If you break out of a range, and price is accepted back into the range, and you retest, you go to the bottom of the range. Right? It happened there. Happened right here. And it definitely happened down here. Right? So coming back into this range and holding support here is what opens up that move to the top of the range. And that's just the basics of range trading, right? When we don't have trends, we don't trade EMAs, right? EMAs give you false signals because you're ranging, you're going sideways. When we're in a range, we range trend. I mean, we, excuse me, we range trade. Yeah, I'd be sick without that parallel tool. I mean, honestly, you don't really need it, right? If you draw one side and then you click clone, it's going to give you a parallel, right? And no matter where you move it, it'll still be parallel until you grab one side and shift it. But yeah, it's definitely easier with the tool. Honestly, I'm looking for the same thing that we've been seeing. What I don't want to see is a 3-day retracement that takes us down underneath the weekend trap. Right? That's what I don't want to see. But the same basic move from last week. False move up, 3-day down, midweek reversal. But that same thing can happen way up here, right? It doesn't have to come all the way down. What I worry about, and I don't want to see, because we're getting close to the weekly close, is I worry that if we go for a false move down and we happen to be down here when the weekly closes, then we get that weekly body close on the macro underneath this line, which we don't want. Right? So false move down, in my opinion, bad. Even though it means a 3-day up, the timing of it is going to suck. We've got 1 day and 18 hours left. That means if we get a false move down and we take out those lows, if we get a false move down and we take out these trap shorts, and we're not back up by Sunday, then we have a break of the macro SR. And that opens up the yellow path. That's bad. Unless you're not, unless you're not done buying what you need to buy and you want cheaper prices. But I would prefer a false move. False move up, little downturn to clear CME or whatever if we don't close it beforehand, right? Come down, clear CME, take those liquidations out, 3-day down, weekend trap, keep it moving. Gotta reset the stream before bed here in a couple minutes. YouTube chat, I have a question. What color is the blood inside of your body before it hits oxygen? When it's in your veins? I'm going somewhere with this, trust me. Trying to see where my people are. Okay, Harry and Leo are both from my timeline. BTC boss is from my timeline. Oh, Hulk, I don't know, bro. So check this out. I can 1000% remember them saying that your blood was blue inside your body, and when you got a cut, the oxygen is what turned it red. You know they're saying that they never said that now? It's like one of the newest Mandela effects that's going around. They're saying that's not true. They never taught that. And that we're all just imagining shit or thinking about a movie or something. Yeah, that one screwed me up. I was like, nah, bro, there's no way in hell. I'm sorry. People from my timeline remember that. Like, the Jersey drones thing is one thing, but you're not going to tell me that they didn't tell us that as kids. I don't know. Like, it never made sense to me as a kid, but, you know, they tell you shit and you believe it. So now if you Google it, it's like, no, the blood is green because the red light is dissipated by your skin. And the only light that makes it through is a blue-green light. I thought the same thing, Joseph. I'm right there with you. That's why I asked the question first. I wanted to see if I was crazy or if... That one messed me up. The other one that I'm like, the other one that I know 1000, because I smoke a lot of weed, bro. I'm not going to hold you. Been smoking for a long time. So sometimes these Mandela effect things, I'm like, you know what? Maybe I'm just remembering it wrong, blah, blah, blah. But if you're at your PC, Google dazzle ships. Dazzle. They're trying to tell me that in World War I or World War II. Okay, better question. What color were all the aircraft carriers and the naval ships in World War I and World War II? Just think of every model that you've had as a kid or every model that you've seen. Connor, stop it. You don't count, bro. You've heard this before. All the like I used to build bottles, right? All the models that I ever had were gray, right? Just like metal, just gray, like rough metal looking, right? go Google dazzle ships and go to Google Images. They're saying that these things were striped with like psychedelic markings on it to hide them on the horizon so that you couldn't see them. Bro, they got these things looking like zebras and like bulls. I mean, it's the craziest thing I've ever seen. And they're trying to act like it's always been there. Bro, why would they not have sold me those models as a kid? If that's how it was, wouldn't the kids' models have all been striped and like psychedelic looking? And that one screws me up because I'm starting to go into like old naval books and shit and find pictures of these dazzle ships. Google it. Go on Google right now and go to Google Images and put in Dazzle ship and look at these pictures. And they got the nerve to make them look old and shit too. I'm not going for it. Everything else, the Bernstein Bears or Fruit of the Loom, all that other shit, whatever, bro. Maybe I'm just remembering it wrong. You see that, right, boss? Never in my life. I mean, the other armed forces already make fun of the Navy enough. Don't you think there would be a million Dazzle ship jokes? But we're just supposed to buy it. And then they had the nerve to be like, well, no, it's like an optical illusion. So you can't see them on the horizon. Yeah, cool. All of that sounds like it makes perfect sense. Now explain why the hell at my age is this the first time I've seen this shit. I want to talk to like an old Navy historian, somebody that hasn't been compromised. They must have, yo. They must have been out there pimping their ride and just not telling anybody about it. I don't know, bro. I can't get anybody to give me a good explanation for it. My neighbor, this dude was a different type of nerd. Like he had every single battleship, every aircraft carrier, every plane. He had so many his parents would just buy them those kits, right? Trust me, his room would have been full of these things if they were a thing. Imagine, Harry, we go buy battleship and the little boats are striped. I'm done, bro. At that point I give up. I retire from society. I don't know what the hell is going on. Good. So now you guys can be on the same shit I'm on. Every time you go somewhere, bring this shit up to people and see if you were all crazy. Nah, we weren't, but that's crazy too. And then like I thought maybe it was like some sort of special fleet or something, but then when you read it, they have the nerve to be like, nah, it was widespread. Like, okay, bro, now you're doing too much. You could have maybe got away with it if you said it was like some sort of like top secret shit or something, but so check this out. The first time, this is where it gets freaky, and there's no way to prove this, so y'all just gonna have to take my word for it. The first time I saw the thing on Dazzle ships was in one of those Mandela videos things. When you Googled it, you could find one or two pictures, but that was it. Literally one or two pictures. Even the guy that I saw the video on, the same two pictures I saw were the two pictures that he was showing in the video. Now when you look, it's like pages and pages. Like the more time goes on, the more of them keep popping up on the internet. I think the Monopoly guy, I think people mix him up with the Peanuts guy. At least that's what I keep telling myself. Because I remember a monocle too, but I think we're mixing up the Peanut guy and the, what you call it?
Woo! Big gunshot.
You talking about?
America. The sound of someone exercising their freedom. I hear you, Harry. Good night, brother. I didn't mean to mess everybody's head up before bed. But hey, I've been living with this shit for like months, right? I had to get it out.
Oh, baby. How much more can this shit go?
Is that the Atlas guy? Ghost? I gotta watch that because that thing's been doing my head in. That's another one that I've been suffering with in silence. For like a month I've been following that shit. I'm like, you know what? I'm not even gonna give this thing energy by talking about it. I would ask you what he said, but I'm kind of looking forward to seeing it, so don't spoil it. I don't know, something just ain't right, bro. Either the information we're getting is wrong or something just ain't right with that. That's what I like about Rogan, bro. That like, you know, until somebody goes on Rogan, all we really get is 30-second clips. You know, 45-second like sound bites. Until you really sit with somebody for 2 or 3 hours and pick their brain. Let me restart the stream. Everybody gets to sleep comfortably tonight, knowing that we're living in a simulation that gets rebooted every once in a while with glitches.
Great. Is that what happens? Why I feel like that?
What'd you say, Winnie?
So that's why I feel like that when I wake up sometimes. All discombobulated. Uh-huh. Just want to know when is this thing gonna stop? I mean, phew.
Yeah, scalper. If I mean, like I said, unless liquidity comes in and aggressive buyers and sellers, meaning on market, you're not gonna be able to overrun that. Algo probably be in this chat for a while. We broke out early last week though, so I wouldn't be surprised waking up and finding that we've pushed. But the most probable is that we break the 50 here and come clear this liquidation down to the bottom of the range and then make our way back up. All right, give me 2 minutes and then come back. I'm gonna reset the stream real quick. That like button if you hit the like button yet. Hit that subscribe button if you've been slacking.
Hit it.